And a very good morning to you. Welcome to Machakos People's Park. It is a beautiful Sunday morning. I'm your commentator Sean Carter-Villis, joined by Logan Naidu. And we've got the Open Class B as we finish off the third heat before we go into the semi-finals. Logan, a very good morning to you. Did you sleep okay?
Yes, I did. We were run ragged yesterday with our yelling and our screaming and our excitement. So, you know, energy was all dissipated yesterday. We had to rest, didn't we?
Yeah, exactly.
Now we're raring to go again because it's really promising to be at a very exciting day. Just the last two heat sessions, heat 3 from yesterday, and then we into the semi-finals. Let's see how it goes.
All right, so we got the Open Class B, as you saw, and we got Carl Tundo, Ian Duncan and Asad Anwar. Now, just to let you know, of course, Carl Tundo is in the proto, so that means that he has to do the Joker lap twice. Now, this should be very interesting, and particularly if Asad doesn't make any mistakes, he's going to run flash ragged here. But Ian Duncan, don't write him off. He's, of course, getting to grips with that Evo 10 engine and sequential gearbox. The running gear in his buggy, that is spectacular to watch.
It is, and it's skittish because it's got so much power all to the back wheels. So you can see he's having to work the steering, keep that car straight. So if that thing, Sean, was four-wheel drive, with that power-to-weight ratio, I think Flash and Assad would be in trouble.
Incredible stuff. So it promises to be a thrilling race, and I tell you what, all three are legends in their own right. Carl Tundo and Ian Duncan, of course, former winners of the Safari Rally and multiple Kenya National Rally champions, and of course Asad Anwar, who is a motorsports legend, the father of Hamza Anwar. This should be very, very exciting. We can see Jet Anthony there at the start. He's been you know, just such a legend out there with the finishing flag at the start finish. And, you know, we're really, really looking forward to this. It is the penultimate race of the third heat, and it is the Open Class B. And we've got Carl Tundo, Ian Duncan and Asad Anwar here at the start. They're about to get underway. They got the 1 minute warning from Jet Anthony. All right, so waiting for them. They are at the start, and we can see, of course, the cars are switched on, and they're almost ready to go. And this should be some race. Carl Tundo in the Proto, Asad Anwar in the Evo 9, and Ian Duncan in the buggy that's got the Evo 10 running gear with the sequential gearbox. Incredible piece of kit. As we mentioned yesterday, and in case you were not watching, during COVID, Ian had plenty of time on his hands, and he decided, I just got a spare Evo 10 engine in my garage, just like we have a spare Ford Cortina sitting in the yard. He's got a spare Evo 10 engine and a spare sequential gearbox. Yeah, let me just put this together. Let me build a frame and just put this together. Yeah, it should be no problem.
Pop's a fancy toy, because it's lovely, that thing, you know?
It is beautiful. Well. Beautiful, huh?
Anyway, they're revving up on the line. Flash, Ian and Assad.
What a start by Ian. What a start by Ian.
Exactly. Whole shot by the buggy. Ian Duncan in the lead. Flash chasing, and Ian goes straight for the Joker, Sean. From the lead, we've seen this before. I think Hamza's been doing it from the beginning.
Yes.
Or Samir in the Golf. That's right.
So Ian obviously had a think last night, and he decided, okay, let me do the Joker first and see how it works. And is that going to pay off a little bit later? So he got the whole shot. He's now in third, and we got Asad, who again is taking the battle to Flash. So we'll have to wait and see how this unfolds. Remember that Flash has to do the Joker twice in this because of the superiority of the Proto. So let's see how this unfolds. It looks really, really exciting as they race past us here in the commentary booth.
Yes, that is something we need to keep in mind, Sean. Flash has to Joker twice. You know, that's his, not penalty, it's just the handicap. because of the performance of the Proto. He had to enter it because I think there was something wrong with that N10 of theirs, or it's being saved for another event. So in comes the Proto, but it has to it has to have some weight added, as we say, isn't it? And that weight is double joker.
All right, so to let you know the story of why Flash is in the Proto, apparently the N10 belongs to his sister Tash, and she wants to save it for the Kenya National Rally Championship. She's part of the Talanta Hella team, and of course they're busy promoting women in sport. And she and Chantal have plans for at least one or two events this year and 2024, the Kenya National Rally Championship, and she would rather save the N10 for the Kenya National Rally Championship. As we see Flash
Did you see that, Sean?
Joker.
On the straight, Flash overtook Assad on the inside and went straight for the Joker. So this is his first Joker. Let's see how he fares with that.
All right, so this is all about tactics. Remember, the others have to do the Joker at least once, in case you don't know the rules of Rallycross. But Flash has to do it twice. Assad hasn't done the Joker yet. He's in front, but you can see how close Flash is. But remember, Flash has to do the Joker again. Ian very, very closely behind. Remember, Ian has done the Joker, so advantage Ian at the moment. He's not too far behind Assad.
You're right, he's done the Joker and he's in the mix for real. This is tight. Flash goes for his final Joker.
So remember, the only person who hasn't done the Joker is Hamza Anwar. So at the moment, the pressure on Assad, who has to try and build up as much of a lead as he can. But as we've seen, Ian with that unique buggy is really keeping up the pressure on Assad. What a race, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first race of the day and the penultimate race of the third heat. Logan, this is fantastic.
You know, Sean, if you ask me, advantage Ian Duncan here.
Exactly.
You know, because Assad still has to go through the Joker.
But look, Flash is not too far behind and he's knocked a tyre.
He's clipped the tyre. I've been told now you clip the tyres, a 3-second penalty for each time you clip them.
Wow, okay.
Because apparently some blokes yesterday were using them to keep the car straight.
All right, so you've heard that from Logan, a 3-second penalty if he hit the tyres. So Flash will most likely be hit with a 3-second penalty there. We'll of course await that from the officials. That could prove to be decisive because we can see how close the racing is right now. What a race we have on our hands. In first at the moment is Hamza Anwar, who's going to be racing past us soon here in the commentary booth as they come through the chicane. Nice and clean, the first two. Very, very tight. That's as tight as you can get from Flash as they go across the finish line. And well done to Hamza Anwar. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. In a close second with Flash in third. So as we've seen, doing the Joker twice is a leveler.
It's hectic for him, but you know, he's got the fast car, and that's the penalty they've given him for driving such a high-performance vehicle. And he's going to drive with it. He did it yesterday, but Assad did, what did he call it, the Indian flick, not the Scandinavian flick. Yeah, that gave Flash an avenue to overtake. But early this morning, it's not to be. That was Hamza Anwar held his nerve. He won that heat. Second, Ian Duncan in that fancy buggy, and Flash Tundo third in the Ford Fiesta Proto.
All right, so he goes into the pits. Hopefully we'll hear from him in the pits. Fantastic race with Hamza Anwar. And this Evo 9 has had such a successful weekend. Father and son doing very, very well in their races. Of course, Hamza will be using it a little bit later. Remember, still one more. The team event for the champions is to come up next, but we're looking at Assad, who's getting some advice from his team, just getting feedback about the car. Of course, they're checking how the car is. The car has been used by both father and son the whole weekend with the Subaru giving up in the first race with Hamza. so they're electing to use the Evo for the rest of the weekend, which is understandable because the cars both belong to them, and you don't want any extra costs of damage to the Subaru. So hopefully we'll hear from Asad in a few minutes. But very, very impressive, that race. And Ian was so close. We're starting to see the potential of that buggy, huh?
Yeah, he's getting to master it. And I honestly thought he was going to sneak it. That heat wasn't to be, but very competitive. They were like in formation at the finish of that heat.
Incredible stuff. So what a first race that was to start it off. And that was the open category B. We've got the champions to come, and then we go into the semi-finals and then the finals. Remember, there are points because this is a championship. This is the second race of 2023, and then in December we'll go to somewhere. Here's Asad Anwar. Let's hear from him.
Shadow.
All right, so once again, your winner, Asad Anwar, Ian Duncan and Carl Tundo in third. Let's hear from Asad.
Morning.
How was that run?
Good fun, but in the excitement, I forgot the joke. So
Are you serious?
yeah. But we'll see what penalty we get. But it was good fun. It was a good dice with Tundo. He was right on me, but nice. I enjoyed that.
Yesterday you had actually said he is the man to beat. He's the one person you wanted to beat.
He's the hair here today because he's the quickest. But yeah, he's the benchmark to catch.
Now, we've noticed every single time you come back, the boys go under the car to check on something. What exactly are they looking for? What are they looking for?
So these are the unsung heroes, you know. Patrick, Forrest, these guys rebuild the car every time we come back. They're the real heroes of the rally. They give us a good car to go out and race with. And we trust them 100% because the speed we're doing out there, if something happens, you know, it can be very dangerous. So we trust them 100% and they're the people behind all this.
What's the most important thing to look out for when they go under the car after you come back from a race?
So if a tire has been cut or an arm is broken or a ball joint, you know, just a general tightening, to look underneath. The discs were cracked yesterday, so they changed the discs. They're probably checking the discs now. Any rim bent, they check the tire pressures. They check how much fuel there is, and then they send us out.
Okay, thank you very much. What do you have planned going into today?
Oh, I need to go and see the organizers to see how much penalty I got for missing the joker. But that just tells you how much pressure we're under that I miss a joker.
Thank you very much, Asad, and congratulations again.
Thank you very much. Okay, bye.
All right, I thought I was seeing things and you thought you were seeing things. He didn't do the joker.
Revelations. That's not dishonesty on Asad's part. He was, the adrenaline was going. He was just so concentrated, and he said that I just forgot. I was just in a zone. So he did miss the joker. We'll have a chat to Tim Jessup, and he will tell us what, because there is a penalty for it. I think it's a 10-second. I don't know for sure.
Yeah, but almost
there is a penalty.
certainly, I can see Ian taking that race because of the penalty. They were so close, and that time penalty is going to cost Asad quite a bit, which, to be honest, is a rookie mistake for such an experienced driver like him, huh?
True, but he was so concentrated on Flash, saying that Flash is the hair and he's the quickest here. But I think he didn't realize in his wing mirrors was Ian Duncan in that fancy buggy. Because as it turns out, Asad was the joker. Ian won that heat.
Fantastic. Our thanks very much to our title sponsors, Betika and NCBA. And also thank you very much to our other sponsors, SBS Power, Duchess Leah, who are providing the champagne for the prize-giving ceremony, Machakos Tourism in Machakos County, thank you so much for hosting us. CFAO Motors, you can have a look at their cars. They got their cars and bikes here. You can have a look at them on display. Cabras Sugar, Live-Eye, who are providing the live streaming, of course, what we're sending to you online. Kenchik, 98.4 Capital FM, Wilken Group. Thank you so much. Of course, all the radios and the communication, thanks to Wilken Group. JCB Ganacho, we cannot thank you enough for providing the rollers and, of course, helping to prepare the track. Aquamist for the water, and, of course, Africa Eco Services, who are here sponsoring courtesy of the Anwar family. So, fantastic. Thank you so much once again to all the sponsors, particularly our title sponsor, Betika and NCBA. So we're expecting the final race in Heat 3, and that is the Champions team event, and that is Eric Bengi, Baldev Chaga, Andrew Mururi, and Evans Kavisi. That should be an exciting race.
Yep, it should be. That's, something that what I'm curious about, Sean, I'm sure you are too, that Betika, the yellow Betika N12 was, giving them a lot of mechanical issues yesterday, and it was down on power. I wonder if they've worked on it through the night, and do we see a different, another car? It's the same vehicle, but, it's a ball drape. We'll fix it. We'll get on tomorrow. Now, this Betika N12 looks like it's raring to go. First out of the gates from the service park. I can see a nice exhaust on it, if you can have a look. So I think maybe they've sorted the exhaust. Let's see, Andrew on the wheel. It looks like he's eager to go. As the blokes are coming round, Andrew's at the start line. It's like, hey, let's get it on, boy.
All right, so we can see Baldy, and good to see Baldy. We don't see him too often. The multiple Kenya National Rally champion and multiple Safari Rally winner, Baldev Chaga. He's in the pink car. You can see the Maxime Wahome logo on the car. That is Baldy, who's sharing the car with Maxime Wahome and the rest of the team. And then we got Eric Bengi in the Mitsubishi. He's there. We're expecting Evans Kavisi to come out, hopefully. This is the final race of Heat 3 before we go into the semi-finals. And if you're just joining us, a very good morning, a beautiful morning, it has to be said, nice and sunny here at the Machakos People's Park. As we see on the far left, we can see on the screen Jet Anthony, who has been so diligent there at the start and finish. We can see the tires as well, all lined up. Remember what Logan was saying, there's a 3-second penalty if you touch the tires, so that will teach the likes of Hamza Anwar, who are having a field day, knocking the tires yesterday, not being the best friend of the marshals, so I had to keep setting them up afterwards. So we're seeing 3 drivers there at the moment. That's Eric Bengi, Baldev Chaga, and Andrew Mururi, who are there. That's Baldy. A very good morning to you, Baldy, if you can hear us. And that's Eric Bengi, of course, who's so busy these days with his 2 sons, with both autocross and rallycross. Great lineup there, Logan.
Yeah, and it needs mention. Eric Bengi yesterday was on fire. He was not holding back. Even when they had that fun race in the buggies, he was gone. So he really had the bit between his teeth, and let's see if he can carry that into today.
Incredible stuff and beautiful shots here. We're waiting for the drone shots, by the way. That really was a new addition yesterday, and speaking to the drone pilots, they're excited to be here and really looking forward to the drone shots, hopefully a little bit later today. So you can see the lineup. We've got 3, expecting a 4th car, Evans Kavisi. I'm not sure if he's coming. But remember, 5 laps, the drivers voted on Friday night at the drivers' briefing to have 5 laps instead of the usual 4 laps. They're enjoying the format so much. So 3 drivers. We've got Eric Bengi, Baldev Chaga, and Andrew Mururi just about to get underway. The final race of the 3rd heat is a go! And it's a great start by Eric Bengi, and we can see that N12 looks to be sorted out, Logan.
Yeah, but he got the jump, and I think they out-dragged him, Eric and Baldy, so he went straight. Andrew goes straight into the Joker, first time up. Well, I mean, that was the only choice he had, quite frankly, in that situation. Let's see if that car's been sorted.
All right, so just waiting to see if it is sorted out. He is in 3rd place after taking the Joker, but rather predictably, like yesterday, Eric Bengi storming into the lead ahead of Baldev Chaga. That car, you can just hear it set up so nicely, hearing the anti-lag, huh?
Yeah, very well prepared vehicle, and I can see like a big power difference to the rest, eh?
All right, so racing ahead after the first lap, it is Eric Bengi, followed by Baldev Chagar, and having done the Joker lap, he is in third place, Andrew Maruri.
Well, it's sounding a lot better than Betika N12. I think they did sort it, so maybe they'll have a good showing of it today.
Yeah, we're hoping for a better showing. It was struggling yesterday, but Eric just looking so ominous, just like yesterday. He's been outstanding. He was the fastest driver at the autocross last weekend in Nanyuki. He got the fastest time of the day, the FTD. And once again, proving he's lost none of his speed despite competing only part-time these days. He competes in autocross, rallycross and classic rallies. He stopped Kenya National Rally Championship events. He says mainly due to budget issues. It's extremely expensive these days, no matter what you do. He's a lawyer, but if he says it's expensive to rally, we understand him. We're not going to argue with him.
And you know, this is the whole concept of rallycross. You know, it's just to bring that budget way down. You know, Eric, like you said, he's a lawyer, and he's saying that, you know, the budget's heavy. You know, so rallycross, you're not going too far. You're not kitting out the car for too much. And for me, it's looking like it's the affordable way to go.
And it's also a great weekend. When you're rallying, you spend a weekend away from your family. He's got two boys, 7 and 10. They're competing here, spending time with dad. You know, this is experience, you know, as a father, that you can't buy. You know, spending the whole weekend with the kids. They're competing, they're enjoying themselves, not sitting at home on PlayStation or whatever it is. They're active, they're outdoors. You know, they're being kept busy.
And you're absolutely spot on with that, Sean. You know, I didn't even think of it that way. I mean, you know, he's racing, his sons are racing, same event, same service crew. They sit and they chat afterwards. You're right, it's a family affair.
So fantastic driving by Eric Bengi. This is the final race of Heat 3 in case you're joining us. A very good morning to you. And it's Logan Naidu and myself, Sean Carter-Villas, your commentators for the weekend here at the Machakos Speedballs Park. It is the fourth rallycross event, the second of 2023. Remember, it is the first ever championship in 2023. There are 3 events this year that count towards the championship.
Yeah, and that's Eric coming through to start his final lap. He hasn't taken the Joker. His final lap, he finally takes it now, but he's got a commanding lead. It's not going to hamper him at all.
Car sounds beautiful, has to be said. Just sounds really, really nice. It's set up so nicely, the suspension. You can see when he hits that jump, it lands perfectly. Obviously, a lot of feedback from him, and of course the mechanics. He's had such a long relationship with his team that they just know what to do as soon as he comes into the pits.
Yeah, preparation, eh? Preparation is key. They say rallying's about lines and braking, but if the car is not prepared, you won't get there.
Exactly. And you know that better than most.
Yeah, well done. Eric takes the final heat. Heat 3. And here comes Baldy. He takes second.
All right, so Baldev Chagar in second place as we see Andrew Maruri going through the chicane. He'll be coming he'll be coming third. And once again, just not sure if that car's running at 100% of its potential, the way it sounded going past us. Your thoughts, Logan?
I don't know, Sean, you know, it's an N12, and it's sounding like a GC8, like it hasn't got the twin scroll turbo. I don't know. But it's not performing like it's supposed to. You can see it. It's down on performance, but it's a lot quieter than it was yesterday with all that blowing from manifolds and no exhausts. So they have worked on it. Well, maybe they've got it to the best they can for this point in time. You know, it needs to go back to the workshop and a full makeover. Who knows? But they're here and they're competing.
All right, so as he's greeted by his son, we'll hear from him in just a moment. That's Eric Bengi, of course. He's got his 2 sons competing, 7 and 10 years old, Ian and Alan Bengi. And of course, one of them coming to him, coming to check on dad. And we're just about to link up with Solo, who is with Eric Bengi. And let's go to the pits, where Solo is going to link up with Eric Bengi in just a moment.
Morning. How is it going?
Good,
How's your morning run, the first run for the day?
very good, flawless. Just took it easy and tidy. No mistakes. Was a very good run.
How is the car performing this morning?
Very well. As good as it was yesterday. Not missing a heartbeat.
Did you mean to do any tinkling to the car before today's races?
Yeah, of course, of course. Yesterday we sustained a few damages here and there. We worked on it overnight. Fresh set of tires, of course. We chewed up yesterday's tires. Yeah, running okay.
Anything that you, anyone in particular that you're looking at beating today, any strategy going into today's races?
Well, we've led all our races. Right now is just to maintain the car and make it to the finals.
Thank you very much, Eric, and congratulations. We really do hope that the rest of the day will be as superb as you've been driving so far. Any messages to any of those young lads and lasses who are watching us right now and would like to get into racing? We know you've nurtured a few. Your kids are also in the event and are also doing quite well.
Yes, for the young ones, you need to do a lot of practice. Even for us, we do a lot of practice. Every now and then you need to keep on trying different things, understanding your car, understanding how it behaves. For beginners, we need to start at the very entry level, preferably in a two-wheel drive car or in a buggy, so that you learn, how to handle the car, how to hang on to it. And then as you graduate, step by step, you go on improving and you go on. Don't start off with a very powerful car at the beginning.
Thank you very much, Eric, and have yourself a fabulous day.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Back to you, Sean.
All right, thanks very much, Solo. Very interesting insights from Eric Bengi, of course, particularly about working on the car overnight. They will be meticulous, not taking anything for granted, Logan.
And they have, because the cars come out pristine again, once again, this morning. And so, yeah, some words of wisdom, especially for beginners, if you have the money, don't rush and buy a four-wheel drive turbo. Start in a two-wheel drive car, learn how to handle a car. Once you graduate to a bigger machine, you will have car control. Very well said there by Eric.
All right, so looking at the car of Eric Bengi, just to let you know, we'll be having the semi-finals, and the first one is at 9:20, the semi-finals. So we'll be back a little bit later, just to let you know that we got the team event for the ladies at 9:20. At 9:40, it is the first of the open class, and then at 10 o'clock, the two-wheel drive A. Of course, there are two races in the two-wheel drive event. The team event, the junior, is at 10:20. At 10:40, the second of the two-wheel drive races. The team event, the Legends, is at 11 o'clock, and then the Cubs is at 11:20, and then at 11:40, it is the second race of the open class. And then the final race, the Champions race, the team event, is at midday. So that's what's happening this morning. So the next race at 9:20, which is the semi-finals, and we'll be back just before then. Logan Naidu and myself, Sean Carter-Villis, and we'll leave you with some highlights from this morning's races, the two races, and we'll be back just before 9:20.
Good morning, Andrew. How are you doing?
Very fine, good morning.
How did your first round go today?
The run was good. I was running against very serious competitors. I was with Baldev Chaga and Eric Bengi. They beat me in the race. Fair and square, no complaints. But generally I enjoyed the track. It was fantastic.
We've seen you made a couple of changes to the car. I can see for one, the exhaust is back. Anything else that you've done on the car since last night?
We just put an exhaust. We want to make the car a bit silent. Then we are looking for back pressure to get more power, which basically I think has worked. I felt the car performing better. So let's see how the other hits will go.
Other than that, what is your strategy going into today?
Number one, our strategy is to finish. We want to be on the podium. We want to have a smooth event. Of course, very competitive, but careful also. We don't want to break the car. Right now, as you can see, it's just a normal routine check. After every heat, we must do a proper spanner check, make sure the vehicle is properly set up for the next competitor, because we are racing, we are 4 guys in the same team, so you must save the car for the next person.
Thank you very much. And how are the rest of the team doing?
They are doing very well. Actually, the lady has really scored a lot of points. In our team, I think she's the one who has hit the most points, but we'll catch up. By the time we're getting to the finals, I'm sure all of us will be up there.
So are we sure to see the car in the next race as we continue?
Definitely.
Thank you very much, Andrew, and all the best. We'll see you guys on the track. Back to Sean in the studio.
All right, thanks very much, Solo. Very good morning to you if you're just joining us. And this is now the semi-finals of the 4th Rallycross event, the first championship of 2023. Remember, 3 events this year. We've had 1 already. This is the second. So points count towards the overall championship. So in just a moment, we will have the champions race. Just to let you know, at 9:20, we are having the team event for the ladies. Sorry, a clarification. The ladies event is happening in just a moment, followed by the Open A class at 9:40, to be followed by the first of the 2-wheel drive races at 10 o'clock. The team event, the junior race, is at 10:20. The second 2-wheel drive event is at 10:40, and then the Legends race is at 11 o'clock, followed by the Cubs at 11:20, and then the second race of the Open class is at 11:40, and that'll be followed by the Champions race at midday. All right, so the ladies are coming up. We can see Maxine coming to the start, and we can see the other people in the ladies race, the other entries. Caroline Gatimo, she is in the Evo. Jennifer Mullick in the Betika car. All right, so just waiting to see if she comes. But we can see the Vitz that is there. Logan is with us. We're now into the all-important races, the semi-final race. The first semi-final race. We can see Maxine, Caroline Gatimo and Jennifer Mullick. That is confirmed over there. So it looks like Jennifer Mullick is in the Vitz. Caroline Gatimo is in the Evo that's used by Eric Bengi, and Maxine Wahome in her familiar Subaru. So it should be an interesting race between the ladies, and Maxine will probably start out as favorite in this one.
Yeah, she is favorite, but it's a bit tough for the young lady in the Vitz. What's her name, Sean?
Jennifer Mullick.
Yeah, it's a great mismatch between those
Okay, so
four-wheel
I
turbo
understand
cars.
Jennifer Mullick is not racing. That's what we understand. Sorry, my apologies there. So it could be Tinashe, who's in the other car. The Tinashe, who's in the Vitz. Sorry, my apologies. I interrupted you.
No worries, no worries. But it's kind of a great mismatch. These ladies can all drive, but I don't think there's a comparison between those. That Evo, the N10, and the Vitz. So yeah, Maxine starts favorite.
Caroline.
Yeah, but Caroline was no slouch yesterday in that Evo 9 as well, you know. So let's see. You know, it doesn't always go to script. This is rallying after all, isn't it?
All right, so it looks like Tinashe is in the Vitz. Caroline, the mother, is in the Evo, and Maxine Wahome in the Subaru. So mother against daughter in that race, and Maxine Wahome in pole position, what we would call pole position. In there, if you're into Formula One, you would know what pole position is. So the three cars about to get underway. Logan, this should be a great race. These semi-finals about to get underway, and we are a go in just a moment.
Yep, let's just see who gets the whole shot there, Sean.
All right, good to see our drone shots in action for this race, and Maxine with the whole shot. Who's going to take the Joker? And it looks like Caroline Gatimo and Tinashe have decided to go and do the Joker on the first lap. Now that's interesting.
Yeah, well, I think it's good tactics. She was lying second, Caroline. So let's get the Joker out the way, and hopefully, you know, Maxine puts a foot wrong here and there, and they close up the gap. So this is her thinking, going to the Joker first. Let's see if it pans out.
All right, so seeing Maxine in the Subaru, we've seen the way that Mitsubishi has a lot more power than the other cars. All right, so quick clarification, and it is confirmed that it's Jennifer Mullick who is in the pits. So just confirming that it's Jennifer Mullick who is in the pits. Thank you very much for the clarification from the organizers. So Jennifer Mullick in the pits, but it's Caroline Gatimo who is in the Evo that's used by Eric Bengi. She's already done the Joker, so there's going to be a cat and mouse game here. But as expected, Logan, the pits was always going to struggle against the other two cars.
Yeah, that is a foregone, but you know, all credit for trying with the Vitz. But those four-wheel drive cars there, Maxine ahead, Caroline is not giving up the ghost. I stand corrected, Sean, but it looks like the gap is actually closing.
All right, so very interesting. We've always said it's the car and the driver, two factors that determine these races. We've seen how it can struggle amongst other drivers, the Subaru, but Maxine utilizing the car to its full potential. She has to do the Joker. Let's see when she does the Joker. Is she going to do it on this lap? We'll find out in just a moment.
And she goes for it. She goes for the Joker. I think she's lost the lead on this one, but it's very close. What do you think, Sean, before they come into view? Maxine came up the Joker, and for sure Caroline has taken over the lead.
All right, so a great battle between these two, and it is Caroline who's in the lead over Maxine. Huge battle between the two ladies at the moment. It is Caroline Gatimo with a narrow lead over Maxine. Remember, just seeing 6 laps here for the semi-finals, so this makes it all the more intriguing, Logan, if it's 6 laps for the semi-finals.
Yeah, well, it's saying 6 laps, so that one was a bit turned in too tight for Caroline, and it allowed Maxine to close up the gap. That Evo, wow, it's in pristine form, eh?
Just sounds so beautiful. The anti-lag, oh, loving it.
I'm telling you, this thing. And here comes our Vitz with Jennifer, soldiering on in a greatly underpowered car in comparison.
It's always going to be a mouse against cats, that Vitz against the other cars, but very, very tight. With Caroline Gatimo just ahead of Maxine Wahome. Remember Maxine, she won the Rally 3 category in the Safari Rally in 2022. She's got a lot of experience, not so active in motorsports these days, but good to see her in Rallycross, and she's just behind. Remember, one more lap, and a huge battle between these two ladies. Caroline, at the moment, ahead of Maxine Wahome. This would be a great victory in the semi-finals for her, and a huge boost to her morale ahead of the finals. And Logan, little bit of a surprise here at the moment.
Like I said, don't try and predict rally. You know, she was in the heats yesterday. She was second fiddle. I think she had enough, you know, and she's stepped up to the plate, and she is about to win the semi-final, if I'm not mistaken. Well, bar catastrophe, Got one more lap after this, but she's really driving aggressively, Sean.
All right,
Caroline, that
so just getting an update of what happened to Tinashe yesterday. We saw the damage, and unfortunately we didn't have the pictures of the car. She did hit some rocks, we saw, but then she carried on off the track and hit a tree. So unfortunately the damage was too much for them to repair this weekend. We hope to see that car and also Tinashe a little bit more in action the rest of the weekend. Hopefully we'll see her a little bit later in action. But unfortunately, that was a pretty bad crash and ruled the car out for the rest of the event.
Yeah, sadly terminal the damage on that GC8, was it? Yeah, but like we've been saying the whole weekend, that's rally.
All right, so as they approach the end, a huge battle here between Caroline and Maxine as they head towards the finish line, and victory for Caroline Gatimo over Maxine Wahome, and a huge boost to her morale ahead of the final. And Logan, a great victory there for Caroline Gatimo.
Yeah, she had the bit between her teeth. She wasn't gonna relinquish anything. She was very aggressive, and no mistakes, Sean. And this is the result. She has beaten Maxine, who, quite frankly, yesterday actually looked unbeatable in her class, wouldn't you say?
Exactly, yeah. So we can see the bits still there on the final lap. Still has to go onto the tarmac, goes onto the tarmac now. Jennifer Malik was always going to have an uphill task trying to keep up with the other ladies in superior machinery, it has to be said. So as she heads towards the finish line, as she goes past the chicane into the final corner, and as she crosses the line, Jennifer Malik, great performance, it has to be said, in the little bits.
Well done. David versus Goliath, that was.
Couldn't have put it better myself. That really was a giant David against a very small Goliath. Sorry, a giant Goliath against a very small David. The other way round. Need another cup of coffee.
For sure. Right, what do we have next? Sean, what's coming up?
All right, so we'll hear from Caroline Gatimo in just a moment. The open class will be coming up next, the first of the open class races, but a huge victory for Caroline, and we'll go to the pits in just a moment. And here she is with Solo.
How you doing, Carol?
I'm good, thanks. Hi, guys.
How did that go this morning?
Oh, it went very well. We are very excited. This morning I decided to take it easy, relax.
Take it easy? Is that what you call take it easy?
Well, yes. Take it easy, not allow pressure, just concentrate on the corners, on the straights. It was awesome fun.
And then I think you can actually see how you take off. The takeoff is much easier for you to put some distance between you and Maxine.
Yes. I was actually, yesterday I got the grip of the takeoff in terms of what revs I should be at and to allow a proper boost, and that's what I did today. And here we are.
We've seen you take off the foot off the jumps, off the accelerator when you get to the jump. Is that part of just the fear of the landing, or just to make sure that you land comfortably?
No. Yesterday I got a few tips from Eric and Boldy, which is very good tips in terms of when you take the jump and you're landing, don't step on the accelerator because everything now is still in motion, and if you step on the accelerator, you're kind of yanking the whole system. So I was told to take off foot from the accelerator when you're landing, then when you land, step on the accelerator. There are good teachers out here and give awesome advice.
So what else have you done between last night and this morning? Because you look like a very different Caroline.
I really thought about what I did yesterday. Heat 3, where I really went off the whole night. I was even just thinking, what did I do wrong? What happened? Where did I lose it? So I kept thinking. I even kind of dreamt about it, but well, I decided to improve this morning. Yeah.
Well, congratulations and brilliant driving. We hope that you can continue the same form. Anything you'd like to say to the young girls who are watching you again?
Young girls, we can do this. Let's build the confidence and momentum. Of importance is to remain cool. Don't take anything onto your head. You've seen what Maxine has done. You've seen what Jennifer Malik has done. Good competitors, friends. We're just having fun. And just building that consistency and remaining calm. For the young girls, come out here and join us. We need you. We need you.
Sasa, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a quick look at the car. As we go around the car, as you can see, first thing they do, they always pop the hood. They always check the brakes. It's extremely hot. I think it's around 28 degrees today. They're looking at every single thing about the car. They have to check the brakes to make sure everything is good. As they say, they check the tires. Because remember, there are rocks out there. And if you get a rock at a different angle, it could easily make a small tear in a tire. And when you go over a jump, it could actually mess you. The mechanics seem more confident at what they did overnight. The changes and the repairs that they did to the car seem to be working quite well. What we'll do right now is we'll let you continue seeing, taking a quick look at the car, what's happening to the car, what they're looking at, and right now we can head back to studio. Sean, right back to you guys.
All right, thanks very much, Solo. Very interesting insights, and one of the great things about Rallycross, and interesting to hear from Caroline, who's a relative newcomer to motorsports, so to speak. She was in the Safari Rally with her son. By the way, her husband is one of the team members for Eric Bengi, and of course a key person making sure that you know, both mother and daughter, you know, are active in motorsports. One of the great stories, we're talking about fathers and sons, you know, possibly fathers and daughters. We got here mother and daughter, and the husband, of course, the father of the daughter,
preparing the cars.
Preparing the cars. Incredible story.
No, it's brilliant.
And one of the great stories about Rallycross is how people, you got the likes of Boldy and, you know, other experienced people advising, you know, the so-called younger members or the newer members of motorsport what to do.
It's what we call transfer of skills, isn't it? Yeah, it's brilliant. And, you know, all hats off to Caroline and the likes for going up and asking. You know, if you don't ask, you're not gonna learn. Look, I loved her interview there. She's quite analytical. She's quite hard on herself, but she took the positives out of that. She analyzed it. You know, she said when she went to sleep, she was thinking about it. You know, she kind of figured out what went wrong or what foot she did put wrong, and corrected it with advice from some old stalwarts, and that's the way to go, isn't it?
Incredible. I love that interview. Just so insightful about you know, what happens behind the scenes. And our thanks very much to Solo for highlighting what's happening in the pits. Our thanks very much, by the way, to our sponsors, our title sponsors, Betika and NCBA Bank, and of course the other sponsors who are, you know, showing their support for Rallycross as we see the cars heading to the start. And it's now the first of the open category that's coming, and you've got the names there. If you can remember now, of course, being from Zambia, you're learning very, very fast.
So we got in the first open class, we got that boy who hasn't put a foot wrong all weekend, Hamza
Anwar.
And we got George
Njoroge.
What is he actually driving?
He's in the silver car.
He's in the silver GCA.
Yes.
We got Clement
Marini, who's in the hatchback.
The hatchback GC8.
Yes.
And we're waiting on Hamza and Evans, because they two are in this heat.
All right, so we can see Clement Marini, we're seeing now on camera. He's come in the white hatchback. Thumbs up from him. He's ready. Awesome shots we're seeing up close here. And that's the beauty of Rallycross. We're seeing unique camera angles here. So we're seeing the two Subarus, George Njoroge and Clement Marini, out at the start. And the importance, by the way, of being ready. We try to start on time. So waiting for Hamza to come out. And also in this class, Evans Kabisi and to come out. So Hamza Anwar and Evans Kabisi to come to the start. So hats off to the two drivers who are at the start for the first of the open class in the semi-finals here. And as Solo mentioned, it is a lot warmer, and of course that's going to have an effect on the cars. Probably late 20s in terms of the temperature. How does that affect the cars in terms of the performance?
Well, first of all, reliability. When the engine's running, the hotter it runs, the more chance of it giving up the ghost. And then it's also to do with combustion. You know, the cooler the air is, outside air, right? The cooler your car will combust at. So the hotter, the less power. Does that make sense? I hope
Exactly.
I hope
Yes,
it makes
yes,
sense
yes,
to you.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like the human
yeah.
body.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So outside pressure, temperature is going to affect your combustion pressure and temperature. And cooler air, you know, gives you more power.
Exactly. All right, so awesome. We got the two cars.
Yeah,
George
Sean,
and Njoroge and Clement Marini. We're just waiting to hear from the officials what to do. We can see Juguna Mara Juguna, of course, the general manager of the Kenya Motorsports Federation, just consulting with the other officials what to do, because the other two, Evans Kavisi and Hamza Anwar, running a little late out here. And of course, the importance of starting the races on time. So just strolling across the track, we can see Jet Anthony. And of course, consultations, the clerk of the course will also be consulting with the other stakeholders what to do, because the races must start on time. And we're not seeing, from our point of view, the advantage. Here we see Evans Kavisi. Looks like he's leaving the pits. He's there. That's the track manager, by the way, Joe Mashiri, in the red shirt. No, that's not him. We can see that looks to be
it should be
Bobo,
Evans.
actually. Yeah,
Is it?
that's Bobo. Former navigator for Maxine Wahome, who's in the red shirt, who was just saying hi there to Evans. It looks like he's coming out onto the track. I think I saw him leaving the pit, so not sure.
Sure, something to note right up here is we have no idea where Hamza is. Now Hamza has won every heat he's entered, and it'd be a crying shame if he couldn't make the semi-final for one reason or the other. And if it is a car problem, that would put him and his dad out of contention. Let's hope that is not the case.
All right, so we are just awaiting feedback. We've not seen Hamza exiting the pits right now. We can see the pits from our commentary booth here near the start and finish. And we've not seen either Evans Kavisi or Hamza exiting the pits. So some decisions have to be made in the next few minutes as to what to do, because the other two drivers have been sitting there for a few minutes. And of course, you know, this will be a little bit concerning for the other two drivers as to what is happening in the pits. So we're just awaiting. This is the first of the open class races in the semi-finals. And remember, we have to start as much as we can on time in regards to the races. Rallycross, of course, sticking to time. So we're not seeing any activity on the edge of the pits so far for the two drivers. And of course, it will be a little bit concerning to the two entrants, because if you don't make it for the semi-finals, you don't go through to the finals.
You're how right you are, but I can see that both cars on the lines have switched off their engines. So maybe it was, you know, we don't know, Sean. We'll find out. We just speculate to see what is actually going on. But if they are...
All right, we'll be back in just a moment.
Our NCBA car loan, you can also get insurance for your car for up to 1 year, and all this within a 24-hour time frame.
Hey, Daddy, we will do 12 visits to Grandma, 8 road trips with Mommy, 52 trips to see my cousins.
We know that it's not about the car, but the journeys. Get your NCBA Asset Finance loan approved in just 24 hours, as well as your car insurance. The name is NCBA, and the numbers that matter to you matter to us. NCBA Bank. Go for it.
check. Let's go. How are you doing, Hamza?
Fine, thank you.
We noticed that you were not at the starting line of the previous race.
Yeah, because my car, the engine went yesterday, so I was using my dad's Evo. So I thought we'd just prolong it because he's doing well in the open class. I thought let the Wazes have a dice of their own, save the car, but I'll do the junior. I'll continue the junior.
What does this mean for your standings in terms of the points?
I missed the first rallycross, so I mean, okay, the open class, I'm not really anywhere, but the team event, we still want to try and win it. Team Soligen, so we'll see. Let's see what we can do. Try and probably set another FTD. Try and beat the fastest time that I already did.
And how's that particular class called the team event? How are you guys performing so far?
No, we're doing well. We had a few issues with the red Subaru, but we're getting it there. I haven't touched it, so there's no excuses for the team. I can push the team harder, and I guess let's see what we can do.
Thank you very much, Hamza. Back to you, Sean.
All right, thanks very much to Solo and Logan. Interesting to see that Hamza has sacrificed the open class, which he was almost, he was in with a very good chance of winning the class, to focus on the junior class and to try and save the car.
Yeah, well, he had actually won every heat he had entered in, whether junior or open. But he's got a lot more fronts on rallying that he is entering, Europe and stuff. So why not give his dad the opportunity to go and have fun, And I think they're very commendable. And they will slot that Open A just before or just after the Open B, somewhere around 11:20. It gets them to be, on an even keel, similar cars in a similar race. So for now, we'll go to
the two-wheel drive.
Exactly, and you can tell me who they are.
All right, so Neil Gohill, Samir Nanji, and Ron Oakley. So Ron Oakley in the Vitz, which is the orange Vitz, and then of course Neil Gohill in his familiar Vitz, the one with Shell V-Power livery. And then, of course, the white VW with Samir Nanji, who's been very, very impressive in that VW. So it should be interesting in the two-wheel drive, the first of the two-wheel drives, as we can see Samir Nanji there in his VW Golf that he's been using for the last 3 years or so.
It's going to be interesting, especially between Neil and Samir, because these guys did not race in the same heat yesterday, and they won their respective heats convincingly.
That's Ron Oakley, by the way, that we just saw. And then we go to Neil, who was also very impressive yesterday. So this is going to be an interesting semi-final, huh?
It is, and different cars. A Toyota Vitz modified to the 2ZZ 1800 VVT engine. That's for Neil. That left-hander will have a red flag.
All right, so it looks like the race will be red flagged. We saw the officials racing with the red flags to stop the race. He's on the side, a disaster for Neil. Hopefully they'll be able to get that car back on its wheels. And of course they'll have to go back to the pits and to see what to do, whether that car can continue. They'll have to check. But he's all right. He's coming out. He's coming out of the car. The car is on the side before they decide to put it back on its wheels. But disaster for Neil Gohill.
Yep, so for those of you who don't know, red flag, race has been red flagged, and that means the cars slow right down and make their way back to the pits or the start line. In this instant, it's the start line. We'll see what the officials say. We still have to look at that car. If the roll cage is not compromised and the car is fine, because the driver is in good nick, it can carry on. But we need to get some guys over there and tip it back onto its wheels.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, Neil Gohill, who's been so impressive in his races yesterday, rolled while he was in the lead. The car is on the side. The other two drivers are back at the start, and the immediate priority is to get the car back on its wheels. Sushil and Sangeeta, of course, his parents and his sister Priya, will be a little bit concerned. They're, of course, glad, first of all, that the driver is okay. So we're having a look at the replay of what happened exactly. So he was comfortably in the lead, but we can see he overcooked it slightly just after this corner. Logan,
he was
you take
okay
us through
there,
it.
and then he turned in just, too tight. And we're here. Right? Oh, no, he didn't even clip the inside. That was just a build-up of sand on the outside. So he
what is
should
that,
have
oversteer,
no, he
understeer?
basically should have been in on the harder side of the track. He ventured out where it's a lot more sandy, and it just built up. This is what we call a soft roll. He has no issues. I don't think the car will be that badly damaged. They've put it back onto its wheels. I was just rotten luck, man. Rotten luck. He was just slightly, marginally wide of would you say on the tarmac, would say a dry line, of a hard line, shall we say. It was just built up of sand on the outside, and she went over.
All right, so as you said, probably the damage won't be too much, but of course the main priority is to get it into the pits, just check that it's okay. Some decisions will be made what to do in regards to restarting the race, but disaster for Neil Gohill. And of course we say it's part of racing, but the main thing is he's okay. He is fine, he's there on his feet, he'll go back to the pits, and of course they'll have to decide. There we can see Sushil coming, that's the father in the red cap and the white shirt, just to come. First of all, you've seen that the son is okay. Here's the replay. Logan, just take us through this again and your thoughts.
I don't think he was off his line, but he didn't come in tight enough to keep on the harder part of the track. As you can see, he's on the outside, not on the racing line, and the build-up of sand, and that front wheel just dug in. Maybe he hit the brakes at that time. We cannot say for certain. He will tell us. And she just buckled.
All right, so as we were saying, you can just see the sand there, and we saw Samir going past him. They had not taken the Joker lap at that point. For Neil, it's just to, brush it off as a racing incident, try and see if they can get the car back into action. Can he continue? Of course, that now is up to the officials, up to them as well. Once they've checked the car, that is Neil. As we can see the other two at the start. So we'll have to wait and see exactly, and of course we'll try and find out from Solo, who's in the pits, once the car is back in the pits, to find out exactly what is going to happen next, whether he can compete maybe in the other semi-final. Remember, there are two races in the two-wheel drive category. We'll have to wait and see. Oh dear, we can see with these younger drivers it does happen. With Neil, he's had a good run up to now. Unfortunately, these things happen in racing.
Yeah, harsh on him, because I don't think he didn't really put a foot wrong there. That's the racing incident. Interesting to see if our director can give us another highlight of that roll. Did that right front tire puncture before? And did that buckle it? I don't know. I don't think it was a puncture, but it could be. It's quite mystical as to why that car just went over on an open track. And the only thing we can see is the build-up of sand, but it did seem like that front just buckled in. Maybe it was a puncture. We'll see. When we get another highlight of it, we'll see. But rotten luck for Neil.
All right, so the car being towed back, they will just check. A lot of it will be superficial damage. They just need to check regarding the wheel alignment and to see that everything is in place, because it looked like an innocuous roll, so to speak. You're talking about punctures. I don't see any really there. I just think that he overcooked it slightly in that corner, and as you mentioned, of course, the texture of the soil changes into that corner. It's soft sand, and just overcooked the corner slightly, and it was just more of an innocuous roll than anything else. We don't see much damage to the bodywork really as such, no broken windows and things like that. So let's have a look. They'll have a look once we get into the pits. Hopefully we'll hear from Solo, who's in the pits. He will, of course, link up with the team, and we will wait to see. From the organizers, we'll find out what happens in regards to this race and, of course, the next races.
Yeah, as concerns eligibility to restart, First and foremost, they'll have to look at that rear, the right rear. That looks skew. Anyway, we'll get some feedback on that. But now, if he wanted to re-enter, I suppose he could. It's all up to the organizers. But essentially, the first things first, it'll have to be, as chief scrutineer for Zambia, I'll tell you that we'll have to go through that car, check if roll cage has been or hasn't been compromised. If it hasn't, it's fine. If his windscreen is shattered, if it's too shattered, we must kick it out. We must put some goggles on. If the car is fine, we can go.
All right, so we're seeing pictures of the two drivers. That's Samir Nanji and Ron Oakley. As we have a look again, just have a look, Logan.
Yeah, small divot there on the outside, and then the build-up of sand. I don't think there was any mechanical failure. You know, just rotten luck, man. You know, here, there's the divot.
All right, so just looking, nothing major we're looking there. Just looks like the texture of the soil. I just think he overcooked it slightly. All right, so that's exactly where he rolled. You're looking at the pictures of the point where he rolled, and I just think he overcooked it a bit. That's it.
Well, if you look at it, you know, there is a small divot in the road at that point, and it was at the right angle, you know, and just rotten luck, man. Honestly, it was just rotten luck. The kid has been driving superbly the whole weekend in a tiny little divot, you know, and his car is at the right angle for that divot to create an issue, which we should never do. And that's the result.
All right, so you're having a look. Here's the car as it heads into the pits. We'll link up with Solo hopefully in just a moment. He's our man in the pits as we see the car going into the pits. In case you're just joining us, Neil Gohill was in the lead in the two-wheel drive category, and he rolled while in the lead. It looked like an innocuous roll. The texture of the soil changed there. We're just awaiting the feedback as to what happens next exactly. We saw the two drivers there at the start and finish having a discussion with Jet Anthony and the other officials. Logan, you have some news from the officials. What's the latest?
So what we'll do now, that car is not gonna re-enter this heat, so we'll go with Samir and Ron, and then we will have that open class that we missed earlier.
All right, so just confirming what Logan said, the other two entries in the two-wheel drive category that raced just a few moments ago will continue. It'll be two entries in this race as they analyze the car. As Logan mentioned, of course, one of the priorities is to check the roll cage and to check that the integrity of the car is okay to continue for Neil Gohill, who was leading up to that point. We can see Maureen Njuguna, the general manager of the Kenya Motorsports Federation, there with Jet Anthony. They're just checking to make sure that the drivers are okay. They will restart in just a moment. This is the semi-finals of the two-wheel drive category, the first race minus Neil Gohill, who was leading until he rolled, and we will start in just a moment. Restart this race in just a moment. All right, so Ron Oakley in the VITS and Samir Nanji in the VW. And on paper, the VW has the edge over the VITS. And Ron Oakley was mentioning to us last night, in fact, he was having a talk with Rob Gao, who's a specialist in this. He was asking Rob, what can you do to my car while I'm away? So I expect some differences, maybe some upgrades to the car. Let's link up with Solo, who's in the pits.
Good morning. How are you doing, bro?
I'm doing well. And yeah, unfortunately, Neil, he rolled in the semi-finals. It was a soft roll, but he's doing well. He's gone for medical checkup. It's just to check if he's okay because of the adrenaline. You don't feel anything. But yeah, so far the team's working on the car. I was watching it live, and Neil was going. He was just sending it on the launch. He got like such a perfect launch, and he even took it well over the jump. I think unfortunately, you know, because of the four wheels, we dug up the ruts over there. And I think when he went into the corner, his car got, when he went sideways, I think he got caught in a rut, and that caused him to flip. But nothing to worry about. We still have the finals. He can come back in the finals and show it's how it's done. But yeah, this is the main thing about racing. There's ups and lows, but the main thing is to never give up.
All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's head on back to Sean and Everett in the studio. Thank you.
As they say, never say die. Well done. I'm sure the medics will pass him and the car is fine. So in the meantime, we start again with this two-wheel drive. It's just Samir and Ron, minus Neil, who did some acrobatics for us earlier on. But he'll be fine, and he's not out of it. That's the
For the organisers taking no chances in regards to Neil Gohill, just a quick medical checkup. Just to make sure that he's okay, and of course check that the car, more importantly, has passed the test to continue, and obviously they'll give him another chance in the other two-wheel drive category. So Ron Oakley racing into the lead here.
Yeah, as you were saying, he was asking Rob, what can you do to make my car faster? Maybe we're smelling an engine change for the next round, eh?
Exactly. All right, so good to see Ron in the Vitz, the Hyper Vitz, we'll call it, in the lead. Nice and clean through the chicane, both oh, I spoke too soon, knocking both tires. So will there be a time penalty in regards to that? We will of course find out from the organisers. They are trying to clamp down on the drivers from knocking those tires. So Logan, that could prove to be decisive a little bit later in this race, because there's no doubt it's going to be a tight race between these two drivers.
True, you know, but there's not many entries into this two-wheel, so maybe they'll still make the final with the penalty. You know, we never know. We'll have a look-see. But Samir is now really pressuring Ron. He's up the tailpipes, as we call it.
End-to-end racing this, as we can see, he's on his tail. You could almost have a tow hitch between the two of them.
That's exactly where Neil rolled, and no problems for them. It was just rotten luck. You know, his front wheel hit that divot at the precise angle to let that car go over, you know.
All right, so just a quick, just noted that Ron clipped the tires there coming out of the corner. We can see the marshal going to correct that. So is he going to be penalized for that?
Yeah, he'll get a 3-second. But you know, that Golf is quicker, but Ron is being crafty. You know, that's experience. He's keeping his car on the inside. And it's just Samir can't get round him on the outside.
All right, you know? Side by side, here they are.
It's got to happen at some point. And that point is now. Samir gets past him over the jump.
He knows this car like the back of his hand. He's had it for the last 3 years in Rallycross, Autocross, and Kenya National Rally Championships. Samir Nanji in the lead right now. I remember there will be time penalties for them. Both of them have clipped the tires. Remember, both sets of tires at the chicane were clipped by Samir Nanji. So is that 3 or 6 seconds? We shall find out from the organisers. But Ron Oakley also clipped the tires where he just passed actually just a few moments ago. So they will get time penalties for that. Logan, at the moment, it is too close to call between the two drivers.
Who's taken the joker from these two? Have any of them taken it?
I don't think so. And remember now it's 6 laps instead of 5 laps, so they have more time to think in terms of the joker.
It is 6 laps. How right you are. Well, I think Samir has pulled a bit of a gap now. Ron takes the joker now, comes out of it. And I think Samir, it's basically he's the one who needs to take the joker next. But he's got a bit of a commanding lead here, Sean. I'm not too worried about positions changing with Samir's joker lap anymore. He's pulled a decent enough gap.
You're absolutely right, because we can see he's now heading into the final corner. In fact, racing past us here at the start finish as Ron Oakley on the tarmac, just about to go through the chicane. and he's got a healthy lead. He was so impressive yesterday, the young man, Samir Nanji. His father is in the pits as well, one of the many father-son family combinations that are here. His father in the pits, of course, just checking that the car is okay, and really sort of running things quietly behind the scenes in the pits, as we see Ron Oakley going there.
Is that
His
your
hand
boy
going
waving
out.
again?
Confidence there, personified. Onto the tarmac. Nice and clean, no need to do anything silly. Look at the drone shot, we can see the distance between the drivers and how far ahead he is. Beautiful shot, we can see a small reservoir there.
Yep, as Samir comes onto the straight to start his final lap, he has a big enough lead over Ron, and he can take that joker with ease.
All right, so into the joker lap we can see. Oh no, that's not the joker lap, sorry. All right, so heading comfortably. It looks like he did the joker lap. We missed the joker lap. I need glasses. Ah, it was the first lap, I understand, that he did the joker lap. All right, so quick clarification, he did the joker on the first lap. And by the way, he's been doing that quite a bit this weekend, Logan.
He's one of the few who's been taking it, whatever position he's in, whether he's leading, whether he's last, whether he's second, he's been going straight into the joker, and it's worked every time for him.
All right, so comfortable win, well, comfortable lead, has to be said, as he heads into the final corner. And it's going to race past us here at the commentary booth, and he goes across the line. And a comfortable semi-final win, minus Neil Gohill, who did not compete in this race. But well done to Samir Nanji as Ron Oakley comes past the chicane, nice and comfortable, heads into the final corner, onto the finish, and goes across the finish line. Ron Oakley in the two-wheel drive category. So, Logan, another comfortable victory for Samir Nanji.
Yep, his competition was Neil, and Neil tossed it on the first lap. Very strange roll, to be fair, you know. I just think it was just rotten luck. Car wasn't at the perfect angle to roll at the perfect time in a perfect divot. You know, and you've seen people go round and round and round 2 days in a row over that same rut, also go wide, and nothing happens. So it's just rotten luck, but here he's all good from the medic side of it. We just...
All right, so let's link up with Solo, who's in the pits. He will link up with Samir Nanji, who is just taking his gloves off and about to get his helmet off. Let's go to the pits where Solo is waiting to speak to Samir Nanji just once he opens the door. Let's link up with Solo, who's with Samir Nanji, a comfortable victor in the two-wheel drive category.
Good morning, Samir. How do you do?
Good morning. How are you doing?
Easy, man. You look extremely happy with yourself.
Well, I'm a bit upset that Neil got out. I hope he's okay. I actually want to go and check on him right now. But at least the race went well. No issues. I hit a couple of tires, probably a 6-second penalty. But I guess that's about it.
For the record, Neil is fine. The car is a bit slightly damaged, but nothing that they can't fix and get him back into the race. How's your car performing?
My car is performing well. My temperatures are a bit high, but I'm managing. That's about it.
So you have comfortably won the semi-final.
I'm not sure.
Have you?
I have no idea.
So what was your intention coming into this event?
To finish. Just to finish. Whether it was first or second, it was all right. But I wanted to give Neil a bit of competition. It would have been a good show.
All right, let's hope that Neil does come back. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Samir and in his Golf. Just tell us a bit about the car, the setup and what you've done.
So, as you can see around the car, there's a L-ring sticker. I'm using L-ring gaskets and silicone to as headpieces for my car. So the top cover gasket, head gasket, exhaust gaskets, and a lot more wider range. and with that performance, it's actually helping keeping the car maintaining, even though my temperatures are a bit high.
How much has it cost you to put the car together? I know you've done it over time, though.
It's taken a while. Honestly, I can't even give you the figure. It's a bit hard to do that.
All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That is Samir. He has won this particular heat for this race. Right now, let's do this. Let's head on back to Sean in studio, and we'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the Rallycross.
All right, thanks very much, Solo. Very interesting insights, and I love the way the drivers look out for each other. Here's the open class. Carl Tundo, Clement Marini, George Njoroge, Ian Duncan, and Asad Anwar. This should be some race. So an incredible lineup here as we see 4 cars. I'm trying to see
5 altogether.
5, actually 5 altogether. Sorry, one car is slightly clouding us here from the broadcasting studio. So Carl Tundo, Clement Marini, George Njoroge, Ian Duncan, and Asad Anwar. What a lineup, Logan, this is.
Yeah, separate the men from the men. All vastly experienced. This is the open class. Remember, Flash has to do the Joker twice.
Yeah.
So he's really at a disadvantage. If he could get the whole shot and clear out for a bit, hopefully he can, open a gap. But I don't know. Two Jokers seems like a bridge too far. Yeah.
All right, so they were saving the car. There's obviously a plan in the pits between the Anwar family. Of course, Hamza is racing quite a bit. This is a chance really for Dad to have a little bit of glory this weekend. There's Ian Duncan, our rally legend, the 1994 Safari Rally winner, who is there. Carl Tundo, of course, a 5-time Safari Rally winner in the Proto. As Logan had mentioned, he has to do the Joker twice. We've got the legend Asad Anwar in the Evo. George Njoroge, of course, another motorsports legend. Great to see him there. And Clement Marini, who is in the hatchback. A great lineup for the open category here. 6 laps. The Proto has to do the Joker twice. The others have to do the Joker at least once during this. We saw Asad Anwar penalized for not doing the Joker in his previous race. So this will be extremely interesting. Asad will not want to do such a rookie mistake once again, Logan.
Yeah, as the countdown begins.
And they're off!
Who's got the jump? It looks like the Proto. He's got the inside and the whole shot. Flash.
Incredible shot we can see here. Who decides? And it looks like Ian and George Njoroge, I think that is, who have decided to do the Joker. And Flash deciding to race ahead. He wants to try and build up as much of a lead. He has to do the Joker twice. It looks like that's his strategy. Let's try and build up a huge lead and then take it from there. So as he comes up towards the chicane, remember, they get penalized if they clip the tires, so they're going to have to be extremely careful here. Flash through safely.
That was quickly through as well.
Asad also safely through. Ian, he's a wily old fox, he's safely through. No clipping of the tires. These are the 2 that elected to do the Joker on the first lap. Clement Marini clipping the tires there. And that's given George Njoroge a slight edge coming out of that corner. He could take it slightly wider.
Gave him a straighter line out, did it not?
All right, so now comes the interesting part. Flash electing to do the Joker.
Whoa! Did you see that?
No, he didn't. He
Side
came
by
out of that
side.
really fast.
Side by side there, Asad and Ian in the buggy. I wonder who will come out ahead in that one.
Asad is ahead of Ian at this point in time as they go through the chicanes here. Flash well ahead. Let's see if he's going to do the Joker.
Nope.
Remember, they do 6 laps in the semis, so they have a little bit more freedom of when to do the Joker. But Flash saying, let's try and go as far ahead as possible, as I have a distinct disadvantage having to do the Joker twice.
I'm just loving what the shenanigans between Assad and Ian Duncan. They are on each other, they're having their own race. But don't factor them out of this. Flash hasn't taken the Joker yet, and he has to do it twice.
All right, so at the moment, Flash well ahead. Now we're going to see the handicap, how it will work. So Flash, I'm sure, is going to go into the Joker on this lap.
No, he doesn't. So Flash's plan, just go as quick as he can and do the Joker on the last 2 laps. Let's see if it works out. So far, so good. He is pulling a gap, but is it big enough to take that Joker twice and still come out on top? What do you think, Sean?
I think it's going to be too tight. Hamza Anwar, who's having a titanic battle with Ian in that buggy, which has an Evo 10 engine and a sequential gearbox. Incredible piece of kit that Ian has. All right, so Flash going through nice and easy there. Great battle this. We can see through the drone shots between Hamza Anwar and Ian Duncan. Incredible shots here.
But as you can see for Flash, right, that is the advantage of a clean run. He's
So there
open.
he is in the Joker, Logan. He's there in the Joker.
He has to go 2 more laps to go, and he has to take the Joker twice, so he has to take it on the last 2 laps. That was his strategy, but he had a clear run, and when you do, you can drive to your perfection, and he just pulled up, and there we go. He and Duncan is past Hamza Anwar. They've been fighting from the get-go on this heat. It's been a joy to watch, Sean.
So Flash about to lap Georgian Njoroge, and he slapped him, and about to catch Clement Marini. Incredible drive by Carl Tundo.
Yes,
into the final lap.
He is going some.
All right, so let's see what Flash does here.
He has to go to the Joker. There's nothing else he can do. But Sean, I think he's done it. He's pulled a big enough gap. I honestly think he's done it. He's out the Joker now, and the other 2 blokes are not in sight.
Speechless here.
Well done.
Incredible stuff.
Here
Brilliant driving by Flash.
Yeah, brilliant.
And look at Ian. This is a great performance by Ian. How he's handling that buggy, I have no idea. The power to weight is crazy in that car. As Flash now, Clement is the rabbit, and Flash can't pass him here through the chicane, but surely around the final corner, amazing.
That was just
what a
bullying.
Performance by Flash.
Wasn't that just bullying? Flash was on his final lap going to the finish, but he just wanted to overtake the GCA just to show. But there you have it, folks.
And Ian
Double
also
Joker.
overtaking Georgian Njoroge there across the finish line. Huge, huge performance by these two. Well done to Flash.
Bullies.
There was obviously some thinking last night by Flash. He's like, what do I do to outwit these people?
Basically, what did I say from yesterday, Sean? The whole shot is half your race. He had the whole shot. He says, right, I'm in front now. I'm just going to try and make this gap as big as possible. And if it works, I've got those 2 Jokers. I'll take them at the end. That's exactly what he did. He had a clear track because of his whole shot. And he just put his head down. There was no one in front of him. And he managed. Well done.
The other incredible drive was by Ian Duncan. How he's handling that buggy. I think only Ian can handle that buggy because that was incredible. For him to finish ahead of Hamza Anwar, I tip my imaginary hat to Ian. What a drive by Ian Duncan to finish second ahead of Hamza Anwar. That was something else, and it shows that Ian, we're not going to say despite his age, but is just enjoying his motorsports and he's enjoying rallycross.
I'll tell you something, that's a crazy old fellow, man. In a buggy, no fear, brilliant.
What a race. What a race. And I'm looking forward to looking at the replays as we see the Bowser go on the track. We'll link up with Solo in just a moment. We'll catch up with Flash after what was an incredible race. And here's Flash as he comes out of the car. I'm sure Billy, his son, is nearby to come and check on Dad. But let's link up with Solo, who is with Flash, who no doubt will have a huge smile on his face. Let's link up with Solo.
So, give us a few minutes. We're just trying to get find out what Flash is up to. He's middling with the pedals. If you can see what's happening on the camera. So, no, not yet, not yet. So we can see that he's trying to show the mechanics there's something that's not working right. He's playing around with the pedals, between the clutch, the brakes. Something that's not working too well. He should be with us in a couple of minutes. Sorting out one or two issues. But ladies and gentlemen, if you watch that particular race, it was extremely, extremely exciting. Ian, Flash, Assad, flat out, putting their machines to the test. Let's see if we can get a few words out of how did that go?
Yeah, it's good. It's nice being first on the grid because you can keep out of the mayhem behind you.
Could you see it in your rearview mirror?
I wasn't even worried about that because I knew I had to do 2 joker laps. So I was just trying to get ahead.
And have you looked at the speeds that you've been doing as you drove?
No, I'm concentrating on the corners and the jumps and things like that.
How's she performing? We've seen you playing around with the pedals. Is there something wrong?
No, nothing wrong. It was just a bit loose. I just felt like I was, see, it's moving around, so we'll just tighten it up.
Any change of strategy as you go into the next race?
No.
Flat out.
Just try and go as quickly as possible to keep ahead of these guys.
Thank you very much and all the best. Let's see if we can quickly get a word from Ian. Hi Ian, how you doing?
Good, thanks.
How easy is it being in the dust, especially you being in the buggy?
Okay, it has a windscreen, it's not that bad, but we do need to water a little bit so we can see where we're going. But yeah, it was good, fun race.
Any idea of what you're going to do a bit differently to make sure that you can, 1, get out of Assad's dust, and 2, stay ahead of him or stay ahead of him and Carl?
Yeah, I mean, Carl's going very quickly. He's even doing 2 joker laps as a penalty and still beating us, so it's fine. If I can just stay in front of Assad, I'll be happy.
Hi. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That's Ian Duncan. Back to you, Sean.
All right, very interesting insights. And of course, you know, it's quite rare to see Ian talking in front of the camera. And, you know, it's such interesting insights. And Ian saying he's perfectly happy to, you know, be in front of Assad and admitting that it is difficult to keep up with Flash, even with the 2 joker laps penalty.
Yeah, but it really worked out to its advantage there. As soon as he got that whole shot, he just put his head down and tried to grow and grow and grow that gap. He didn't even think of the joker until he had 2 laps left, and he knew it was compulsory.
Your thoughts as we look at the close-up of the buggy. You know, we're saying it's got Evo 10 running gear here. Your thoughts as we look at that, Logan?
It takes a big man to drive that buggy. Evo 10 power, rear-wheel drive. What does that buggy weigh? 800? You know, 800, 900 kilos. It's crazy, man. And he's got to handle that thing. And he does. But hats off to him. I mean, to handle that thing, he needs some skills.
All right, so as we have a look at Ian's buggy, these are the highlights of what was an incredible race between them in the open class. And in the end, it was Carl Tundo, Ian Duncan, Asad Anwar, Clement Marini and George Njoroge finishing in that order in the open class. What a race it was. And Clement Marini and George Njoroge being lapped in this race. That's how fast they were going. And Carl Tundo, despite having the penalties of having to do the joker lap twice, as we have a look at the close-up here of the buggy. These are rare pictures, ladies and gentlemen, as we have a look at a close-up of the buggy. That was Ian's buggy, which has an Evo 10 engine and a sequential gearbox. We're getting ready for the next race as the cars come up here for the next semi-final. What a set of races we've had. as we have a look. I think it's the junior class now, as we can see Hamza Anwar come there, Rajveer Tethi. As we have a look at the junior class.
And who's in that, the hatch GC8, Sean?
Yeah, just trying to confirm who is in the junior class. Hamza Anwar, Rajveer Tethi and John Kadivani are the three drivers there. So Hamza Anwar, Rajveer Tethi and John Kadivani will be competing in the junior event, the semi-finals, as they continue this Sunday morning, as we have the fourth rallycross event, the third. Remember, there is a three-event championship in 2023. This is the second of three events in 2023. Championship points at stake. So John Kadivani there, along with Hamza Anwar and Clement Marini, who will be in the junior class there. Sorry, Rajveer Tethi. Rajveer Tethi in there. Sorry, my apologies. Rajveer Tethi, Hamza Anwar and John Kadivani will be competing in that race. All right, so they're at the start. Your thoughts here? It'll be very difficult to catch up with Hamza, huh?
Yeah, and he's in pole position, so chances are he will get the whole shot. They're about to take off.
All right, so they're off. And we'll wait and see to see who's got the whole shot.
Yeah, we need to be informed there, Sean. We're having some technical issues here in the studio.
All right, so just trying to keep up with the pictures. One or two technical issues here. You'll have to bear with us, but it looks like John Kadivani has elected to go on the Joker on the first lap. You'll have to bear with us. We will try and keep up with what's happening on the track. One or two technical issues here in our mobile studio. But it looks like Hamza Anwar has the lead here, and if he has the lead, it will be extremely difficult for us to keep up with him. Yes, we can see that he's got the lead. Hamza, as he goes through the chicane, with Rajveer Tethi in second place and John Kadivani in third place. So a comfortable lead already on the first lap. They have 6 laps, the juniors, just like their senior counterparts, to catch up. So Hamza electing not to do the Joker on this. He's sharing the car with his father Asad, the Mitsubishi Evolution 9, which is essentially a Group N car. Yeah. So comfortable lead, Logan.
Yep, he did get the whole shot. His first lap was a bit ragged. He clipped the inside. His car went on 2 wheels momentarily. I think he's calmed down now, and that's, you know, Sean, we've watched this kid the whole weekend, you know. Once he's in this position, it's curtains for the rest.
This really is, in case you're joining us, Hamza competing in the Junior World Rally Championship and building up a lot of experience, getting a lot of advice and a lot of training from his father. He's also receiving training from the legend Tapio Laukkanen as well. So you're seeing it in his driving. He's being extremely clean in his driving generally, driving very, very well. He's not driving over the limits, and we're seeing a change in his driving style, which is proving to be very, very effective. So
he's
Hamza,
finally taken the Joker.
There he is.
Hamza takes the Joker and comes out way in front. As Sean said, smooth, clean driving.
I am very, very impressed with the driving of Hamza, way ahead. And the heavy investment by Asad Anwar on his son is paying dividends. He's so far ahead right now, avoiding the tires, which is no mean feat because one of the tires is lying slightly on the road there in the racing line. So no easy feat there. As a former rally driver, you know, you have to be extremely careful, even in competition, that nothing more serious happens to the car should you hit those tires at any angle.
Yeah, true, but the angle of those tires, that was Hamza when they were changing the monitor. He hit them once. Yeah, him and Rajvi both go into the Joker. That GC8 of Rajvi's sounds lovely as well, eh?
Very, very well set up. They are another family, by the way, who spend a lot of time on their cars, and we can see it reflected. The reliability of the car, the way it sounds, the way it looks. Beautiful, beautiful car. I love that car. I'm a big fan of GC8s. And I'm sure you are as well.
It's an affordable car to race with.
Exactly. All right, so he's putting up a bit of a fight here. We can see Rajveer. But I think, you know, you were saying yesterday, he does put his foot off the pedal a little bit, Hamza, and lets him catch up a little bit, and then he puts his foot down again and goes ahead. So it looks like he's driving probably about 60-70% of his capabilities, to be fair.
Yeah, but this one here, he's not tapping off because he knows he clipped the tires and he's got a 3-second penalty. So he's giving it. He's more than 3 seconds ahead anyway, but he can't afford to let that slip.
All right, so you can see through this drone shot the distance between the two drivers. Wonderful shots here of the Machakos People's Park. Hamza Anwar well ahead at this point, the penultimate lap. They got one more lap. Remember, they do 6 laps in the semi-finals here. And there he is, Mora, the general manager of the Kenya Motorsports Federation, with the sign showing the final lap. Nice and clean. Beautiful shots here of Hamza, flat out over the jump, which was created by Joe Machiri for this event. Wonderful shots here, going past the point where Neil rolled. And that's John Kadavane in the GC8 hatchback. All right, your comments, Logan, as he heads into the final corners here.
Yeah, once again, a country mile ahead on this semi-final. He does have a 3-second penalty for clipping the tires once, but he's far more than 3 seconds ahead of Rajveer, so he wins that heat comfortably.
Rajveer Tethi coming across the finish line in second place, and then we'll wait for John Kadavane, who's coming onto the tarmac now. We'll go through the chicane momentarily. All right, nice and clean through the chicane. No major issues for the hatchback. Into the final corner. Onto the final straight and across the finish line in third place in the junior category.
Well done. Another clean sweep for Hamza with a clean drive as well.
Can't put a foot wrong at this point. We'll link up with him in just a moment. Solo is our man in the pits, who will link up with Hamza, who will be very, very pleased with how he's driven so far. And also Dad will be pleased as well. Asad Anwar. Let's link up with Solo, who is in the pits as he waits for Hamza to take off his helmet. Seatbelts, of course, unbuckled. We'll take off the gloves in just a moment. Just speaking to the mechanics, giving feedback. Let's listen in.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are with Hamza Anwar. How did that go?
That was good. Decided to have some fun myself. I did the Joker twice. I think I won. So
you did win.
Oh, okay, nice. So it was really good fun.
So congratulations, Hamza, on that win. We've seen you kind of slowing down. Did you actually slow down to wait for Rajveer to catch up and then leave him again?
No, I didn't slow down. And he's trying very hard. And I think he's put in a solid performance, and very good for him. And yeah, just having some fun. It was good. Did the Joker twice, so yeah, I still got it.
Between having this and having your original Scooby-Doo, which of the two would you think? Would you still be able to have kept the pace that you have today with the Scooby?
Yeah, with the Scooby-Doo, if it was in its without the restrictor, yeah, definitely. It's a force to be reckoned with, and it looks wild and sounds even wilder. So, but yeah, the Evalina is doing well. so not bad.
How is the car holding up? You said you had to save up the car for Dad and just make sure that you actually do also competed and won your category in the team race.
Yeah, there's been an epic battle in the open class with Hamza Anwar, my dad, the Proto Flash, and Ian Duncan in his crazy buggy. And I think it was a very good duel, and the Group N9 has held up quite well. But obviously, because of the mileage, I thought I'll just relax on the open class and focus on the junior team event for Soleil Gins.
So thank you very much. I think we'll let you get out of the car first and get a bit of a breather. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Hamza Anwar. What we'll try and do is we can try and see if we can speak to their team mechanic. We'd love to know what it is that they keep on looking for every single time the car stops. Would like to know what it is that they do every single the car comes in from a race. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm good, thanks. And yourself?
We've seen you extremely busy under the car, in the hood. What is it that you're exactly looking for?
Everything. And looking at everything, making sure the car is in good nick so we can keep winning.
So what in particular do you have to look out for every single time the car comes back in?
Just looking for anything that will be troublesome, but the car generally is good, touch wood. So there's no particular thing we're looking at, it's everything.
So for yesterday in the evening, you had to change a couple of things for today's race.
Yeah.
What did you have to remove or replace?
Mainly the brake discs and brake pads, because especially Hamza here uses left foot braking and he wears those down quickly. So we have to keep it in good form for that.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate every single thing that you guys are doing. As Dad said, you guys are the unsung heroes of this event. Asante sana. Back to you in studio, Sean.
All right, extremely interesting insights there, and something I didn't know. Of course, you from your rallying days would know, of course, the different braking styles. Hamza is a left foot braker, and that is one of the factors they check with the car every time it comes in.
Yeah, if you're going to left foot brake, you're going to go through brake pads a heck of a lot quicker than a normal braker. Also, your discs wear quicker. And the brakes run hotter. You are more at risk of brake fade through a stage. So, but if you got the right equipment, the right discs, the right temperature brake pads, you should be okay. It's a relatively new way of driving compared to the old guys who just brake, turn, and accelerate. These people brake in the corner to adjust their car's angle to wherever they want it with the left foot on the brake and the accelerator foot down. It's crazy, but it works.
Very, very interesting insights, and of course that's why Logan is here, of course, to give us the insights as to what happens with the cars and of course with the drivers, not just the action on the track. So thank you so much, Logan. It's an absolute privilege to have you here from Zambia to help us commentate. Our thanks very much to our title sponsors, Betika and NCBA Bank, SPS Power, Duchess Leah, Machakos Tourism and Machakos County, CFAO Motors. Make sure you go and see their cars and also their bikes as well. Yamaha bikes and also Toyota vehicles. Cabras Sugar, Levi, Kenchik, 98.4 Capital FM, Wilkin Group, JCB Ganatra, Aquamist and Africa Eco. Thank you so much once again. Of course, this event would not be possible without the sponsors. So as we see the water bowls are going around the track, we'll have a small break and we'll be back. Logan Naidu and Sean Carter-Villis, along with Solo, who's in the pits, will be back momentarily.
what we just witnessed there was the highlights package of that two-wheel drive race won by Shamir, and that is the race where Neil had his roll, and the camera is on his car in the pits, and it looks like it's almost ready, so chances are he will come out again. Yeah, so, you know, Neil's roll, more rotten luck than anything. He was off the racing line, and a small rut caught him, and his car was in the right angle. If you can see him coming into this, he was fine here, and now he stayed out. He stayed out. He should have turned in somewhere here. He stayed out. As you can see, now you're on the dirty line. And there goes the divot. If you can see, there you go. It built up, clipped, and he was over. What we call a soft roll in rally. You know, I wish it had fallen down onto its wheels. Maybe Neil would have carried on and wowed the crowd even more. But as it stands, medics have checked the young man. He is fine. His mechanics are going through his car. He will be back. Yeah, he's fine. He is just raring to go again. So it's just all depends on his car, which looks like it's going to be ready. But the scrutineer will have to go through it when they finally are done with fixing it. If they give the go-ahead, and then the kid is good to go, we will see Neil once again. We now move on to the two-wheel drive B class. And our listing here says we have Jose, Joseph, and Adnan. I see Jose and Joseph on the start line. No sign of Adnan in that beautifully sounding Daihatsu. Let's hope he's gonna make it out the pits. Otherwise, it's just gonna be a two-horse race. A big thank you to our sponsors. Our primary sponsors, Betika and NCBA. And a list of all our sponsors that make this all possible: SPS Power, Duchess Leah, Machakos Tourism and Machakos County. CFAO. Jose holds that pole position right into the first corner. Up in the first corner, Jose gets the whole shot. Both of them forsake the Joker and go straight into the main track. So Jose out in front with Joseph closely in attendance. Taxi bouncing there, he does not have, that is standard suspension. You know, raised it, maybe they put a bit of stiffer springs, I don't know, but it's the standard shock, people. They're quite evenly matched. Oh, Joseph clips the tires, and twice. That will be a 6-second penalty. But he's got the bit between his teeth because he is catching Jose on the straight. He's on his bumper. Jose takes the Joker. Let's see how this pans out. Joseph should come up way ahead, seeing as he hasn't taken the Joker, and that's exactly what happens. Now Joseph has a clear track ahead of him. The idea here is to pump in fastest lap by fastest lap extend the gap so he has an avenue to take that joker and still come out ahead. So let's see how he does. And he shouldn't clip any more tires, because then it's all pointless. Because then all the penalties stack up. And he does go clean through the tires this time. So does Jose, clean through the tires. And they're both on the start-finish straight. Joseph at the end of it, Jose in the middle. What does he do? Joseph takes the joker. Now we shall see who is ahead. Joseph on the joker lap, and Jose coming up on the main track. And Joseph is ahead, but Jose is much quicker with the momentum. Coming to that corner, they're neck and neck. Does Jose manage? No, he doesn't. Just outbraked by Joseph, and he manages to stay ahead. Now it's a straight fight to the line. Both have taken the joker. They're on their third lap. 3 more laps. It's a straight head-to-head fight. Through the tires. Joseph clips him again. Jose goes in clean. That's another 3 seconds. Would have been lovely to have that Daihatsu in here as well and see how he would fare. That was a wrong gear out of that corner by Joseph. That's why the car seemed like it bogged down. When he's up and moving, momentum is taken again, but that missed gear has allowed Jose to come right onto the bumper of Joseph, and he's challenging. Couldn't quite do it, and that's the same rut Joseph just hit, that Neil hit that took him over, and nothing happened to Joseph. That's just the rotten luck Neil faced. I think Joseph just too overzealous, and he's clipped the tires twice once more. That's going to stack up, because I'm making it 6, 12, maybe 15 seconds of penalties. You know, but that's because of the pressure. Jose is giving him in a taxi, the car we call the taxi. Dead or bog standard, if you may. But good showing. They've been neck and neck the whole way around. Oh, there we go again. 2 wheels on the same run that Neil hit, but he kept the power down. Maybe that was the difference. He kept the power down, and he turned into the roll ever so slightly, and that kept him on his wheels. But this young man just can't help but clip the tires every time he goes through them. Transition tarmac to dirt for the last time, because they're now on their final lap. I think this time Joseph has maintained the gap. So he comes up to that tricky corner once again. He makes it safely through, does Joseph. Jose directly behind him, onto the tarmac. Heading for the tires. Can he come through these tires, Joseph, that is, clean? And he does. Eventually managed to come through the tires clean, and he's on the home straight. And he takes the checkered flag, does Joseph. Jose out of the last corner, also for the checkered flag. It doesn't necessarily mean he is second. My count, Joseph had a lot of penalties knocking those tires, and they could well put him behind Jose. But well done, very entertaining round, the 2-wheel drives. But I think you could all see there that the Vitz, which is a newer model Vitz, slightly wider than Neil's, but it faced the same dilemma that Neil did, because he also went wide, Joseph did, and clipped the same divot or rut as you would have it, and his car behaved in the same manner. It lifted. Joseph did turn into the roll and kept the power down. I think that helped him. He didn't go over, and he just carried on. In the pits now, maybe Solo will ask him how he felt that hair-raising almost roll.
I am ready whenever you are. Good afternoon. How are you doing? Good morning, actually.
Very well, thank you. Good morning.
Why do you have that look on your face?
I just had so much fun, that's why.
How did you manage to keep it, Jose, off your back?
I never let off. That's how I did it. Full send the whole time.
You've enjoyed it?
So much fun, so much fun.
Tell us about your car. We'd just like to understand your setup and understand why you seem to be enjoying the jumps, why you seem to be getting quite a bit of pace on the straight.
It's actually just a standard Vitz like any other, just that it has a roll cage. On the jump, it doesn't feel too nice inside on standard suspension, but we're here to have a good time, and that's what we're doing.
How many cc's is your engine?
1500.
So it's a 1500 manual?
Yes, manual, 5-speed.
So what is your strategy being in this particular event? Because we've seen you got very clean lines and you're not letting off the accelerator on the jump.
Yes, I'm not. It's flat out the whole time.
So no braking, left foot braking, or what's your style of driving?
Handbrake. I just pulled the handbrake.
Hydraulic or a normal handbrake?
It's hydraulic.
Hydraulic.
Yes.
Thank you very much and congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Meanwhile, what we'll do, we'll take a quick look at the vehicle as we continue. Apart from the gauges and everything else, this is your very basic Vitz RS. Stick shift, 1000 cc.
Okay, thanks, Solo. Talking to Joseph there and on his hair-raising run. And the young man seems very confident, very calm, and says, I just kept the power down. Right, team event legends up next. And on the line are, who do I see there? Hamza Anwar in the Evo 9. There's Ron Oakley in his red N10. Bob Cody in his silver GC8, and Charan Tethi in the GC8, the white and multicolored livery. This is the Legends team event. So, as on screen, Hamza Anwar, Ron Oakley, Charan Tethi, and I think the fourth car is Bob, if I stand corrected. Bob Kogi. So there you have your starting lineup. On the inside, you have Hamza Anwar. Second is Ron Oakley. 3, Charan Tethi. And fourth in the silver GC8, Bob Kogi. This is the Legends team event. As the camera centers on Ron Oakley, all smiles. Charan Tethi there in his GC8. He's a thumbs up. No smile. He means business. So there you have the lineup. 1 Evo 9, 1 Subaru N10, and 2 Subaru GC8s. 1 minute board is up. Hamza Anwar in Asad Anwar, beg your pardon, in pole position in his Evo 9. Ron Oakley in his Subaru N10, second. Charan Tethi in his GC8, third. And Bob Kogi in his silver GC8, fourth on the line. "30-second board is up as they start revving their engines. Here we go, the start of the team event legends. It is a go. Oh, Ron Oakley was quick off the start there. But Asad has the inside and gets the whole shot. Asad goes regular, so does Ron. Charan goes for the joker. First time up, Charan's into the joker. I love the sound of this GC8, Sean.
Incredible stuff, and great driving by Charan Tethi, the father of Rajveer Tethi. Incredible action. That's Asad Anwar, who's always been such a clean driver, even during his rallying days. You know, they say class is permanent. And already racing ahead in his Evo, ahead of Ron Oakley, who's in second place.
Clean to the tires there is Asad and Ron.
Oh! Who's that? George
That was
Joroge, I
Bob.
think.
Bob Kogi.
Bob Kogi, sorry.
Spun out. I think he just carried a bit too much speed into the tire chicane. But he's fine. You know, he'll get that thing reversed and back on the track.
All right, so yeah, that's Bob Kogi in action. So they set up the tires once again as Asad Anwar comes through the chicane. No major problems there. Remember, every time they clip the tires, they get a time penalty, 3 seconds penalty for each tires that they hit. Ron Oakley clipping the tires again.
He did, eh?
Exciting racing here.
To Charan Tethi, remember he took the joker first time out, so Asad comes out of the joker. Uh-oh, he went a bit too wide, clipped the tires on the outside. But he's clean, he's done the joker and he's still in first place. So that works for him. But Ron Oakley also takes the joker. Look at this, Sean. Because he came out of the joker, they're neck and neck with Charan.
So we're seeing also off the camera.
They've gone out of our sight, so we'll know just now who is actually ahead, Sean. Ron just keeps it. Yeah, but that was interesting. That one. Eh?
He's enjoying it, and Charan Tethi, of course, also enjoying it. You know, a lot of these guys just leave it to their sons, you know, at the moment, well, kids really to enjoy, but glad to see them enjoying this weekend. Just loving the action on the track, and of course it is a little bit tricky even for the likes of Asad Anwar, you know, after the Bowser has been on the track. It makes the conditions a little bit tricky initially. It is hot today, by the way. It is warmer than yesterday, so of course that's going to affect the conditions on the track. It'll be continuously changing, particularly with the Bowser coming on from time to time, as the organizers are doing really well to keep the dust down, you know, also for the spectators, and, you know, to make it better visibility for the drivers as well. But that's proving to be a little bit tricky, as we've seen one or two incidents happen today out on the track.
Yeah, you can see that was the challenge Assad faced exiting the Joker. You know, he's been doing it the whole weekend, but same speed, and it was just too quick because it was slippery. So he understeered into the outer tires. Didn't do much damage, no damage at all to the car. Tapped off and lost all the momentum, but picked it up again because he had a big enough gap to come out of that Joker in the lead anyway.
All right, so once again, a big thank you to Logan Naidu, who's here from Zambia to help us with the commentary. We really appreciate you taking some of your valuable time. I know time is money. We can't afford you half the time, but thank you so much for joining us here at the Rallycross once again.
It's always a pleasure to partner up with you, Sean. I mean, the chemistry works. Yeah, and it's so much fun, and I think we keep our audience informed.
All right, so here we see Asad Anwar with a fairly comfortable lead. Remember, 6 laps. And for the drivers, in fact, speaking to Maxine in the pits just now, she's saying, you know, they haven't done this distance before, 6 laps. You know, for some of them, it's a long day out on the course, and also a long day for the cars as well in the long run. So a lot of work for the unsung heroes, the mechanics out on the course, as we can see the Evo 9, which has been faultless throughout the weekend, with Asad Anwar there with a comfortable lead, it has to be said.
He's got a puncture there.
I think so, yeah, I was wondering, yeah.
Front right, that's why he's crawling. He's got a decent enough lead.
But this makes things extremely interesting as he has to
does.
negotiate. Yeah, you can see the puncture on the front right tyre. And he just has to be very conservative as he heads towards the finish line. He is, looks like he will win, but he has to be, oh dear. So Ron Oakley's catching up with him.
I think Ron's going to take him on this corner. Yeah. Ron manages to squeeze past Assad.
All right, so extremely interesting. A puncture putting pay to almost certain victory for Asad Anwar there, who finishes second. Congratulations, Ron Oakley, going round him on the final corner as we see Bob Kaogi, who clipped those tires, and we're seeing again that is the puncture for Asad Anwar on the right tire.
Yep, right front tire completely off the beading. Is that, you know, did it go down? Was it not enough pressure? And on the slide, did it come off the beading? We do not know, but it has compromised his round. He's dropped him from first to second. I appreciate his carefulness there. You know, he could have still been ringing the car with a puncture just to stay ahead of Ron, but he could have also broken the rim, broken the brake disc, and more suspension damage. Why risk it when we got finals to come?
Exactly, well said. You know, of course, the lamination, the delamination of the tire as well would be another factor causing bodywork damage, all kinds of issues. Let's link up with Solo.
That last race was very, very good. Very close. And I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Just give a quick update of what you thought about this lap, because Assad went into the joke, I think, thrice, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think he took that because his car is much faster than the rest of us, and he went for the Joker twice, just in case, to give us a bit of a chance.
How are you feeling right now? How
elated! A win is a win.
How's the car performing?
The car's good, but just needs a computer really to keep up with the Evo. The Evo is a fantastic car, and Assad's fantastic driver.
For purposes of your fans who are watching you right now, just quickly tell us, how old are you? How long have you been driving?
I am Tumazay, 62, and I've been driving since I was 20.
Wow.
So a long time, big rally career.
Hi, thank you very much. Let's see if we can go talk to Mzee Hamza and find out what happened, where he got the puncture from, and why he had to go through the Joker 3 times.
Well, that's life. He was giving us a chance, that's the truth.
Congratulations, nevertheless, and thank you very much.
No worries at all. Asante.
Okay.
All right, so as we wait for Solo to try and get the reactions of Asad Anwar, such great spirit from Ron Oakley. Just love his character and his spirit to, just his spirit in life, huh?
He's always so positive. You're feeling down, go speak to Ron. You'll come out smiling. He's such a zest for life. At 62 years old, he's just told everybody. Still driving at a decent pace, I might add.
Incredible stuff. And if you want to have a good evening, just join Ron Oakley in the evenings. You're guaranteed a great, great evening. So Ron Oakley finishing ahead of Asad Anwar, Charan Tethi in third, and Bob Kaogi fourth in the Legends category. Fantastic race, as we heard. A puncture put paid to Asad Anwar as Ron Oakley snuck around him on the final corner, as you can see with the replay, to take a victory. As we see the Cubs come up to the start, we will just wait and see if we can get reactions from Asad Anwar, as we see the puncture there in the replay that put paid to victory for Asad Anwar. All right, so let's go to Solo as he has reactions from Asad Anwar.
Hi, Azam. How did that go?
We had a lot of fun. We had a good dive with Ron, and I think he'll go happy smiling back to Dubai.
We actually just from there, he's smiling ear to ear, and he's like, that was a very, very nice. Okay, he enjoyed himself. What happened? What did you clip? You ended up with a puncture.
No, we coming into the joker on the last, the wheel came off the rim. So because of the pressure, it came off the rim. It can happen. So they'll put extra pressure in it now.
From a look at it, you look like you're out to have more fun than try to win.
You see, at the end of the day, this is a spectator sport. So we've got so many spectators here, so we might as well have some fun. It's not all about winning. It's about the sportsmanship, the camaraderie. It's having the young boy like Rajveer Sethi, trying to catch up. We're mentoring the boys. I'm 60 now. It's Hamza, Rajveer, Gasheshe, we're mentoring them. This is, for us, it's fun. We've been there, done it. But these are young blood. Jeremy Wahome, Makre Kimathi, Maxine Wahome, Hamza Anwar, Gasheshe, Gohil. We have one boy racing who's not here. Is racing in England, Ganatra. So we are here to take them to the next level, and also we have it's such an honor to be watched by the minister. He's here, so we are excited, and we have Talanta Hela. We are driving under Talanta. We're trying to boost, the youth of this. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll give you some time to recover your breath and enjoy. Asante Sana, we've seen you've got a couple of guests. Ladies and gentlemen, what we'll do is head on back to studio with Sean Cardo-Villas, and we'll be right back with more right here at the Rallycross.
All right, thanks very much, Solo. In case you're wondering, of course, the CS for Youth Affairs, the Arts and Sports, Ababu Namamba, as you just heard, should be around. We hope to speak to him at some point. His son, Cheche Ababu, is about to compete, if I'm not wrong, in the Cubs category here. Logan, we are about to have the Cubs, and it's Karanvir Ruparai, Billy Tundo, Ian Bengi, Alan Bengi, and Cheche Ababu, but I can see 3 buggies at the start. So here it is, Karanvir Ruparai, Ian Bengi, and Cheche Ababu. So I understand his father, Ababu Namamba, the Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, the Arts and Sports, should be around to watch his son. Of course, there was that incident of him going off the track, and apparently a small oil spillage which caused some smoke to come out of the vehicle, but all is sorted out and he's back on the track. We can see Ian Bengi there, the eldest son of Eric Bengi. This should be Cheche Ababu, who's there, the son of the Cabinet Secretary for Sports, of course Youth Affairs, the Arts and Sports, Ababu Namwamba. And here he is, Karanvir Ruparai, who is there. That's Karanvir Ruparai, the young man who is competing. He's doing very well, by the way, in both autocross and rallycross. Your thoughts? This is the future, really.
This is the future, you're right. I did see Billy and Alan come out as well. Maybe they've been told to step aside and still just, be in their own group, the two of them. Because these are quicker buggies, a lot quicker. Those are 500cc, these are 1,000, am I correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they all did come out. There was 5 buggies. I think they've told the smaller ones, hang tight, you'll go up next. But yes, as you say, Sean, this is the future. And it was aptly put by Assad on his last interview there. They are mentoring the future of rallying in Kenya.
All right, so this was introduced at the last Rallycross event, the Cups category, and we can see it's gaining in popularity. So we've got in the front Karanvir Ruprai, who's been so impressive in this category. Ian Bengi on your left on the screen, you can see him in the middle, and behind it is Che Ababu, who is there in third. All right, so Cheche Ababu there in third place on the grid there. All right, so they're on a shorter track, being the newcomers to the sport. And as Logan has said time and time again, the whole shot is 50% of the race. And a great start once again by Karanvir Ruprai, who races ahead, and Che Babu, there he is in second place, just ahead of Ian Bengi, and losing a place, deciding at the last moment to go into the Joker lap. So Ian Bengi in second place and Che Ababu in third place there. So a moment's hesitation costing Che Ababu, as we see Karanvir Ruprai, the young man, racing ahead after the first lap. And Logan, your thoughts? You said, as always, that the whole shot is 50% of the race.
And it's proving to be this weekend. But you never know. Ian came back yesterday from not a whole shot. He was last into the first corner, and he came through. Oh, he's spun it there on the transition from the tarmac into the dirt. But bear in mind, Ian and Cheche have both taken the Joker.
Ooh, they're sliding a bit, Karanvir.
He hasn't taken the Joker, so he was trying to maximize his open road ahead and pull a gap. Sometimes concentration slight lapse, and that's what happens. That's racing.
Exactly. The track's still drying out completely from the Bowser, but as you can see, a moment's lapse in concentration can cause them to slide a bit. And of course, they're learning all the time. You've got to remember, these are relative newcomers to the sport, although Karanvir and Ian have been in the sport, Karanvir, for a couple of years. Ian Bengi, this, I think, if I'm not wrong, is his second season in the sport. So good to see him in action. Second or third season in the sport. Of course, Eric Bengi mentoring his two sons, 10-year-old Ian and 7-year-old Alan. And great action here as Karanvir still in the lead. Remember, he has to take the Joker. Logan, interesting as they slip and slide all over the place.
Karanvir does take the Joker. Ian was very close up. It's going to be tight. It's going to be really tight.
All right, so as he comes out
Here
of
it
the
is,
Joker.
out of the Joker, and Ian coming with a lot more momentum. Doesn't quite have enough to pass him. But they're neck and neck now.
Great racing here between Karanvir and Ian Bengi, side by side as they head towards they go past the start finish here. And they're neck and neck, the two of them. Great racing between the youngest competitors here at Rallycross. Almost touching there. Logan, this is great action.
It is wonderful, but Karanvir keeping that inside line and keeping it clean. Ian trying to push it out wide, force the mistake, but it wasn't made. But they are having an almighty dice. It is magic for the spectators. Must be hell-raising for them.
Hope you're enjoying it as much as we are. We're seeing the Cubs here.
And finally, over checkered flag given. Karanvir does take it.
Just.
And they were almost abreast. Those two lads, Ian and Karanvir. And Che comes through, also takes the checkered flag. Well done.
All right, so Che Ababu coming across the line there in third place, but just Karanvir ahead of Ian Bengi. Great action. Congratulations, Karanvir Ruprai will be elated with that, and Ian will be kicking himself and saying, you know what, in the final, there's got to be some form of revenge there. So great action between the two drivers, and of course Che Ababu coming in third place. You know, he's getting his confidence back. Had that spill yesterday, probably getting his confidence back. Look at this drone shot. This is incredible stuff. As we
What a lovely track, eh?
Beautiful
design.
Just loving it. We'll link up, by the way, with Solo in just a moment. But wow, what a race! We're still catching our breath here.
Yeah, the youngsters gave us a good showing. One of the best today. I promise you, that dive between Ian and Karanvir was breathtaking.
Incredible, as we see Karanvir reversing, being pushed back into the pit. So we'll link up with Solo in just a moment to get the reactions. Hugh will be very excited with that win in the semi-finals of the Cup. So let's link up with Solo, who is near Karanvir, to get the reactions. Karanvir will take off his helmet, and let's link up with Solo to get the reactions.
Ready? I love that. Okay, so what we'll do, I'll count them down in a few seconds and we'll start.
From the shade because the sun's getting in my eyes.
Good morning, how are you doing?
I'm very good, how are you?
Fine, thanks. How did that go?
That went very well, I really enjoyed that run.
We've noticed that you don't let off the foot. Over the jumps, into the corners, you just kind of pump onto the accelerator.
That's part of my strategy, it's to try and keep control.
So, what exactly is your strategy?
I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose that.
But is it working for you?
It is working for me.
And how is the buggy on the corners and on the straights?
It's quite swingy, it's very loose, I'm feeling powerful.
A bit of play. Is the engine too powerful for the buggy, or do you think you can get a bit more power?
I think I can get a bit more power.
Who is the person to beat for you for this particular event?
The person to beat? Honestly, I'm just trying to beat Ian.
Ian is your biggest competitor at this point in time. And how do you think Ian has been driving so far?
He has been doing very well. I think he's driving very good.
Okay, congratulations. Do you think doing the autocross and coming to do the rallycross, is there a big difference between the driving styles when you do either one of the events?
Oh yes, there is. So here in rallycross, you have to do a joker and there's an amount of laps and you contact, so contact sport and all. But in autocross, it's not a contact sport. You go individually and there's no joker and there's no amount of laps.
All right, thank you very much. So one quick message to all the young kids who are watching you right now. Quickly tell us how old you are and tell them what they are missing out on. Even the parents who might have kids your age but would love to get into motorsports.
Honestly, you guys are missing out on a lot of fun. This is very fun. I'm just 12 years old and I'm already competing in a rallycross. And I think you should, if you have a child, I think you should honestly put them in. They will really enjoy their time. They'll really get some activities in.
For purposes of those who don't know what you're running, what type of buggy are you running?
I'm running a Polaris. It's an 800cc buggy. It's an auto.
Is this an auto manual?
It's an automatic.
Automatic. How does it perform around the bends? How is it good on the corners? Where is its strength?
Its strength is especially on the straights because that's where I can really send.
All right. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's head on back to Sean Cadvillis in the studio.
All right, Al, thanks very much. Solo, who's been absolutely brilliant in the pits, and some of the insights, you can't get this in normal motorsports events, the insights to what happens in the pits. So thank you so much once again to Solo, who's been our man in the pits, a little bit like Formula One, where we have our man there, of course, following what's happening in the background. So Billy Tundo and Alan Bengi in this category. Of course, they are slightly younger than the ones in the previous race. So we can understand where the organizers are coming from. So Alan Bengi is 7 years old, and then of course Billy, who's getting used to it. Interesting to speak to Billy. I was asking him, so you want to follow in Dad's footsteps? He's like, yes, I want to race in motorsports and also Formula One.
Wow.
No pressure, Flash. And family, yeah, he wants to be a Formula One driver, but also enjoying his team sports, more importantly, at school as well, at Pembroke House where he's at. So there we see Billy in front of Alan right now.
Alan goes for the Joker straight up. Get it out of the way.
All right, so as you can see, these buggies, smaller engines, a little bit slower than the ones of the previous race. But I tell you what, the action still will be no less exciting between these two. Billy, of course, had an issue with his buggy in the first race yesterday. Couldn't take part, but stormed back to win his next two races. So he's well ahead at this point. Of course, Alan electing to do the Joker on the first lap, but Billy well ahead at this point, Logan.
Yes, he is. All right, let's see if he takes the Joker. He does not. He stays on main track, trying to build his lead even further so that he's comfortable to take the Joker when he finally decides to do so. But yeah, like you said, this kid's 7 years old. You know, we're not even looking at their pace, just the fact that they can handle counter-steering, oversteering, you know, braking, acceleration, you know, getting to the apex of a corner, all this at 7 years old is brilliant.
Incredible stuff. You know, they started this age, by the time they're 18, you know, they've had so much seat time. It is incredible, and that's what happens. You know, you've seen the likes of Max Verstappen, you know, even right up Jenson Button, Lewis Hamilton. They all started young, you know, at this age. And by the time they're 18 years old, you know, they've had so much seat time and so much experience.
That is true. We don't necessarily have the professional karting in Africa. South Africa, I do know, has, but with this, it's coming. You know, this is what we need.
Exactly, and as we heard Hamza Anwar talking, you know, saying it's important for them to mentor the next generation, and we're seeing a very, very impressive generation coming through here in the country, and you've been witnessing that. You know, the future does look bright for motorsport, so I know there is what they're calling a transition in rallying, but a very exciting generation that's coming through courtesy of autocross and also rallycross.
You know, Sean, I'm sure with our age, we've always been through eras where they say, oh, it's dead, it's just too expensive, you know, and it comes back.
Exactly.
You know, life's about cycles.
Exactly.
You know, it's hard today, it might be easier tomorrow, and the cycle will go on and on and on. That's just life. But it looks like there's this resurgence from the youngsters, which to me is the future. Invested in and paying dividends.
Speaking to Tim Jessup, Flash Tundo yesterday, you know, they were thinking end of 2021, what do they do? You know, they're coming towards the end of their careers. What do they do? They thought of rallycross, and, you know, what they're doing last year and this year in terms of nurturing new talent and also encouraging other people to enter has been priceless.
It has. Look, we're reaping the awards. The rewards, I beg your pardon, as Billy comes through and finally does the Joker.
All right, so Billy doing the Joker. Can Alan catch up with him through this? At the moment, it looks like Billy has still a fairly comfortable lead as he comes towards the end of the race here. They're doing 5 laps, the youngsters here in the Cubs, and comes across the finish line. And well done, Billy. Great performance there. And another win in the bag for him as Alan. You know, we say it's all about the experience here. Great experience for Alan, and of course he'll go back to Dad, Eric Bengi, get some more tips on what to do ahead of the final. But well done. Just so impressed with the performance of these youngsters as Alan comes across the finish line, and I'm sure, Logan, you've been impressed with the driving by these youngsters.
I just said it to you, Sean. You know, it's not this the pace. The pace comes. You know, pace comes with seat time or whatever. It's the expertise they're exhibiting. Braking, taking an apex, acceleration, controlling an oversteer, an understeer. Brilliant, man, at that young age. They're going places, these kids.
Exactly. These buggies are relatively simple, by the way, just a brake and accelerator. But it's all about learning the control. As Logan was saying, there's oversteer, there's understeer, all kinds of things for them to learn, as we saw with young Cheche Ababu yesterday, of course. You know, mishaps can happen. It's how you bounce back. We all know in motorsports, I knew from my motocross days and also cycling as well, you know you're going to crash. You don't know how, you don't know when it's going to happen. And that's part of life. It's how you bounce back from these incidents, as Neil Gohill also saw this morning. It's how you bounce back from this. And you carry on as the Balsa goes around. We should be hearing from Solo in just a moment to get the reactions of young Billy Tundo. We see the Balsa watering the track once again. Very important, by the way. We've been seeing not only for the drivers, but also for the spectators, you know, this water Balsa. As we go to the pits, we'll link up with Solo in just a moment as young Billy Tundo goes to the pits. And let's link up with Solo as we see a replay of the race. Let's link up with the pits and Solo.
How you doing, Billy?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Not bad. How did that run go?
I think I tried harder, and I think it was tough on the wet bits, but I think I made it through.
How was it around the Joker?
The Joker, I nearly forgot to do it, but I got it, and I think it was a good race.
Ideally, what do you normally do? Do you do the Joker first on the first lap as you go in so you don't forget about it, or do you prefer to? How do you prefer to do it?
I usually do it at the end or the first lap. One of those. Depends who's in front of me and behind me.
How old are you, and how long have you been racing?
I've been racing for about 3 years, and I'm 10 years old.
What's your intention from this? This is what? This is 500cc. How long do you get to move up to a bigger engine?
I'm hoping to get a bigger engine for probably my birthday. Or,
you say that again so Dad can hear?
I'm to get a bigger engine for next year for my birthday.
Aye, congratulations, good stuff, and all the best in the rest. So what we'll do is we'll take a look at this particular buggy, and then we'll quickly jump over to young Bengi and see how he has also been faring on.
All right, so as we see these pictures of the track, let's link up with Solo, who's with Alan Bengi.
Okay, so how's it been, bro?
Yeah, it has been really good for me since I drive this buggy, and I've been winning, and I was 5th in the Nuki, and this is, I have to keep winning around.
How are you enjoying yourself? Are you having fun?
Yeah, sure.
That's the most important thing, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be really good. So I have to keep pushing so I can be Billy.
That is exactly the spirit. So how old are you? For the kids who are watching you right now, how old are you?
7.
Only 7?
Yes.
And you're doing this well?
I'm gonna turn 8 on November.
Uh-huh.
And I have to keep winning around in years.
That's exactly how you do. When you start at 7 years old, all you could do is continue winning.
Yeah.
So tell the kids out there that they too need to pull up their socks, keep winning, and never give up.
Okay, this is how I have to win. and it's how I have to keep pushing.
Congratulations and keep up the good spirit.
Thank you.
All right, back to you in studio.
Incredible job, Solo, and you know you'll be looking at these pictures in years to come should he become a champion. Seeing young Alan Bengi, you know, really doing well at his age, 7 years old. So that's Alan Bengi, who's hoping to be a champion in the coming years, the son of Eric Bengi. Our thanks once again to Betika, NCBA, our joint title sponsors, SBS Power, Duchess Leah, Machakos Tourism, Machakos County, CFAO Motors, Cabra Sugar, Live Eye, Kenchik, Capital FM, Wilkin Group, JCB Canacho have been preparing the track, Aquamist who are providing the water, and Africa Eco, who have been so brilliant in their sponsorship of this event. So thank you once again to all our sponsors as we see a lineup of what appears to be the open class event. We see Carl Tundo, Asad Anwar, Ian Duncan and Ismail Azeli up there. We will confirm who is there momentarily, but I can see Asad Anwar. I can definitely see Carl Tundo. Just confirming the other entries. We will of course have the graphics soon to confirm who are in the white hatchback and the silver Subaru, the GC8s over there. So that's Ian Duncan, we can see in his buggy. Logan, once again, this should be an exciting race.
Yeah, but there's a new stunner in the works, Sean. These bullies in the name of Ian Duncan and Carl Flash Tundo, they've changed the order and put them behind because they're I mean, Carl is pole position, Ian was second. That's how they're qualified. But I think the organizers are saying, no, it's enough now. You guys go behind and go do some work.
Interesting to note, yeah, so the two Subarus in the front, I didn't notice that, yeah. So Carl has been put behind. Flash is behind in the Proto. Ian right next to him, next up front. And then Asad Anwar is in front of them. And then you got the two Subarus who had such a difficult time in the previous race. We're seeing who they are. That's Clement Marini to confirm George Njoroge in the silver car. So Clement Marini in the white hatchback. Asad Anwar, Ian Duncan and Carl Tundo. 5 cars in this event, the semi-finals of the race. Looks incredible, by the way, this lineup on paper. So George Njoroge and Clement Marini in the front. And then we've got Asad Anwar just behind them. Ian Duncan second from the back, and at the back Carl Tundo, who has to do the Joker lap twice. So I tell you what, not only is he at the back, he has to do the Joker lap twice. It's going to be a very, very difficult race for Flash on paper.
Yeah, he's got his work cut out for him. So is Ian in the buggy. I don't know what they call it in this day and age, but in my day and age it's called the handicap race. Slowest, first, fastest, last.
Double or triple handicap.
Go out there and show us what you got. Now Flash starts last on the grid. The idea is here to try and make up some places quick before that first corner. Because yes, to do the Joker, not once, but twice, Sean. He's really up against it in this one.
Crazy. The organizers keep thinking of other things to do. What can they do to handicap the Proto in this? You can call it a double handicap. Not only is he at the back, but he has to do the Joker lap twice, and it's 6 laps, by the way, remember. Ian Duncan has been so impressive, finishing ahead of Asad Anwar. Ian has said his main mission is to finish ahead of Asad Anwar. He'll be happy with that today. Can they stay ahead of Tundo? We'll have to wait and see. George Njoroge, by the way, in the silver Subaru, and in the white Subaru. Clement Marini getting the honor of being in pole position for this race, the open class, as we approach the end of the semi-finals in this. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. Remember, by the way, that Neil Gohill, speaking to him, by the way, he's got dispensation from the organizers to compete in the final, despite that mishap. So good to hear that. They were busy just getting the car sorted out. ahead of his next race when I was in the pits a little bit earlier. So good news for Neil Gohill. He can still compete in the final. You know, this is the great thing about Rallycross. You know, there'll be special dispensation at the end of the day to keep the momentum going and, of course, the spirits high for these drivers who've been so entertaining throughout the weekend. So, Logan, your thoughts as they're about to get underway?
I don't have thoughts here.
Look at that, Ian racing ahead.
Oh my word, that
what a start by
Proto
Ian.
Just shot out of the blocks, took out the two GC8s, and he's sitting third. He goes straight for the Joker. A very good idea there from Flash. You know, he's indicating, I don't know where he wants to turn.
Smart
but you know, he's come out of this looking in good shape, to be honest with you. Off the line, he jumped the two GC8s from the start, and he went straight into the Joker. He has a relatively open track. It's just Assad in front of him and Ian. He looks like he's got the bit between us, but he's still got to do those two Joker laps.
All right, so 1 down, 1 to go in terms of Joker laps. So we're seeing Flash racing ahead there. Wow, what handling. He's knocked a tire. So that means a 3-second penalty for Flash as he races around. The others are racing behind. At the moment, the Subaru is well behind. At this point in time, look at this shot. What a shot as the drone follows the cars very closely. Flash on Ian's case right now. Incredible shots here, Logan.
It is. He's in second place. He's taken 1 Joker lap. So put it this way, he's on par with everybody now, right? They each have to take a Joker lap. And he's lying in second place, and he's sniffing at the tailpipes of Ian in that buggy. He's actually in a very good position. Start was everything.
Respect to Ian, the way he's handling that buggy is incredible. The power to weight and just fighting to keep that car straight, Ian Duncan. But Flash on his tail. So 1 more Joker lap. Remember, 6 laps each today. Ian is happy to be in front of Assad at the moment. And look at this, just loving it. Yeah.
If you see there coming into that first corner after the tarmac, Flash turned a heck of a lot more inside of Ian. And it's allowed him to come right up to him. And that's the advantage of four-wheel drive.
So Ian, the rabbit at the moment, Flash on his tail. What a race we have, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're enjoying it as much as we are. Logan Naidu and Sean Carter-Billis here.
Yeah, this is a fun one, Sean.
Look at this, just loving these drone shots. Racing ahead, so is Flash going to go for his second Joker lap? We'll see what happens. What about Ian? What's Ian decided?
I think it's a good idea, but he does. I don't know if that's a good idea.
All right, so interesting now to see where does Flash come out? Very, very interesting. Okay, so Ian trying to gain as much time as he can at this point. He's the rabbit, really.
To be fair, Sean, it wasn't that bad a Joker lap because he's not too far behind Ian Duncan. Let's just have a look, see when they get to our position on the start-finish straight. Yeah, Flash is not too far behind Ian, and Ian still has to take the Joker.
Ooh,
but this Flash
knocking the tires
keeps knocking
again.
the tires. I make that a 6-second penalty so far.
All right, so advantage Ian at the moment. Let's see what happens with Ian. Ian going into the Joker lap right now. All right, so we calculate a 6-second penalty for Flash. And Ian with a slight advantage at this point in time.
Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. Ian out the Joker, Flash flying past.
Oh, what racing action here between Ian Duncan and Carl Tundo. Ian ahead of Flash right now. And remember, Flash has those time penalties for clipping the tires as they come towards.
That's what she wrote, Sean. Ian's going to hold on and he's going to take the win.
All right, so
Flash
as they come,
clips the tires again.
What a win! for Ian. Ian will be elated with that victory as Hamza Anwar goes through the chicane towards the final corner. What a race that was between Flash and Ian. Ian will be elated with that. Incredible action. Logan, we are breathless.
Yeah, that makes for good viewing, as they say, Mr. Cardovillis. I'll just tell you, it was a whole lot of fun, that one. Flash and Ian both put way behind because of the advantage of the pace of their cars. They worked their way through the field and finished first, second. Almost had that dice. They had the dice on the last lap, but Ian held his nerve, kept it in front, just outbraked Flash into that last hairpin before the tires, and kept it.
Incredible stuff. Clement Marini crossing the line. George and Jirogi as well cross the line. So great victory there for Ian Duncan over Flash Tundo. We'll get the reactions of Ian in just a moment. Our man Solo is in the pits and he's right there. You can see this incredible footage of Ian. Quite rare to see Ian in action like this live, and it's a real privilege, as I've said time and time again, to see Ian in action, a real legend of the sport. Let's link up with Solo, who's in the pits. It is a victory as we have a close-up. Ian was saying, yeah, he's just got a few old parts lying in his garage. He's got a good welder, put this together during COVID, and this is the result. He says it's well balanced. He says as long as they don't water it too much around some of the bends there, particularly. You're having a close-up look at this. Logan, your thoughts? These are exclusive pictures, by the way.
I was just looking at it, you know, what boxes he used. It's the Evo box without the transfer case, so it's rear-wheel drive. You know, it looked like a set of Pro Flexes on the front there. Proper rally shocks. The piping looks really well done. You know, that there is obviously the intake. Yeah, clean welding. It's a really professional job on this thing, eh?
Ian, of course, you know, he's a man of few words, but you know, he's got the best there when he puts it together. His cars are always clean. You know, we used to see his Evos, and also, you know, back in the day as well, his Toyotas as well. When he used to rally, he's always had extremely clean cars. And looking at that, great job done by his team. And of course, Ian, a man of detail.
Yeah, so it may seem. It's evident in this buggy he's built. It's beautifully done. So, right. Sean, what do you think about this celebrity ride, shall we say? Flash is taking a senior official, government official from Kenya. Can you enlighten us on this?
All right, we'll talk about that. Let's go into a break before we link up with Flash and the CS Ababu Namwamba.
Loan. You can also get insurance for your car for up to 1 year, and all this within a 24-hour time frame.
Hey, Daddy, we will do 12 visits to Grandma, 8 road trips with Mommy, 52 trips to see my cousins.
We know that it's not about the car, but the journeys. Get your NCBA Asset Finance Loan approved in just 24 hours, as well as your car insurance. The name is NCBA, and the numbers that matter to you matter to us. NCBA Bank. Go for it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and thank you very much once again to our sponsors, particularly the title sponsors, Betika and NCBA Bank. So we're going into these pictures. You're seeing, ladies and gentlemen, the Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, the Arts and Sports, Ababu Namwamba, whose son Cheche Ababu is competing in the Cubs category. He is there. There he is. The Cabinet Secretary for Sports, he basically is our Minister of Sports, Logan, and he's got a very close relationship with Carl Tundo, who of course is the chairman of the local organizing committee for the Safari Rally. So they've been talking a lot, and Carl Tundo, of course, the founder of Rallycross with Tim Jessup, is ready to take. He's got a big smile on his face, Ababu Namwamba. Here he is. Thank you and welcome once again. The Honourable Ababu Namwamba, the Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, the Arts and Sports, and he's going to be going for a lap or two with Carl Tundo in the Proto, and that is of course a purpose-built rally car. It's also got an Evo running gear, sequential gearbox, and Carl Tundo is going to be taking him around the Rallycross track. So he's been very active, by the way. He's got the Talanta Hella initiative that really is trying to promote both the arts, you know, what's been happening in terms of music, you know, the arts, and then of course with sports he's been very, very active with that. So good to see him here, to come and watch his son in action, but of course to come and see what's been happening with the Rallycross project. And of course, as I mentioned, Carl Tundo and him having a very close relationship with the Safari Rally. And they're ready to go. Is Carl going to turn left? We see the we see the light flashing.
Everybody stepped off the grid.
All right, so they're ready to go around the track. Carl Tundo, along with the CS Ababu Namwamba. And this will be good. By the way, during the safari, we were honored to have the president go along during the shakedown with one of the drivers, with Adrian Formeau. No, it wasn't Adrian Formeau, it was one of the Ford rally drivers, the M-Sport Ford rally drivers. So the president had the honor of going around in the rally car. So this is the CS who's going around the track with Carl Tundo. At full blast, it has to be said. Carl is not giving him an easy ride.
He's not hanging about. You know, it's been a Sunday drive.
Look at that.
He's giving it, yeah.
No time penalties here. How's Carl going to do through the chicane? Your thoughts? Is he going to knock a tire?
He's going to be clean. He can't help himself. The tires go flying. Flash and Honorable CS are out of here into the second lap. Where do they go? Joker it is.
That is a full blast, ladies and gentlemen. The CS Ababu Namwamba, along with Carl Tundo, the 5-time Safari Rally winner, taking him around the course. Incredible footage here as the CS are finding out what it's like. And here's that drone footage of Carl Tundo in action with the CS Ababu Namwamba. It's a real pleasure to have him here at the Rallycross. It's the 4th Rallycross event, the 2nd of the season. So your guess, is he going to clip some tires, Logan?
Maybe he'll grow up this time. Now he's clean this time. Thank you, Flash. He's giving those blokes setting the tires up too much work. But this is wonderful, you know.
All right, so going across the line, well done. Carl Tundo, along with the Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, the Arts and Sports, Ababu Namwamba, as they head towards the pits. And I think, here he is, he's going to do a few donuts. A few donuts. Watch him go back. Is there going to be a donut or two here? All right, comes to a halt here with the CS. As we see Tim Jessup, the co-founder with Carl Tundo, giving a quick clap. Well done. as he comes out of the car. Here he is, the Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, the Arts and Sports, Abobo Namwamba, along with Carl Tindo. There he is. Has he still got a smile on his face? Wonderful shots here. Shaking his head a little bit. It's one thing to sit in the car, it's one thing to be full blast in a rally car around the rallycross course with the 5-time Safari Rally winner Carl Tindo, one of the true legends of the sport in this proto, which is purpose-built for competition. So as we can see, a number of officials around the car there as the CS Abobo Namwamba sits in the car there, gone round 2 laps of this rallycross course here with Carl Tindo, a true rally legend, and hopefully we'll get a few words from him a little bit later, both on the streaming and on Capital FM. Wonderful shots here, and great to see so much government support here with the CS. So Dennis Mondet, who's in the committee for the Safari Rally, taking the helmet off, and he'll give the CS a cap as a memory of Rallycross here, taking it out. Dennis Mondet there with the helmet. He's in the committee for the Safari Rally. Just helping him off. He'll take off the fireproof protective gear that he's got on his head. Wonderful stuff. Hopefully we'll get a few words from the CS there. All right, so we will get a few words from him a little bit later, but well done. Ladies and gentlemen, show your appreciation for the Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, the Arts and Sports, Abobo Namwamba, who is here at the Rallycross event. Thank you very much for your support. And great to see him here. His son, Cheche Abobo, of course, competing in the Cubs category. There he is saying, wow, what an experience. And we hope to get a few words from him a little bit later, as Carl Tindo goes back to the pits, and we will of course get reactions from Carl Tindo a little bit later. But what a victory that was. A little bit earlier we saw some excellent racing. All right, so we will go momentarily to the pits.
Now with that's the car on your own. Imagine with 5 other cars.
Yes.
Trying to decide which way to go.
Oh my goodness. The turns, I mean the dips, the jumps. I mean it's a cocktail of emotions and feelings. It's insanity.
Well, thank you for jumping in the car.
Absolutely, thank you. Thank you for the experience.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much for the experience.
Thanks from the RX Rallycross family.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Dennis, your name.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so we'll let him settle down. The Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, the Arts and Sports, Abobo Namwamba. Just let him relax a little bit after having 2 laps with the 5-time Safari Rally winner, and also a co-founder of Rallycross, Carl Tindo. All right, so we're coming to the team event, the champions. Logan, your thoughts, seeing we've got a relatively youthful CS, and of course very active. He's all over the place and doing wonders for sports and of course arts through the Talanta Hella initiative, of course, funding various initiatives. He says it's all about the grassroots. It's all about, trying to raise the standards of sports and also the arts as well. Your thoughts on him being here?
Sean, it's commendable. He's the most senior official representing sport in your country, and he wants to feel real time what this sport is all about. Jumping the rally car, it's not easy. We're used to it. We grew up with it, But he loved it, and he understands the commitment it takes.
All right, so just name the lineup for us. Here it is. You can see the lineup there.
Okay, so this is what, Sean, the team event champions. We have Eric Bengi, who's on the line already. Baldev Chaga in the red N10. In the silver GC8, we have Andrew Muriri. And on our roster here, we have somebody else, but that car is not...
Yeah, I'm just seeing the three according to that, so let's stick to that. We got Eric Bengi, Baldev Chaga, and Andrew Mururi, who are there at the start. That's what we've got at the moment. Obviously, the yellow car having a bit of a break. It had some issues a little bit earlier, but Andrew Mururi using the silver GC8, and Baldev Chaga going back a little bit. We see him reversing. He's actually changing lanes to start. We're seeing him being guided by Jet Anthony, who's there, and Andrew Mururi starting alongside him. So there we see him, and Eric Bengi in pole position, so to speak, out there in the front. So should be an interesting race. Baldev Chaga, great to see him. We don't see him so often, of course, the multiple Safari Rally champion and also the multiple Kenya National Rally champion. Great to see Baldy enjoying himself, and he said his family was coming along today. Hopefully his family is around today as well. For a lot of these drivers, it's just a chance to blow off steam, a chance for them to enjoy themselves, and it's a real family occasion out here in Machakos.
It is, you know. There's a lot of older drivers and represented by the offspring. You know, it's exactly what you say it is. It's a total family affair. It's brilliant. But family affair or not, they may be older, but they are competitive. So we've got Eric, Baldy, and Andrew on the line. This is the team event, Legends. Am I right?
Champions category.
Champions category, that's
yes.
right.
Yeah.
Team event, champions category. The 1 minute board goes up. Nobody here, don't say because they're semi-retired or what have you. Nobody here on this line is here for a Sunday easy drive. It's in their blood to be competitive.
The competitive spirit never leaves.
Never dies, baby.
I'm sure if you didn't have that fusion in your back, you would be dying to be out there, huh?
I'm really enjoying this, to be fair, you know?
All right, so good start by Eric Bengi, and oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. What has happened there to Andrew Mururi,
Andrew
who is
just
stalled at the line?
They just popped the clutch too quick without enough revs. So it stalls on the line.
We'll be bitterly disappointed with that as we see Eric Bengi racing ahead. It has to be said that, and it's been admitted that the Evo is a superior car to the Subaru, so we'll have to see how Baldy handles this. We've seen Maxine really able to handle this car, so let's see how Baldy handles it here. Can he keep up with Eric Bengi? That is the big question as they approach the end of lap one here in the semi-finals, the final semi-final of the champions category, as they're nice and smooth by the two drivers through that.
Yeah, it looks like that stall on the line for Andrew, Sean, is a lot more serious than we thought. Just a stall, because they've had to push the car off the track. I mean, if it was just a stall, they push it, start, and off it goes. Maybe he's burnt the clutch, something, I don't know. But it seems terminal.
Oh dear, and this is what happens when the cars are used so often over a weekend. You know, they're being used at their limits in each race. So it's always going to be difficult. You're going to find when you're sharing a car, and it's been very smart what's happened. You know, Eric is just using the car himself. We've seen with the Anwar family, they've decided, Hamza's decided to sacrifice one category, you know, just to keep the car going. It's hotter today than yesterday. That is another significant factor with these cars. So sad to see Andrew come off the track.
But having said that, he's got it going again and he's back on track. Never say die attitude, yeah?
Exactly. If nothing else, just enjoy it. Just enjoy it. So there he is on the track, Andrew, who's out there but well behind at this point in time. The race between Baldy and Eric Bengi, who's well in front at this point in time. And he'll be onto the tarmac shortly. You'll see him come shortly. There's Baldy in the picture there. great to see. It's rare to see Boldy in action. He was last seen, by the way, at the Safari Rally, driving the Zero car, the Evo 10, that is his. So good to see Boldy from time to time. And there's Eric out in front at this point in time. Your thoughts? Nice clean driving by Eric.
Yeah, he's been on it the whole weekend, to be fair. I don't think he's put a foot wrong. You know, and he's really prepared his car well, because it's not just been driven by him. There's a lady driving it. Yeah,
Caroline Gatimo, yes.
Caroline's been driving it, and but he's it's really been well prepared, because they said they worked on it last night. There were some small issues, but to us on the sidelines, it seemed like it just ran like a dream.
So great action. We're seeing Andrew Mururi, who had a problem at the start, but they managed to get the car going, so he's well behind at this point in time. But good to see him in action. Just wanting to get some seat time on the track. Andrew Mururi, of course, also competing in the Kenya National Rally Championship from time to time. We see him at Autocross as well. So good to see him in action here at the Rallycross. So Eric flying across the start-finish line. Remember, 6 laps for this, the champions category. Boldy going across the start-finish line. Just really enjoying the weekend out in the rally car. Nice over the jump. You can see the car is well balanced the way it lands from the jump.
For sure, you know, but that's also very evenly spaced out. I think no pressure now for any driver. I think it's a definite second for Boldy and a definite first for Eric, if they could keep their vehicles in line and in check.
Nice and clean onto the tarmac, heading towards the chicane. This is Eric Bengi, former two-wheel drive national champion, multiple two-wheel drive national champion in the Kenya National Rally Championship. He was fastest overall at the Autocross last weekend in Nanyuki, and once again, some extremely fast times. Boldy heading to the final lap.
What was he driving last
He's on
week?
the Joker.
Yeah, Eric's on the Joker, but he's got a large enough gap, so he's fine. Let me ask, what was he driving last weekend at the Autocross, Eric?
He was driving the Evo, actually, funny enough.
The 9?
I'm not sure if it's the same one, but he was driving an Evo, yeah. So, not quite sure if he's got a set of Evos or whether it's the same one. If it was the same one, then they had an extremely busy week preparing the car for this rallycross. Because 1 or 2 people decided not to race at the Autocross last weekend because they were preparing for the rallycross. Good to see as he crosses the line. Eric Bengi with a very, very impressive win as Boldy clips the tire and goes across the finish line in 2nd place. So well done to Boldev. Andrew Mururi going round. That car does not sound healthy at all. Crossing the line. All right, so they'll need to have a look at that car when it gets into the pits. All right, still got 1 more lap to do. So carrying on, the car unfortunately not sounding too healthy, Andrew Mururi, but he'll carry on. All right, so as he goes around what appears to be the final lap for him. Don't forget, of course, the first final on from 12:40 will be the first final. As we see Andrew Mururi coming, that car does not sound healthy at all, Logan.
No, it does not. But credit to him to still drive it around, you know, and finish his round. He hasn't had the best of luck he's been driving the yellow car the whole weekend. He's been struggling mechanically with that one. Jumped into this GC8 and off the line, it gives him another headache. You know, you got to commend people.
All right, let's link up with Solo.
Hi, Ian. How did that go?
Very well, very well. I'm actually Eric.
I don't know where the name Ian came from. How was that run?
Well, very nice. I took a punishment for 2 joker laps, which is good, at least to pace the cars together. It was a good run, no flawless, no mistakes. Had a very good run.
How is the car operating?
Car is very good, very okay.
The penalty of the 2 joker laps, do you feel you get a disadvantage of any sort, considering the fact that you're able to pull much better and handle the corners much better than the Subarus?
No, not really. I think it's actually good to even out the cars. This car we realize is a little bit more powerful than the other cars. So yeah, I think it is a fair way of trying to even out.
Now, you having been a seasoned Subaru driver, I mean, you started off for the longest we knew you had the Subaru, and then you moved and you transitioned to the Evo. How has that been?
Well, not difficult. The Evo is a much easier car to use. Has better traction, has very good takeoff power. So I think it's actually a better car.
Now, would like to talk to one of your smaller and younger mentees.
Yeah.
How are you doing, Ian?
Good, and you?
Not bad. How's your run been today?
It's been good.
How is the buggy?
It's very good and fast.
Transitioning from the auto to the manual, which is better which would you prefer?
The manual, it's very fast.
It's much faster?
Yes.
Are you able to control it better?
Yes.
Any problems in terms of the steering or the control around the jumps, the corners?
No, it's perfect today.
It's perfect today. So what's your plan going into the rest of this afternoon?
To just focus and do our best.
Do your best. What position are you looking at?
We want to win, but this race is not about winning. It's just about coming here to have fun.
Are you enjoying yourself? Because that's the most important thing.
Yes.
Have you made friends?
Yeah.
Who's your biggest friend right now?
Oh, my cousin Jesse over there.
Jesse. Superb. Thank you very much. Congratulations and keep it up. Thank you very much, both Eric and Ian Bengi. Ladies and gentlemen, back to you, Sean.
All right, great shots. Thank you very much, Solo there. As we see the shots of Ian Bengi's Evo 9, we've approached the end of, in fact, we're at the end of the semi-finals. And not letting you go just yet, because just recapping what we've had so far this morning, from the ladies to the open class, the two-wheel drive, the junior class, the legends, the Cubs, and of course the champions category. That's what we've had so far this morning. The semi-finals done and dusted, wrapped up. Logan, just very quickly before we have a small break ahead of the finals, your thoughts on the racing this morning?
No, it's been brilliant. And the thing is, the conditions have changed. Yesterday was nice and warm. Today is hot. And I can see some of the cars struggling with the heat. Because like we said, it's not like rally where you can use fourth, fifth, sometimes sixth gear, let the engine breathe. Here it's just full rev. If you might get to 4, you're back down to third. It's first, second, third. And some of the cars are struggling a bit now, but we're now into the finals.
Exactly. So as Logan just mentioned, the finals are coming ahead. We'll have a look at the highlights. We will leave you with the highlights. The finals, by the way, scheduled to start at about 12:40. 12:30, we're being told. The finals are starting. So we'll have a break for a few minutes, and we'll leave you with the highlights of this morning's action. Logan Naidu from Zambia here with us for the weekend. An absolute privilege to have him. And I'm Sean Carter-Billis, and in the pits we got Solomon Munir, who is out in the pits there. Solo, it is an absolute privilege to have you here as well with your insightful knowledge. Thank you so much for joining us this weekend. It's been absolutely brilliant, the action so far. On behalf of the team, we'll be back at about 12:30 for the action for the finals, which will be underway from about 12:30. This is the 4th Rallycross event here at Machakos People's Park. We'll be back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is the finals. This is really what we've been waiting for all weekend, and it's the ladies' final. Welcome to the fourth Rallycross event here at the Machakos People's Park. And we got Caroline Gatimo, Maxine Wahome, and Jennifer Malik in the final of the ladies team event. Logan Naidu is here from Zambia. He's been with us the whole weekend. Logan, it has been spectacular, and that fight this morning between Maxine and Caroline is expected to go on into the final. Jennifer Malik is there, but of course, if we're seeing, in fact, she's got a different car. That car suffered in the last race. We'll have to see whether they sorted it out, but we can see Caroline Gatimo in that Mitsubishi that has been so effective with Eric Bengi at the wheel. And of course, she beat Maxine in the morning. Maxine will want to change her strategy. But Logan, this should be very, very exciting.
Sean, we are finally here. The finals of this event. For the ladies, Maxine was super dominant yesterday. Couldn't be touched. Caroline went home, had the reflection, sorted out her inner beings and came and beat Maxine in the semis. So now she has pole position. Let's see how it goes.
All right, so about to get underway, the first of the finals, and Caroline Gatimo with a very, very strong start there ahead of Maxine Wahome. Remember, the Mitsubishi, it's been said, is a superior car to the Subaru. So what can Maxine do? It is going to be about the Joker lap when they decide to take it. And Maxine electing to do the Joker, interestingly, on the first lap, and also Jennifer Malik electing to do the Joker lap first.
Now, you know what, Sean? It's all about driving. Maxine has a clear road. Caroline has a clear road, and she spun off.
Oh, no!
Caroline! And Maxine does go past, and she's done the Joker. That was a terrible mistake by Caroline. Oh, no. I think that tears really compromised her final.
Dear, oh dear, oh dear. Just when we thought we had a race on our hands, a spin which has cost her dearly. And Maxine, remember, has already done the Joker lap, so she'll be in pole position, so to speak, here as she races past the start-finish line in front of us. She heads towards the corner, and for Maxine, it's a dream scenario.
Yeah, for sure, Sean. Because now she can just drive it clean, and she's not really competing. She just keep the car in line, decent speed, and she would win this.
So we talk about the mental aspect of sports. How much of this was pressure on Caroline with this being a final?
Well, Jennifer's just gone off as well. It's all happening here in the ladies' final. She just, she wanted it so bad, I think, She wanted it so bad, and she wasn't loose. She was tense. It happens. It happens.
So we do talk about the mental aspect of sport. We've competed, at the highest level. You've been a rally driver. I've cycled for Kenya and swum for Kenya before. We know what it's like, the pressure at that level of sport. So for Caroline, unfortunately, we can just say that the pressure, or even a lapse of concentration, caused her to spin there.
Lapse, pressure. Too much pressure on yourself, by yourself. But she'll get it. She doesn't have that much experience. Am I correct?
Yeah. Again, you can say also the experience of Maxine. She's been up there. She's won the Rally 3 category at the Safari Rally in 2022. Even got a tweet from Lewis Hamilton, for doing that. She's been at the highest level. She's rallied in the Africa Rally Championship. You can say that she had, that competitive advantage heading into this. For Caroline, what a great story, and we did feature her on my Motorsports podcast, mother and daughter, at the Safari Rally this year. So it's all about experience at this level.
For sure, but she's presented herself very well. I've been impressed with Caroline. It's just rotten luck there, or it's racing, mate.
Exactly. So great action here. This is the first final, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, of the fourth Rallycross event, the second of the season 2023. Remember, it is a championship for the first time this year. So a 3-event championship in 2023. This is the second, the third one expected to be held in December at a venue yet to be announced. And Maxine well ahead at this point in time. 6 laps, the longest that the ladies, let alone everybody else, has raced.
Very clean through the tires there, touching nothing, incurring no penalties, Maxine.
Lovely.
Caroline equally up to the task.
Super action. If you're a Subaru fan, you'd love this. Being ahead.
Yeah, right you are.
The N10 that belongs to Maxine, by the way, this car. So she's very familiar with the handling, you know, the way this car runs. So for her, you know, it's all about the strategy. She thought about it. She said, let's do the Joker lap early. She probably didn't figure out that Caroline would spin. And she's about to lap Jennifer Malik.
You're right, that's right. Now tell me, Sean, do you have that in Kenya, that rivalry from fans? Some love Subaru, some love Mitsubishi.
Yes, very much alive.
Is it?
Very much alive, yeah. Still a huge fan club for Subarus and Mitsubishis, yeah. They call Mitsubishis Evelinas.
And the Subarus?
I don't think they got a name, but as we were hearing earlier, Scooby-Doo
right,
from Mr. Hamza Anwar.
Well, Scooby-Doo on the top of the podium in this final, driven by Maxine Wahome.
So great coverage once again, and thank you so much to the drone drivers and also to Live Eye for providing us with such brilliant footage the whole weekend as we follow the leader into the final lap. Maxine Wahome, as Jennifer Malik clips the tires. It's all going wrong for her in this race, unfortunately. But Maxine heading across the finish line, as we can see him waving the flag across the finish line.
So,
Jet Anthony, a great victory in the final of the ladies category, and congratulations to Maxine Wahome, a worthy victor, and she's had a brilliant weekend, Logan.
She has, and lived up to her hype. Ladies final, top podium position, Maxine Wahome, well done.
So
second,
it is Caroline Gatimo who will be in second place. And that Subaru is still not sounding healthy. Does sound like it's struggling a bit, huh?
That Jennifer's GC8, yeah?
Yeah. We heard it in the previous race, struggling a bit with Andrew Maruri driving it, so it does sound like it's struggling a bit. And of course, it's been a long weekend for these cars. And with it being hotter today than yesterday, some of these cars will be struggling. So well done to Jennifer Malik, who crosses the line. Caroline Gatimo in second place, but your winner of the ladies final, and we'll link up with her in the pits in just a moment. It is Maxine Wahome. Congratulations, and we will link up with Solo in just a moment. Well done to Maxine Wahome, your winner of the ladies final, and the first final of what has been a spectacular weekend of rallycross racing. So just before we link up with Solo, your thoughts on that final, just very quickly?
Yeah, you know, I was rubbing my palms together because Caroline got the jump and Maxine took the joker first.
All right, let's hear from Maxine.
Good, I'm happy.
How does it feel having the Scooby in front of the Evo?
It feels good.
So can you clearly say, I fear no evil?
Yes, I fear no evil.
How was that lap?
It was good, tough. In the beginning, you know, I was worried that, you know, with your strategy, when you overthink. But I finished strong, finished clean, and won. So
Why is it you love your Subaru that much? Because you look extremely comfortable as you go around the circuit.
I guess I'm used to it. I've never also driven an Evo, but I'm a die-hard Subaru fan, so it's in my blood.
How does it feel to have won overall?
Good. It feels really good to be out for long and come back and still win. It feels good.
What do you think about Carol's driving, her performance today, this last 2 days?
Brilliant. She's an amazing driver. She's good. She pushes me, I push her. We push each other and we both enjoy, but she's a really good driver.
There's one particular driver that you miss and who's not with us at this particular event.
Yes, I did. Tash. Tash, I miss her a lot. I hope she'll be here next time.
Thank you very much and congratulations, my dear. Let's see if we can quickly take a look at the car and hopefully see if we can have a short chit-chat with Carol before we head on back into studio.
All right, so interesting insights. Looking at the engine, looks like a standard STI, probably a Group N STI.
Yeah. And you know, well prepared. You were saying, you know what, my thoughts on that race. I was really, you know, rubbing my palms together because I thought it was going to be amazing competition. And it was. Initially, the way she started, Caroline got the jump. Maxine took the joker first in, and it was going to be really tight because now they had their distance from each other. It depended who was going to take advantage of the gap, and Caroline spun. And that just put paid to that.
So great stuff. If I'm not wrong, she won the last race as well. So she's been doing very, very well. Let's go back to the pits.
Hi, Carol. How you doing?
I'm good, thanks.
How did that go?
I'm laughing because we had fun. I had a lot of fun. But on my usual corner here after the jump, I think I overstepped on the brakes. So I spun. I actually did a 360, but I managed to get out of it. But by the time I turned and everything, then I saw Maxine coming. I just laughed. I just said, oh no.
You're fast on the straights. Your cornering just seems to be a bit. But this rivalry between you and Maxine.
It's not rivalry. It's fun. It's just we're having girl fun. It's exciting. She pushes, I push her. She pushes, you know. So we're just having fun out there and encouraging each other.
She said that you're an extremely good driver, and she loves the fact that you've also pushed her because she's only managing to beat you because you have pushed her to and beaten her, and she wants to prove that she can also try and beat you.
That's very humbling. I think she's a good driver as well, you know, considering all the other events she's done. So I'm actually getting pressure from her. I actually told her yesterday that you do not beat the older ones. The older ones beat you. However, it was just fun. We're just having exciting fun. We're giving each other pressure. And I also think even the pressure came from behind. So, well, yeah.
Overall, thank you very much. You've done a superb job. You've kept the car in good condition. You've finished all your races. How does that feel?
Oh, it's very exciting to know that you put the team is still in the race and that you've not damaged the car. In fact, I got here and they told me I have a puncture, and I'm thinking, I have a puncture because I didn't lose control. So keeping the team in line is the most exciting thing that you can do for a team.
I will give you a break so you can get back to celebrate with the rest of your team. Ladies and gentlemen, Caroline Gatimu, and she's been driving this beautiful Evo. What we'll do right now, we'll head back into studio and allow you to get a few pics and looks under the hood as the team goes through the vehicle.
All right, Al, thanks very much, Solo. You're the rally man looking at that car. Anything you notice?
Nothing indifferent. Typical Group N4 Mitsubishi Evo 9. As we're seeing the highlight there of Caroline's spin out, and that just put paid to her final, Sean, because she did get the whole shot, which, as we've said this weekend, is 50% of the race. She got it, but then she just spun out.
Incredible stuff. We saw the spin. Combination of pressure, maybe a slight lapse, but she seems happy to have finished second in the ladies category, and that's all about rallycross. It's just about enjoying themselves. As we see the lineup for the two-wheel drive category, Samir Nanji in the white VW, Jose Sardinia in the Vitz, Joseph Gacheche, and also Neil Gohill. They'll be up there for the final of the two-wheel drive category.
Yeah, it's a big welcome back to Neil. If you are just joining us or you've forgotten what happened during the day, Neil rolled in the semi-final, hit a small divot in the road as he went wide on a left-hand corner and rolled it onto his side. They put the car on back onto its wheels, and there is the Vitz of Neil. So obviously scrutineers have gone round it, checked the validation of the roll cage. You know, if it has been kinked, if it hasn't, it's fine. Obviously the mechanics have gone through it. Mild roll. We're on the 32nd board. So we have VW Golf Samir versus the Taxi Jose versus Joseph in the latest Vitz, and Neil in the first generation Vitz. Final two-wheel drive, ladies and gentlemen. And we are a go. Sounding like bumblebees there. Don't know who's got the whole shot. Samir gets the whole shot, followed by Joseph and then Neil. Jose in the Taxi takes the Joker straight up. Ooh, is that Neil on the back straight past Joseph? Vitz to Vitz, that was spectacular. Did he hold it? Yes, he has. Neil is straight into second place. And now he chases Samir in the Golf. You can see that mild roll has done nothing to dim his confidence, Neil. He is really on it. As they come onto the start-finish straight to start their second lap, it is Samir in first place in the Golf. Conventional lap, Neil close by him. Also on conventional, Joseph takes the Joker. Welcome back, Sean. As you were gone, I just want to tell you that this kid, Neil, there is no cobwebs, no fear after that roll. He didn't get the whole shot. He was third, and on the very first lap, he drove right past Joseph, and he's now up the tailpipes of Samir. Both of them have not taken the Joker. You can see how hard he's pushing. It's gone right through the tires there, Neil.
All right, so there's going to be a penalty of some sorts, as it looks like Joseph Gacheche has taken advantage, and also Jose to take a line. Obviously, it was going to be difficult for them to to try and go through the chicane unscathed, the way the tyres have moved. All right, so very impressive at the moment. Samir Nanji in the lead here. And as we saw, Neil really pushing that Vitz. He's very close behind. And let's see how they go through the chicane. This is going to be key. Clean through, both of them. And there's obviously a time penalty applied to Neil, which will be a bit of a blow for him in the final. But a great battle here between two drivers of the future, Logan.
Yeah, it's just, you know, it's lovely to watch, but Samir takes the joker. Neil, conventional track. Neil still has to take the joker. Can he have a clear track to pull a gap? I don't know. Let's have a look.
All right, if you're just joining us, a very good afternoon to you. The second final on this afternoon. And this is the two-wheel class drive. He had a roll this morning, which is why you're seeing that mesh on the side of the driver's window. For Neil Gohill, it will be a little bit more dusty inside the car. Great driving by the young Neil Gohill, a student at Hillcrest Secondary School. Oh, that was so close to clipping the tyres, Samir Nanji there. Logan, this is great driving between two wonderful drivers.
Neil, yeah.
Into the joker he goes. Where's he going to come out now? Is it going to be him or Samir?
Oh, it's close.
He's ahead.
I think he's managed, yes.
He's managed, but remember there's the time penalty. So where does he finish? Great drive by Neil, showing no ill effects from that roll this morning. As he comes onto the tarmac, he's got to go clean through this, Logan.
He has to go clean.
Let's see how he handles this. Ooh!
Oh, he just clipped them. So does Samir.
Oh. Now, to be fair to Samir, the tyres have moved already slightly when he went through, so it's going to be tough.
On the outside, yes. On the inside, no. So
interesting.
They'll double back and check, so we can't tell you with certainty who won that final. We can tell you first and second.
I was never very good at maths at school, so let's wait and see what the organizers say regarding that. But what a race, as we've proved time and time again. It doesn't matter which category, the racing has been absolutely fantastic this whole weekend. And well done. We see the taxi there heading, he's had a great weekend, Jose Sardinia. Remember, he's doing the rally raid the following weekend in Solio at Solio Ranch, which is partly in Nyeri County and also partly in Laikipia County. My father was quick to clarify yesterday. So let's hear, we'll link up with Solo. Let's link up with Solo, who is with Neil Gohill. What a race yesterday. And as we mentioned, of course, they have to clarify, the organizers, the penalties here and see who's won that race. But in the meantime, Solo is in the pits. And what racing today by young Neil Gohill.
Nico, so you know, pass it in. And I'm just proud of the team for bouncing back from the room. Who would you give your credit to for that? My entire team. Nicholas, Dano, my dad, my mom, Junaid, Nazim, Uncle Charan, all those guys.
Now, for those who've just quickly joined us, kindly tell us what happened, what actually got broken the last time we started. We went through the last race, and what did they manage to do?
We broke our styro, I think that's what it's called, where you can't steer, rock end. And I couldn't steer. That's why we went into the roll. I could have saved it, but it already broke at that point. Yeah, so that broke, and there's a part of the back where it's like bent. That's hence why I was going sideways on a straight.
The cross member.
Yeah, the cross member, and yeah, everything had just gone wrong, but our team managed to fix it before the end of the round.
I've seen you driving extra hard this last lap. I've seen you put in a bit more effort than you did the last 2 days. Is there any particular reason, or were you just going for the kill?
I just wanted to, honestly, I just wanted to drive it clean. Also try to go for the first place, although it was difficult. I had no power steering, of course. And yeah, we managed to do that. And at the end, I think if it was like 2 more laps, we wouldn't have been able to complete.
Samir has been putting a lot of pressure you from the back and was on your tail end for a greater part of the race. What do you think about his driving?
Samir, from last what I've seen, he's really improved. I think the entire season he's done really well, especially from Eldoret. He's learnt a lot, and I'm happy to see that the younger generation of drivers were doing quite a good job.
Now, for your sponsors and for your fans and everybody watching, what will your final words be?
Vivo Energies, Shell, NCBA, Salomon, Going Outdoor, Taisho, Lubricant City, and all the fans watching, every RX fan. I'd like to thank them for the support, and yeah, we managed to pull through.
I know you've got your social media handles. Do you like to quickly mention them so people can continue following and seeing what you do?
So I'm on Instagram and Facebook at Neil Motorsports, or if you just search Neil Gohill, you will find me.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We can see some remnants of... what is this and what happened?
The fan belt. This is the remains of the fan belt for the car.
So this is why you didn't have your power steering?
I had nothing, yeah. I was just driving on Guvu and strength.
Congratulations, nevertheless. Ladies and gentlemen, Neil Gohill, and he has done extremely well. Remember, he had a small mishap earlier on. But the beauty about it, as he said, never say never, never say die, and he's managed to be back and has done extremely well. He has won that last heat. Back to you, Sean.
All right, thank you so much, Solo. It has been absolutely brilliant having you there in the pits. As we have a look at the highlights, I'd like to say a big thank you as well to Sushil and Sangeeta, his parents, of course, who have been there supporting him, and also Priya, his sister, who have been there. I'd like to also say a warm welcome as well, Wayne Fernandez, who's there advising behind the scenes as well. So Wayne Motorsports as well advising behind the scenes as we see the roll from this morning. And what a bounce back, Logan, to come and win. It looks like he is the winner despite all the penalties that we were getting confused between him and Samir. Look at these pictures, fantastic pictures. That's Sangeeta, the mum. We can see Sushil, Priya, the sister, giving her brother a hug. Such touching pictures there. We love this. Very close brother and sister. And also seeing Karanvir, we can see members of the team here as well, coming and greeting him as well. So well done to Neil as he gets lifted up here. Brilliant stuff. Wonderful pictures. Well done, winning the two-wheel drive category here. And here's Sushil there. Non-alcoholic, of course. A bit of water there to celebrate. Brilliant stuff there. Logan, your thoughts?
Hats off to him. He rolled, right, in the semi-final. You know, you would have to be wary coming out again. There was no such thing for Neil. He was full tapped in that final, like nothing had happened earlier. Well done to him.
Brilliant stuff. So well done, Neil Gohill, winning the two-wheel drive category. As we see members of the Delta Motorsports team coming to do this drag racing for the next 10 minutes. Let's enjoy the pictures that will come shortly. As we see members of the Delta Motorsports team will have the RX Cups coming up, the team event, the junior event coming up, the open class, the legends and the champions. But in the meantime, for the next 10 minutes or so, let's enjoy some drag racing courtesy of Delta Motorsports. We saw the chairman, Umang Soni, he's around, and thank you so much to the support from other disciplines of motorsport. We'll leave you with a small break as we enjoy the drag racing. We hopefully will see the pictures shortly of some amazing cars here doing some drag racing. This is Delta Motorsports, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy these visuals, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes or so.
Well, Sean, having a look at these vehicles, I must tell you, That's the latest generation Impreza there, and it's either a Nissan 350 or 370 at the back of it. Talking about drag racing, I also MC at the drag racing in Zambia, and believe me when I say it has become huge. A month back, we had the Drags Airport Road attendance, audience, 5,000 people. Wow! It was mega. So when this picks up in Kenya, you will talk to me once this drag picks up.
We also have, by the way, TT Motorsports. They attract huge crowds as well. Delta Motorsports, we are proud to have affiliated with the Kenya Motorsports Club. So, Kenya Motorsports Federation, I'm sorry. So, welcome, Delta Motorsports. We really appreciate your support. And we'll leave you with these pictures as Delta Motorsports have a drag racing demonstration, and we'll be back for the RX Cubs. They will be the next race. Enjoy these, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Amazing display by the drag racers of Delta Motorsports, and we're on to the Cubs category here. As we see in the Cubs, Karanvir Ruprai, who's been so impressive, Ian Bengi and Cheche Ababu, the son of the Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, the Arts and Sports, Ababu Namwamba, who is here to watch his son in action. So Karanvir Ruprai would have to start out as favorite here. He's been so impressive throughout the weekend, but also Ian Bengi and Cheche Ababu in the final. So Logan, you've been watching them the whole weekend. It's all about the experience, but the action has been brilliant also in this category.
It has, and I love this category because it's the future.
Exactly.
So very interested in it. I'm pretty sure 10 years time we're talking about these guys in R5s or whatever fancy top line rally car there is at that time. And like I will say, we saw them when they started, kind of thing. But they're very competitive. Karanvi won't have it all his own way because Ian's also in the mood as we see the 1 minute board go up. And Cheche, he had a roll yesterday, and I'm also impressed with his comeback. Because it can destroy your confidence, that kind of stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah. Here we go.
All right, so about to get underway. Karanvir Ruprai in pole position. We can see Cheche Ababu and also Ian Bengi. And a great start by Cheche Ababu, overtaking Ian Bengi there, and Ian coming straight up. What a start, but Karanvir Ruprai with the whole shot, and it's between the two. Ian Bengi electing to do the joker on the first lap. Very smart of the young boy. Obviously some advice from his father, Eric, probably telling him, and he's been thinking about it, when to do the joker lap. So interesting there, Logan.
It is. I don't know. Let's see how it pans out. It's not a bad idea to do the.
Almost a spin there.
Karanvir almost spun it, but he kept a hold of it in its spin. But doing the joker lap first, it's worked for some. Let's see if it works for Ian, because if he had come out in second place, I would have been like, yeah, that was a good move. But he's come out third, behind Cheche. Let's have a look, see.
All right, so I just noticed, if you may have noticed, the Bowser had gone around while they were doing the demonstration. And for these Cubs, they have to be extremely careful on one or two of the corners. As we see Karanvir with a healthy lead at the moment. They're slipping and sliding a little bit there. I have to be a bit careful. Remember, 1 moment's lapse of concentration and you can spin. So I get the feeling that the conditions on the track may be a factor in this race, Logan.
Yep, and Ian did pass Cheche on the back straight, so he is in second. And remember, he's the only one who has taken the joker. The buggies are feeling the effects.
All right, so look at that. Very impressive by Ian Bengi overtaking Karanvir Ruprai.
Something happened to Karanvir. They must have had a spin because he had a decent enough gap. Out of our view.
Or was it the joker lap? I'm not sure. We missed something along there. What happened? But extremely tight there, and great racing. As we said, it doesn't matter what category you have. Ian Bengi, great racing there between him and Karanvir, who goes into the joker lap. So it looks like something happened to Karanvir.
Yeah, let's see what happens when he comes out. Ian's already here, so comfortable lead for Ian. Something happened to Karanvir.
So if you're just joining us, we are in the final here of the Cubs, the youngest competitors at the Rallycross, and awesome action with Ian Bengi, the son of Eric Bengi, in action, and leading at the moment Karanvir, who's been so impressive the whole weekend, Karanvir Ruprai. But when it matters most in the final, the edge goes to Ian Bengi as Cheche Ababu, Cheche, clipping the corner there.
Yeah, put him on two wheels, but he controlled it, turned into the wrong, and he's still in contention.
A lot of people advising Cheche. We see a few people there in the background. By the way, a warm welcome, and she said to say congratulations to the lady, Pauline Shegu, who is around. Pauline Shegu, an advisor to the CS. And she is around, the Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, the Arts and Sports, Ababu Namamba, watching his son in action, and Pauline Shegu, the personal assistant. Look at this. Great racing here between Karambir Ruprai and Ian Bengi. What action this is, huh?
Oh yeah, they are really at each other. Oh.
Another spin
Too
there.
early on the power for Karamveer, so almost a half spin.
All right, so these mistakes proving costly. There, another wobble on the final corner for Karamveer as Ian Bengi wins that, and they will be elated in the pits for him. His brother Alan and father Eric Bengi and the team will be elated. And for Karamveer, he'll be wondering, those little mistakes are costing him. Well done, as we see Flash there, just acknowledging these youngsters. It has been absolutely brilliant, the action throughout the weekend in the Cubs category. And well done to the organizers for adding this category, which is proving to be extremely popular. And of course, a great avenue for people, the youngsters, to enter the sport. So well done once again to Ian Bengi, the victor. And we'll link up with Ian, the winner, in just a moment. Solo is there in the pits, and he will be, of course, talking to the victor in the RX Cubs. Incredible action. And of course, we'll see the other Cubs. But let's link up with Solo, who's in the pits shortly, as we see these wonderful shots. Such a stunning area Machakos County is. And a hot day today, by the way. It's hotter than yesterday. Beautiful, beautiful day here. And we've also got the other Cubs, Alan Bengi and Billy Tundo, who are at the start. Will be starting shortly. We're hoping to get reactions from the pits. All right, let's link up with Solo, who is with the victor, Ian Bengi.
Hi Ian, how you doing?
Good, and you?
This time you have a bigger smile on your face.
Yeah, we won.
How did it go?
Good, great. A great joker lap strategy and quick overtakes, which brought us the win. I'm so proud of the team. And I'd like to say a big thank you to Dovu Cement and my mom, who's been encouraging me all along.
What did you do different this time? Because we noticed that twice you overtook Karanveer.
Yes, I was actually trying to do what my dad said, tick in lines better, and if I'm in that state, go for the joker. So I just did my best, and when I overtook, I did my best to maintain the lead.
Beautiful driving. What do you think about Karanveer and his driving?
He's a great competitor, a great rival, and he's a worthy competitor.
So what was your final parting shot for this event be?
Huh?
Your parting shot, your final words.
Yeah, it was a good event. I'd like to say a big thank you to Tim Jessop. He designed the track beautifully for us to win.
Thank you very much. Congratulations and keep it up. We do hope to see more of you. You're still in autocross. You're still doing rallycross. We'll definitely see you at the next event.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Back to you, Sean.
All right, congratulations, Ian Bengi, the winner. A fantastic victory over Karanveer Ruprai with Cheche Ababu in third place. So well done, and thank you as always, Solo, who's out in the pits. So as we see young Alan Bengi and Billy Tundo, who are at the start for the second final, as we see, look at that, great stuff. Charan Tethi, the father of Rajveer Tethi, congratulating Ian, and just great camaraderie, and the elders supporting the youngsters. Great stuff, huh?
All goes back to what Assad was saying. You know, it takes a village, son,
exactly,
to raise a child. And this is what we're seeing here.
Amazing. All right, so we see the start of the second Cubs final, and that is between Billy Tundo and young Alan Bengi, the son of Ian Bengi. And a good start by the two of them. Side by side there. Neck and neck here. All right, so what's going to happen here? They're both electing not to do the joker. on the opening lap as Billy Tundo goes ahead. And these the younger competitors. Billy is 10 years old. Alan actually younger at 7 years old.
Wow.
And great competition between them in pretty similar equipment, it has to be said. Logan?
Yeah, I believe these are 500cc buggies. And the two of them are in these 500cc buggies, and they're very evenly matched, I would say. Especially that we didn't know who had the whole shot there. You know, they were neck and neck into the first corner.
All right, so extremely close. Look at them going together. Are they going to bump each other? No, they're racing clean. And both not doing the Joker again. Wide angle there, heading into the turn by Alan, losing a little bit of time. Slowly catching up once again with Billy. And Billy in the lead. Remember, you have to do the Joker at least once, and as we can see with the Cubs, shorter lap than the adult counterparts, yeah?
Yes, they do have that shorter track. They don't go through the tire chicane.
Yeah. Great racing between the two of them. This relatively new category started at the last Rallycross event. The Cubs, as Billy is still electing not to do the Joker, and Alan now goes into the Joker. So will this prove to be a key moment in the race? Billy waiting until a little bit later to do the Joker. But of course now trying to increase his lead and hoping that he goes into the Joker with enough of a lead to come out in front. So Logan, interesting this.
It is. It is, and they also have 6 laps to do it on their final. Or is it 5? Because our screen is saying 6.
Yeah, 6 for the... remember, they are on a shorter lap, but it looks like they're on the same amount of laps as their adult counterparts here. All right, so what's going to happen here? Goes into the Joker.
That was Dad urging him on there.
Go, go, go!
I'm telling you. So Billy takes the Joker. Let's see how it pans out. He comes out of the Joker in the lead.
All right, so in the lead, Billy has the advantage over Alan Bengi. Super racing here. And of course, there's the next generation now. Eric Bengi and Flash Tundo. We're seeing the next generation coming through here.
Yeah.
Incredible action here. We're loving this. 500cc. Brilliant, brilliant action.
You see how Alan and Billy into that first, that transition corner have completely different lines to each other.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, don't know whether it's deliberate or not. You know, at that age, really, it's about seat time. As we mentioned, you know, it's a great age for them to be in action. By the time they're 18, you know, it's amazing. Billy's saying he's been in it for 3 years. So by the time he's 18, 11 years experience already in terms of seat time. It's incredible. You know, Alan is only 7 years old again. 11. You know, that's a lot of seat time.
Yeah, you're right. Oh. Transition corner is a problem again.
And you know, there is a penalty, I think, and there's a small clash between them because the momentum went to Alan. And I'm not quite sure about the rules of Rallycross, but if you do go off the course, I think there is a small penalty as well. So disaster there for young Billy Tundo. And Alan with the momentum overtaking and coming out onto the tarmac. And a great victory, Logan, here for Alan Bengi, making it a double in the Cubs category for the Bengi family.
For the Bengi brothers.
Mom and Dad will be ecstatic, Logan.
Yeah, well done. In all fairness, Billy just overcooked it in that final, that corner, transition corner from the tarmac to the dirt. Yes, it's been watered. Maybe that is the reason. But he had the lead for the majority of that race and lost in the last lap.
All right, so we can see ecstatic scenes at the Bengi tent. It is a double for the Bengi boys, Ian and Alan. We'll link up with Solo in just a moment. What a victory for Alan Bengi there to make it a double for the Bengi family. Incredible stuff.
Well done.
All right, so let's link up with Solo, who's there to get the reactions.
And the crowd goes. Congratulations, young man. How does it feel?
Yes, this is my first win ever, and I've been practicing in years ago.
What did you do different this time?
I took speed after I just took the inside, then took the lead, then went to the jump, then turn, then go straight past, then finished first.
How does that feel?
Good.
And the crowd goes. Ladies and gentlemen, what are your final words to all the young kids who are watching you and would love to get into a car seat and drive just like you?
This is our practice to do now.
It feels good, right?
Yeah.
It feels good to win?
Yes.
Is a win everything, or sometimes just being there and having fun means a lot?
Having fun.
Means everything.
Yes.
Okay. Congratulations, young man. Ladies and gentlemen, the young Bengi, and the crowd goes once more. So we'll take a quick look at the buggy. This is a newly put together buggy, 1000 cc. His is an auto, while his brother's is a manual. And you can see he's driven it beautifully. What we'll do right now, before we head on back to check on young Billy, is head on back to Sean in the studio, and we'll be right back with more right here at the Rallycross.
Incredible stuff. I can tell you that this buggy is made by Robert Gao, who is, I tell you what, a genius when it comes to putting together rally cars, and has put together many vehicles that are competing here at the Rallycross. So you're looking at a Robert Gao creation here for Eric Bengi. Just look at that. Beautiful, beautiful vehicle. Rob Sport, you can see Robert Gao, who we spent quite a bit of the weekend with. He's been staying at the same hotel. And incredible, the detail that Rob puts into his vehicles is something else. It's a winning machine. Alan Bengi joining his brother Ian as a victor. You have to feel for young Billy Tundo. He was on the cusp of winning, and a small error enabled Alan to have the momentum, overtake him, and get his first ever victory. So well done. Hugely emotional. We'll link up with Solo in just a moment. Logan, you're looking at this Robert Gao creation. He's incredible what he puts together, huh?
It's a beautiful machine. I think it's a Vitz. He was telling us how he does it. Puts the Vitz engine in with the gearbox and the drive shafts. You know, it's one of those Toyotas that is reliable and very well put together. And the welding is really good. There's Robert there on the extreme right. Yeah, beautiful. And look, for the Bengi boy, this one, Alan, he's so ecstatic. It's his first win ever, he says.
Yeah, it was tough on young Billy Tundo as we come to the juniors here. We see Rajveer Tethi heading to the start. We'll link up with them. Don't forget, of course, the open class, the legends and the champions still to come in the finals here. What racing we've had so far. It's been incredible. Expecting Hamza Anwar to be there. Also John Cardivani, Ismail Azeli, Rajveer Tethi. All right, so just looking here, this is Hamza Anwar coming, of course, just warming up the tires as he heads towards the start. John Cardivani, also there. That's Rajveer Tethi in the Shell branded GC8. It's there. Great shots. Look at this wonderful shot. So we got John Cardivani, Rajveer Tethi and Hamza Anwar confirmed in the final of the junior event. Hamza Anwar will have the edge. He'll start out as favorite for this event. Rajveer Tethi will give him a run for his money. And John Cardivani is in the hatchback, the white Subaru hatchback. So it's been a close fight between Hamza Anwar and Rajveer Tethi. Rajveer having huge respect for Hamza, who's continuing to perform. He's going to be in Greece in a few weeks' time for the Junior World Rally Championship, their final event of the year. It's been a huge learning curve. He's getting training from Tapio Laukkanen, the legend in the area, the former Kenyan National Rally Champion, and of course who trains many rally drivers across the region. So, tell you what, impressive. The next generation of drivers coming through, Logan.
Yeah, imagine that. He's off to Greece, Rally Acropolis. As you say, that's their final round this year, is it, in the juniors?
Yes, yeah.
Who's that and what's his story?
John Cardivani, who's, young upcoming driver, who's an upcoming driver, and he's looking very, very good for the future as well. Takes part in autocross events, so good to see him there. He was in Nanyuki, by the way, last weekend for the autocross. So good to see a number of drivers supporting not only autocross, but also rallycross.
Okay, so
Rajveer,
I don't know,
he
Sean.
must be thinking, what do I need to do to try and beat Hamza? He's in a superior, we would say on paper, an Evo 9. That Evo 9 is set up really nicely, but as you've seen, that GC8 is also well prepared. Beautiful, beautiful car.
It's a lovely car, but have we seen Hamza put a foot wrong all weekend?
Well, as we've seen in previous races, you can do well all through and something can go wrong in the final. We don't want to put a commentator's curse, otherwise he will not let us near the pits.
Shall we just say good luck to all?
Exactly. All right, so about to get underway. John Cardivani at the back. In the middle, it is Rajveer Tethi, and in front, Hamza Anwar. It is the junior, the final, and they're off. Who's going to get the whole shot? A very strong start as John Cardivani has an issue at the start, already losing tons of time behind. And the whole shot going to Hamza as Rajveer elects to do the joker on the first lap.
Yep.
Interesting. Your thoughts? Joker on the first lap, 6 laps?
Yeah, I would have done the same thing. I mean, he didn't get the whole shot. So, Joker, get out of the way. Clear track and just try and put the times in. Problem is, that's what Hamza's doing too. So it's a question of who does it quicker.
I would assume that Hamza, no showboating, nothing. It's a final. Let's just get this over and done with. Nice clean driving by all of them through the chicane. No major issues. John Cardivani coming through. He had a horrible start. Not sure what happened exactly. That anti-lag just sounds so incredible on the Evo 9. Still electing not to do the joker. So remember, Rajveer has done the joker, but is that going to be enough? Doing it early, or Hamza, who's deciding, let me try and build up as much of a lead as I can before doing the joker. Is that going to pay off? Let's see what happens. Logan.
I wonder, Rajveer looks like he's keeping Hamza honest to a degree. Well, yeah, are my eyes just failing me? I don't know. Let's see how it pans out.
All right, nice and clean through the tires. Hamza as he comes through. All right, try to build up as much of a lead as he can.
Puncture, I think.
Yeah, it looks like something's happened.
Rajveer's got a puncture.
Oh dear, yeah, he's got a puncture, it looks like.
Right front.
Oh dear.
Well, that's put paid to that. Now it remains to be seen if he can hold John behind him.
Oh dear, so it's happened quite early in the race. What do? You carry on, damage the car? Do you withdraw? What do you do now at this point in time, huh?
Well, you don't withdraw, but if you push the car, you might damage it. So I don't think there's much he can do.
I get the feeling, and we didn't see him come through, I think he's decided to withdraw.
That may be the case.
Yeah, I think he's decided to withdraw, sadly. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. All right, so if you're just joining us, disaster for Rajveer Tethi. We had what looks like a front right-hand puncture, and he's had to withdraw from the race rather than damage the car. And that means a huge lead for Hamza Anwar in the final of the junior class. And he'll be devastated, Rajveer, with that. Logan, what a dampener on the final, huh?
For sure. We saw the same thing happen to Hamza's dad, Assad, but it happened on the last lap. What happened to Rajveer, and for sure the same right front. Oh, Hamza's gone off. Hamza's gone off.
All right, so we saw him clip the tire during the chicane and then goes off. He's really lucky that Rajveer is not close to him, otherwise it would have been close. He's now doing the Joker lap. Did he just overcook it, or is there an issue with the car?
No, the car's fine. He just came out, concentration, no competition behind him. It happens. And he just went too wide on the tarmac, got onto the dirt, and it threw him out.
Almost disaster for Hamza.
Almost.
Whilst having a healthy lead. And imagine if that had happened, a disaster, then you would have had the surprise of John Kadavani. And remember what we were saying before, you can do everything right and then it all goes wrong in the final. That was almost a disaster for Hamza Anwar.
Sure. Shall we say silly mistake by Hamza, but brilliant save.
All right, so more conservative as he heads into the final lap. Hamza Anwar with a healthy lead over John Kadavani, the upcoming driver in the Subaru hatchback. And for Hamza, just keeping it clean, keep your nose clean. Go through the motions, make sure that everything is fine. Remember, the car still has to be used by Asad a little bit later, his father. And Logan, as he heads towards the finish line, he'll go through the chicane. Just your thoughts the whole weekend. Hamza, who clips the tire, he can clip as many tires as he wants at this point.
The kid never put
he's got such a healthy lead, he can afford 1 or 2 penalties. Clips some more tires.
He never put a foot wrong until the final.
Couple of laps.
And he nearly threw it away. But lucky escape, good save. And I think he is now the junior champion.
All right, so the junior champion, and congratulations to Hamza Anwar as we see John Kadavani head towards the chicane, and well done to him under extremely difficult circumstances with cars that are superior. Well done to John Kadavani as he goes around the final corner, and well done to him, Logan.
Yeah, well done to Johnny. He hung in there with a stall in the beginning, and he came up and he's second. My heart goes out to Rajveer. He's driven well all weekend. The car was prepped really well. I loved the sound of it. In the final, puncture. You can't write this stuff.
Oh dear. Anyway, we'd just like to say well done to Rajveer. It's been great driving over the weekend. Something beyond him, of course. Puncture can happen to anybody, but congratulations once again. Incredible drives the whole weekend. Hamza Anwar with John Kadavani in second place. We'll link up with Solo, who is in the pits. Let's see if we can get the pictures of the pits. Let's link up with Solo. Get the reactions of a very healthy and smiling Hamza Anwar, of course. The ever healthy Hamza Anwar. And let's link up with Solo.
How you doing, Hamza?
Fine, thank you.
You're looking too comfortable. You look like you have no...
Some fun. I was just trying to drift a little. One went a bit wrong, but I was just trying to power slide it a little for the fans.
Do you think the experience when you went out to drive in the snow and just rally in Europe, has that brought you back something that has actually helped improve your skills back at home?
Of course. The exposure I have is amazing. But, you know, problem child is always problem child. So always out there for my boys, for my fans. Look out for this problem child. You know, we're always there to put a show on for you guys. Follow us on our socials, Hamza Anwar Racing, TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, the lot. Keep up, keep in touch.
Do you mentor any younger drivers?
Yeah, quite a lot. Few of them, they don't like to mention me, but it's fine.
Yeah. Thank you very much and congratulations, Hamza. We'll quickly take a few looks at the peeps at the vehicle. Look what the crew are doing. We know Hamza Anwar is about to head out by himself, and the car doesn't have much time to take a lot of looking at. However, let's see what they're doing and how that is going. Back to you, Sean.
All right, so no rest for the car because it's going out immediately, as we saw the point where Hamza had a bit of a scare, and that's when showboating can go wrong, and went off the track momentarily. That would have been disaster had something happened there. Remembering that Asad was next, clipping the tires as he headed towards the chicane, and well done, John Cardavani finishing second, with Raju Tethi, as we saw in the highlights, having that puncture, and he sadly had to withdraw from the race. Bad luck, but of course he's been brilliant throughout the weekend, Raju Tethi. But well done and congratulations once again, Hamza Anwar, as Asad, no time for the car to rest, and tell you what, could that prove to be a factor in this next race? They've not even had a chance to look at it, Logan, and how risky is that? Back-to-back races.
Sean, it is what it is. They are sharing a car. A lot of people are sharing a car this weekend. I don't think it's a problem, although that off of Hamza's could have proved to have been a big problem, you know. But he dodged a bullet, and his dad still has a ride for the open event.
All right, so the open class happening shortly. We can see Ian's unique buggy heading out there to the start. Asad Anwar, of course, going to be in there. We'll have the start list shortly. We can see Flash heading towards the start. This should be some race. This is the final. So at the end of the day, as friendly as they are, they're going to want victory. Why do I get a sneaky suspicion that Flash will be at the back again? We'll be starting from the back. The organizers, of course, trying to really see if they can level the playing field here.
By handicapping the beast.
Exactly. Which still has the left signal on. Just looking at the little details with me and my OCD.
But it's the third round in a row, eh? That the indicators on.
Planning on a left turn somewhere. All right, so we can see Flash in pole position.
Yeah, I
all
guess
right,
this
so
is
it's
the
going
final,
back.
so they can't.
Yeah, they're going back to regular with Ian second. Ian has said time and time again he'd be happy to finish in front of Asad. So we wait and see. Remember, Flash has to do the Joker lap twice. Asad Anwar, Ian Duncan, George Njoroge and Clement Marini in the final of the open class. Your thoughts? Can Flash be caught in this?
Like I said, look, he's in pole position, so that's a good thing. For him, that's a very good thing. If he can get the whole shot, he stands the best chance.
All right, okay. Awesome stuff. We can see another buggy coming through.
Who's that?
All right, so interestingly, Cheche Ababu's buggy being used in the final of the open class. That is interesting. How it's going to keep up with these beasts is something else. So Ian there, that's Asad Anwar, and be interesting to see who's driving that buggy. right, so that's Asad Anwar. All right, so Cheche Ababu's one, and that's George and Njoroge. Who, of course, is training Cheche. Has decided to use Cheche's buggy here. This should be interesting.
Why not, Sean? It is the open class.
Well, when we say open, of course, any vehicle can be used.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right, so this is interesting. So George and Njoroge in the buggy of Cheche Ababu. Ian Duncan in the buggy. Asad Anwar in the Evo. Flash Tundo in the Proto. This is extremely interesting how this is going to unfold. Evo 10 running gear with a sequential gearbox. Ian Duncan in this buggy. Incredible piece of equipment. The Proto, which is purpose built for rallying and probably the perfect machine for rallycross. Being piloted by Carl Tundo, the 5-time Safari Rally winner. Ian Duncan, the only driver currently driving in the country to have won the Safari Rally. It's a World Rally Championship event in 1994 with the Flying Sausage. We remember that back in 1994. Here's Asad Anwar, our motorsports legend, who's there. Logan, some final words before they start. This is going to be an extremely interesting race.
It is open class. George there in the little buggy. I think he's
out of his depth.
Yeah, not out of his depth, but out of the vehicle's depth. Certainly, you know. I mean, he's punching way above his weight class with that little buggy. But you never know. I mean, you know, Hamza almost threw the last one away. Rajveer had a puncture. John could have won it.
Exactly.
You know, this is rallying. You never know, you know. Don't look down on your opponent. He'll bite you when you least expect it. So what do we have there? We have the Proto, Flash, Ian in the buggy, Asad in the 9, and George in the buggy. Quite surprising.
It's not called open class for nothing.
Aren't you so right?
By the organizers. All right, so great. You know, at the end of the day, let everybody participate.
Yeah, well done. He must have had a hair-raising time to try and get it onto the start line.
Exactly.
With the amount of punishments these vehicles have gone through this whole weekend, you know, it's a wonder. We don't have a high attrition rate, but we're thankful for it. And yeah, big up to Clement there. He's on the start line. We have the 5 vehicles for the open class, Sean.
All right, so once again, Ian Duncan, Carl Tundo, Asad Anwar, George Njoroge, and Clement Marini on the line. Carl Tundo in the front, Ian Duncan just behind him, Asad Anwar, George Njoroge, and Clement Marini in that order. Who's going to win? We will know, of course, in a few minutes after 6 laps. 1 lap has to be a joker lap, except for Flash, who has to do the joker lap twice because of the vehicle that he's driving. Logan, who's going to get the whole shot?
Whole shot, I would say Flash. He's on the inside as well, you know. So even if somebody does pass him on the outside, if he holds the inside line, he will turn in first, and that is a whole shot.
All right, so interesting to note, reversing a change for George Njoroge.
Yeah, he's just changing lane.
Right now behind Asad Anwar, and Clement Marini is in front of him, so George Njoroge is now at the back. All right, so about to get underway in the open class here. It is the final, and it's the 4th Rallycross event, the 2nd of 2023. 3-event championship this year. The next one is in December. We're getting the warning signs. About to get underway. 1 minute sign has gone up. The 30-second sign will come up shortly, and they'll be underway. So once again, in case you're joining us, Carl Tundo, Ian Duncan, Asad Anwar, Clement Marini, and George Njoroge in that order. The final of the open class, 30 seconds to go sign has come up.
Who do you have your money on, Sean? Quick.
I'll say Flash.
You say Flash. Live a little, son. Live a little.
I say Flash. I'd love Ian to win this just because of him being a legend. I would also love Asad as well. You know, love an outsider to win this. But
the doc says Asad. I say George in the buggy.
And they're wrong.
Look at the buggy, mate.
Hey, look at that. So Flash with the whole shot. He was on the inside as we predicted. So when they do the Joker lap is going to be crucial here. All right, so George decides to do the Joker on the first lap. Flash is racing ahead. He has to do the Joker twice. Clement Marini has also decided to do the Joker, and the dust is phenomenal, and that's going to prove to be a factor. The visibility for the drivers a little bit later, and Flash will have that advantage of having a clear road ahead of him. All right, so what's going to be crucial is how they go through the chicanes, because remember, every time you touch a tire, you get a penalty. Flash clean through, Ian also clean through, Asad also clean through. No problems as they go throughout the first lap. So the last two have done the Joker. What's Flash deciding to do? Looks like he'll leave it to later, Logan, as Ian goes for the Joker.
So does Asad.
All right, so fascinating that Flash has decided to leave it until later. Oh dear, and that's George Njoroge.
George on his side.
All right, nothing serious. He's been put on the back on the wheels. And that's the second time, by the way, the same buggy has been on its side. It was on its side yesterday, but they put it back on. Hopefully George is okay. That tire needs to be moved because it's making it a bit difficult for people to navigate. All right, how does Ian handle this? Let's see. He's clean through.
He's clipped as well.
But you know, this is now proving to be difficult because the tire had moved. So I think the organizers may have to give the benefit of the doubt.
So they righted George and he's off. He's still in the race.
Yeah. Interesting. All right, so the tires have been fixed, no issues there.
You think Flash is going for that same tactic?
Could be. Could be.
All four in the last 3 laps, Joker.
Well, we'll find out in just a moment because he's heading towards the start-finish of yet another lap in just a moment. So what's your bet before he hits there? Is he going to do the Joker or is he going to wait?
He's going to wait till
the last 2 laps?
5 and 6. I may be wrong. I don't think I am.
Oh, you are right. He's leaving it to the last 2 laps. You're absolutely right. Your driver's instinct has come true, Mr. Naidu.
You know, because there's so much dust, Sean, and I'm kind of losing my bearings. Who's where? You know, so am I right in saying that Ian second and Asad third?
I'm getting a little bit confused. I'm just waiting to see now Flash ready to do the first of 2 Jokers, and this is going to determine now what's interesting. I'm looking.
Man, that
Ian's
car has some
buggy.
legs, eh?
Ian's buggy. Does it look like it has a puncture?
I don't know. Here goes Flash into his first Joker.
Just looking at the balance. No, he's fine. Just looked like the balance of the buggy. I thought maybe it had a puncture. Ian looks fine. All right, so the first of 2 Jokers for Flash. And he looks to be well ahead at this point in time, about to lap Clement Marino. All right. Hey, Clement all over the place here. And, ooh! That was so close and almost put Flash into the wall there.
The instincts.
As Clement goes off the road, And that was a close shave for Flash, almost going into the wall there at full speed. That could have spelled disaster. Now look at this, the placement of that tyre, which is making it more tricky for the drivers.
That fiasco with John has allowed Ian to catch up to Flash. So he has to take the Joker again. He could well lose his first place.
Let's wait and see now. This is going to be tight when Flash comes out of the Joker.
Bear in mind, Flash is coming out slow. Ian's coming at high speed.
See through the
He's
drone.
out. Here comes Ian, and he's at full tap.
All right, so Flash still ahead at this point, but remember, Ian has the momentum. And we're just going past the point where Flash had a close shave with the wall. John Cardivan is stuck in the sand there. He can't come out.
Yeah,
so
well
that's
done.
the end
I
of
think
his
Flash
race.
is coming up to, and he'll win this. So that's brilliant.
All right, so look at the placement of that tyre. This could prove to be key. As Flash touches it, I told you that the placement of that tyre is going to cause one or two problems for the drivers. As Flash comes across, now he touched the tyre.
He did touch the tyre. But you know what? We were so much confusion in that final beautiful race. We don't even know who else touched tires, to be fair. You know?
That's true. Okay, so he's pushed out John Cardivan.
Yeah, he just beached it, didn't he? You know, it flipped.
Sorry, that's Clement Marini. I was saying John Cardivan.
It flicked one way, then the other. And just ran off into the bush and got beached. You know, if it didn't get beached, I think it just carried on. It would have looked spectacular.
You know, if that had been any other driver, I think they would have ended up in the wall. Flash's handling skills was something else. Here's somebody else who was on the side and coming in. Well done to George and Njoroge, handling that as he clips more tires.
I think he's just tired now.
Yeah, exactly.
We've got to finish this.
Just waiting. Cold beer probably waiting at the finish.
Well done.
The end of a long weekend. Well done, George and Njoroge, as Clement Marini should be able to get that car going once again. But, wow, that was really, really tight. When Flash was going past him and he was wobbling all over the place, my heart went into my mouth at one point. I thought, is Flash going to go into the wall? Because he was moving it at that point. And if it had been anybody else but Flash, great handling there, Logan.
Great handling, great reaction. Amazing skills. Avoided a catastrophe and won the race.
All right.
What could you ask?
Let's go to the pits. You know what? We still don't know what's happened exactly because Flash did touch the tires there. But let's link up with Solo and link up with Flash and get the reactions of an extraordinary race between him and Ian.
How did that go?
Went all right. I lost my exhaust. I think it suddenly got loud in here. But again, being first on the grid is always a huge advantage, so you get a clean run.
Have they moved the tires because they looked pretty close, too close to each other?
They had made them, someone had hit them at one point, so I tried to avoid them. They hadn't placed them back where they were, but yeah, they were tight.
How much pressure has Ian put on you today?
Yeah, good. It's been good fun, actually. It's been really cool racing against the buggy.
Have you enjoyed yourself? Because that's what really matters the most.
Of course, 100%.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the man himself, Carl Flash Tundo. The crash. The car, okay, just give me 1 minute. Quickly take us through the car. What type of setup do you have? What is it running?
It's just a Fiesta body, and then all the running gear is Mitsubishi Evo 10. So engine, gearbox, drivetrain, and all of that is Evo 10.
What type of gearbox? The sequential?
Sequential, yeah. Samsonas.
Handbrake, definitely hydraulic.
There you go, hydraulic handbrake. Nothing much more than a group N, but in a Fiesta.
So all you're trying to tell us is it's not much about the car, it's also about the driver.
No, the car's good as well, but it's the same as an Evo 10. Let's call it an Evo 10 compact.
So for any young lads out there watching you, knowing that you're one of the idols and one of the people that who've been the greatest of our time, what would your words to be to them?
Just come and enjoy yourself. You know what I mean? You saw my son, he was getting upset about not winning and spinning. That's rallying and racing, and so long as you've had fun, so long as you've enjoyed yourself, but we've got to get more kids involved. cheaper form of rallying, cheaper form of racing. You know, not everyone can work up, and then you work up to something like this.
So we've got a lot of rally drivers who've got cars that are sitting at home doing nothing. And then we have this event that we call Rallycross. That seems to be, I think, if you asked me, a cheaper and easier way to enjoy yourself.
Yeah, you know, it's also the camaraderie that we're trying to rebuild in the motorsport fraternity, get that old style of competing, but also have fun and enjoy yourself. You know what I mean? We've got to get back to basics.
All right, thank you very much. We'll let you recover your breath. Congratulations. And again, ladies and gentlemen, that is Carl Flash Tundo. What we'll do is let you quickly take a peek under the hood. Just take a look under the bonnet and get to understand exactly when you're told what an Evo drivetrain is all about, what an engine is, and all the Ford Fiesta body, all that. And now let's head on back to studio with Sean Cardovillas.
All right, so interesting to note, I thought it was an Evo 9 running gear. It's actually Evo 10 running gear. And this is it. Just take us through this, Logan. This could have been disastrous for Flash.
It was really close. Clement clipped the outside, put him offline, and just what we call a good old-fashioned tank slapper. Left, right, and off you go into the bush. He beached it. If it didn't get beached, he would have carried on, but that last lunge into the bush, that one was heading straight into Flash in the form of a T-bone. But like you said, experience of Flash, the car control, he adjusted, went close to the wall, readjusted, and off he went.
Incredible handling by Flash there. We saw the close-up of what could have been a disaster for Flash. This replay, this is where it all went wrong for George and Jaroge, clipping the tires and ending up on his side.
Is that where it happened? I had no idea where it happened. You know?
It was a strange one, that. So clipped the tires, lost control completely, and just ended up on the side. And this buggy's been through the wars this weekend.
It has, for sure. But, you know, credit to him, he just carried on. They righted him, and off he went. Tires? What tires?
All right, so well done to everybody concerned. And with Flash, there, you know, he correctly, and we noticed it, that the tires were not placed back correctly. Here is the next event, the legends. Ron Oakley, Sharon Tethi, Asad Anwar, and Bob Kaogi will be racing in this one. So Ron Oakley, who's had a brilliant weekend, really enjoyed it. He got a victory. He was happy. Victory. Sharon Tethi, the father of Rajveer Tethi. Asad Anwar, who's the father of Hamza Anwar. And the 2016 Africa Rally Champion winning navigator, Bob Kaogi. I tell you what, a lot of experience there. And Logan, once again, on paper, very, very exciting as we see Sharon Tethi in the Shell-branded Subaru that he's been sharing with his son Rajveer. Ron Oakley in the Subaru that's being shared with the likes of Maxine Wahome out there. Your thoughts?
Yeah, on the line we have Charan and the ever-smiling Ron. My money's on between the two of these. I may stand corrected. Oh, but there's Asad to come out. Oh, yeah. And we'll see what Bob's driving, because it'll also depend on what he is driving, if it is competitive or not. But I think through the legends, through the weekend, I think it's been Ron and Asad. Asad generally coming up on top more.
All right, so we're going to pause. We'll be back in a few moments.
You can also get insurance for your car for up to 1 year, and all this within a 24-hour time frame.
Hey, Daddy, we will do 12 visits to Grandma, 8 road trips with Mommy, 52 trips to see my cousins.
We know that it's not about the car, but the journeys. Get your NCBA Asset Finance loan approved in just 24 hours, as well as your car insurance. The name is NCBA, and the numbers that matter to you matter to us. NCBA Bank. Go for it.
All right, thanks very much, Betika and NCBA, the joint title sponsors. SPS Power, Duchess Leah, Machakos Tourism and Machakos County, thank you so much for hosting us. CFAO Motors, Cabras Sugar, Live-Eye, Kenchik, Capital FM, Wilkin Group, JCB Ganatra, thank you so much. All the effort for preparing the track. Aquamist for providing the water. And Africa Eco Services, thank you so much for your support of this Rallycross event. All right, so we've got there, it looks like Hamza Anwar there at the start, Sharon Tethi, and we've got Ron Oakley. So the three confirmed for the start of the Legends. Ron Oakley, the ever-smiling Ron Oakley, was so happy to get his victory in the previous race. Sharon Tethi and Hamza Anwar at the start. Logan, your money?
Well, Sean, there's Ron Oakley, there's Sharon, and there's Assad. I don't know who's got the pole position. I don't know if they're going to move them or not, but it will weigh heavily on that. You know, pole position will get the pole, the whole shot.
All right, so at the moment, Ron Oakley at the front. As we see the water Bowser coming in front of us, the water Bowser just watering the track. And that, by the way, could prove to be a factor because remember, it makes the track a little bit more slippery. So this could be a factor heading into this race. As we see Sharon Tethi, the focus on him right there. All right, so Sharon Tethi there. The focus, the father of Rajveer Tethi. Superb shots, just love these shots of the drivers, close-ups of the drivers. A chance you don't get to see this often in motorsports, a close-up of a rally car. You see the roll cage, you see how tightly strapped they are to the seat. You know, all this is done beforehand. So to see them like that with the door open, a unique insight into what the inside of a rally car looks like.
It is, you know, and to be fair, I think the mindset is different here with Rallycross. I mean, the drivers are a lot more receptive. You know, in a full rally, the guys are focused. They're not in the best of moods. These blokes, young and old, they're all smiling and saying like, come and take a shot of me, you know?
Exactly. So wonderful shots, and thank you so much, Live-Eye, by the way. Incredible coverage. We've seen the drone shots throughout the weekend. The unique camera shots and angles as well. So thank you very much to the crew behind the scenes, and of course thank you very much. We must pay respect as well to all the marshals who are out in the sun, the volunteers who are out in the sun the whole weekend. Thank you so much for all the sacrifices you've made, being out there, making sure that everything is fine, the tires are placed properly. They're an important element, the true unsung heroes, those who are out in the sun the whole day.
I'm telling you, the guys helping with the tires, there's judges of fact here and there, and they're in the baking sun the whole day. No one's complaining. They are the ones who are bringing this thing to be the big success it is. They behind the scenes. You don't know them, you don't see them, but without them, we don't have this.
All right, so just getting word that Hamza is at the start of this group. So Hamza is at the start and not Assad. Interesting to note here. So good to see him there at the start. Hamza, who is confirmed at the start, and not his father Assad. Okay, so interesting there.
Yeah, it's legends, mate. So I don't know. I'm sure we'll get more insight later.
All right, so Hamza at the start of this race in place of his father Assad. Sharon Tethi in the middle and Ron Oakley in the front in the red, or is it slightly pinkish Subaru? I'm not a person of color, but we'll just say red for now, the red Subaru. The Shell-branded Subaru is Charan Tethi, the father of Rajveer Tethi, and Hamza Anwar in the Evo 9. So very, very interesting switch of drivers there for a Legends race. See where I'm going with that?
Yeah, and I'm not getting...
24-year-old legend.
Yeah, I'm not getting involved, mate.
We'll just put it at that. Okay. All right, so about to get underway. Ron Oakley, Charan Tethi, and Hamza Anwar about to get underway in the final of the Legends race. All right, so just a quick final check from the officials. Charan will shortly close the door of his car. It's still open. All right, so there is a hold-up, we understand. A slight hold-up before they get underway. We should be able to see the 1 minute sign coming up shortly, but we hear that there's a hold-up. All right, so just waiting to find out what the hold-up is from the organizers. The red flag's still up. All right, so having a look at this drone shot, and they should be able to get the clearance soon. All right, so just getting word, and Logan has just found out that there was a communications issue with the marshals. That explains the slight technical hitch, but that has been cleared up. Logan?
Yeah, I think we're good to go. With our 24-year-old legend, as you said.
All right, so Hamza Anwar in the Evo 9, Charan Tethi in the Shell-branded Subaru, the GC8, and in the N10, it is Ron Oakley. We're about to get underway. 30 seconds, the warning. About to get underway in the Legends race. This is the final, ladies and gentlemen, the penultimate race of the day. So once again, Ron Oakley, Charan Tethi, and Hamza Anwar about to get underway. The whole shot is 50% of the races. Logan has emphasized time and time again this weekend. Great start by Ron Oakley there.
Yeah, he was quick off the line now. Hamza's cutting out the outside, but Ron is keeping the inside and takes a whole shot. Hamza straight into the Joker. Charan follows Ron into the regular part of the track. This will be interesting.
Look at this. Hamza from the Joker lap is ahead of Charan Tethi. That is extraordinary. What driving by Hamza Anwar, who is already on the tail of Ron Oakley despite doing the Joker lap. What driving by Hamza Anwar, who clips the tire, will get a small time penalty for that, a 3 seconds penalty. How's he going to do through the tires? Clean driving
Clean through. He's done the Joker. Oh, I think we got an engine problem on the GC8.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Puncture previously for Rajveer.
Yeah, that's blowing up. White smoke, that's oil, engine, turbo, take your pick. But she's not happy.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. All right, so just to go back to the race, we're seeing Hamza Anwar with a comfortable win despite doing the Joker. And he's just got to keep his nose clean now for the rest of the race. Being ahead of Ron Oakley, despite doing the Joker on the first lap. Genius by the young driver.
Yeah, the young legend, you say.
Young legend.
Yeah, did the Joker, and by the end of the second
Tripping
lap,
the tires, another penalty. Sorry to interrupt you. Another penalty for Hamza, and that car is gone. Sorry to say, it's getting worse and worse for Charan Tethi. He'll be extremely disappointed with this.
Shame. And it's done well the whole weekend at that GC8.
You got a feel for them. Puncture in the previous race, engine is gone. Yeah, you got a feel for them. It lasted until just one race too many for it in the end.
Yeah, as the old adage goes, it was just a bridge too far. But well done to the Tethys, father and son.
Brilliant, brilliant driving by Hamza, who's really just got to keep his nose clean. Don't do any showboating. Just carry on. Ron Oakley putting up a brave fight in this final, the penultimate race of the day, the Legends category. He's even got time to do the Joker again.
Oh, Hamza. Just rub it in.
Even has time to go on two wheels.
What is he doing?
Oh dear. Great racing. This car really a class above everybody else. Hamza really enjoying himself. Going on to the tarmac. Got to go through this cleanly. Doesn't really matter how many tires he clips at this point. Nice, clean through there.
He does go through clean.
Logan, your thoughts on Hamza, his driving the whole weekend?
Yeah, no, he's been brilliant. Like I said, he's been gaining the experience. He's been racing against quality opposition internationally. Now he's like he's having fun. He was focused earlier on when he realized that he was kind of a cut above. He started having some fun, and him having fun, taking the Joker multiple times, still coming up ahead. One big lapse of concentration, almost threw away the whole weekend. That was coming onto the start-finish straight in the last, the juniors final. But he caught it, and he won that. So that was a bit hair-raising. Other than that, it's been a walk in the park for him, to be fair.
All right, so you're witnessing a great driver in the making. He's been mentored by his father, Asad Anwar. Hamza Anwar, impressive the whole weekend, into the final lap of the penultimate race, deciding to do the Joker once again.
For a third time.
Oh dear.
Look at him.
Showboating a bit, Scandinavian flick.
Yeah, that was a Scandinavian flick, not the Indian one.
He's got to be a little bit careful here, because as we've seen, it can go wrong. Hamza Anwar going onto the tarmac for the final time before heading towards the finish. He'll have one more corner after this. He has to go through the chicane and then onto the final corner as he heads towards the start and finish. Nice clean drive through the chicane into the final corner and to the finish line for the final time. Hamza Anwar, great drive. Even had time to go through the Joker 3 times. Ron Oakley, nice and clean. Well done to him. It's all about enjoying himself. And heading to the line, show your appreciation, ladies and gentlemen, for Ron Oakley. Well done to him. And for Hamza, absolutely brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. So heading into the pits, well done.
Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant, but these youngsters, no respect, huh? Rubbing salt, rubbing salt into the wounds, taking the Joker 3 times, flicking the car from north to south. Oh, Lord, what next?
Anyway, well done, Hamza Anwar, and we'll link up with Solo, who is in the pits, and we'll link up with Hamza Anwar, who's the winner of the Legends category ahead of Ron Oakley. Well done. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. We'll have a replay of the race in just a moment. And of course, link up with Solo, who's in the pits with Hamza Anwar.
So Hamza, how has it been so far?
Well done. It was good. Been supporting the stone throwers.
You have showered a lot of the fans in a lot of dust. You've been kicking up and raising a lot of dust the entire weekend. Yesterday, today, superb driving. What's your secret?
The secret is to have fun. Enjoy yourself. Look how laid back. I'm just sitting so comfortable away from the steering. Not usually my attack position is like this, but I'm just relaxed and having fun. Let the car do the work.
Does the setup of the car allow for you to drive better?
Yeah, definitely. I did the setup. We did it with Mike, and he's really good like that. And we worked on it, made it a little softer so it gets more traction. Over the jump, you have to be a bit cautious so it doesn't bounce as much, but I mean, it's been fine.
We've seen you play around with the tail end and send her out every once in a while.
Yeah, you know, I'm a bad boy. I love to throw it, and like, you know, when the fans scream, it makes my heart content.
So going back, I know we have the next event in December. You still have to fix up Scooby-Doo, and there's a lot needs to be put into it. What is your plan to get her up and ready for the next autocross, rallycross, and maybe any other event?
Yeah, for sure. I've been working on an Evo 7 project for the longest of time. But yeah, the Scooby-Doo seems to have some good potential. So I'll wait for my mapper from the UK, Terry Stumper, to come down and do some magic with it. And then we see how it goes.
Tell us about this project that you work on, this Evo 7.
Yeah, we're building an Evo 7, but rallycross orientated, not autocross, nothing. So it's really, we're stripping all the weight, all unnecessary things that, like even what a rally car would need, we're stripping out and keeping it lightweight. You know, we're going to cut a lot of things out and try and make it as light as possible and as powerful as possible.
So thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Hamza Anwar. Now let's leave you with a few scenes of what's happening around the car. As we've seen, the crew has less stress as they get ready. Back to you, Sean.
All right, so congratulations once again, Hamza Anwar, the winner of the Legends category. And we will have the Champions category up next as we have a look at the showboating of Hamza Anwar. Fantastic drone shots here. Really enjoying himself, what they call the Scandinavian flick around the corners here. Beautiful, beautiful shots here from the drone. Had time to do the choker lap 3 times. Incredible in that. So the water bowls are on the track, and we'll have the final race in a few minutes time. We'll take a small break as we see the water bowls on the track. Logan Naidu and Sean Carter-Villis keeping you occupied in the 4th Rallycross as we have the Champions category, the final race of the day. That will come in a few minutes time. We'll be back momentarily. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the penultimate race, we would say, the champions race. Eric Bengi, Baldev Chaga and Andrew Miruri, we're saying penultimate race because there'll be a fun race after this, a little bit like yesterday, where we had some of the drivers in the small buggies. Logan Naidu's here, the final, so to speak, and it's the champions category, and we got Andrew Miruri, who is in the Vids, Baldev Chaga and Eric Bengi. Interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting, but I can understand. I can understand he's had car trouble.
Yeah.
But he's in a team, and this is a championship. So if they just step away, they score no points. Score minimal or something, and live to fight another day. There's method behind the madness.
All right, so Baldi electing to do the Joker on the first lap. Baldev Chaga, one of our true legends of the sport, multiple Kenya National Rally champion, multiple Safari Rally champion. Very rare to see him racing these days, and great to see him in action. But it's going to be catch-up for Eric, who's been on top this whole weekend.
That he has. He's been driving superbly. His car is prepared very well. It hasn't put a foot wrong. It hasn't missed a beat. And quite frankly, neither is he. Very impressive this weekend.
All right, so this section has caught out a lot of drivers through the weekend. Nice and clean by Eric. Wouldn't expect any less from him. Baldi should be clean through here as well. He's clean through. And through the start, finish straight. Back onto the gravel. Didn't see whether he took the Joker or not. Andrew Miruri not doing the Joker on this lap. Eric Bengi still trying to build up as much of a lead as he can. Remember, Baldev has done the Joker on this lap. Interesting tactics here, Logan.
Yeah, well, Baldi took the Joker on the first lap, so what Eric needs to do is to try and stretch the gap between them so that when he finally does decide to take the Joker, he can come out still ahead. And this is what he's trying to do. We'll have a look-see visually. What do you think, Sean? Is that gap growing or narrowing? What do you think?
Baldi putting up a bit of a fight, to be honest, here. He's really trying to get everything he can out of that Subaru engine. So as he goes past the start, finish straight, Eric is still aiming to try and build up as much of a lead as he can before he does the Joker lap on this. Still not doing the Joker. So this is interesting. Is he going to leave it until the final lap or the penultimate lap to do it? We'll have to wait and see. I remember 6 laps in total.
You know, it depends how he feels, or if he does at all feel comfortable with the fact that the gap is growing. You know, we don't know if he is using a spotter or not. And I know it is allowed.
Nice and clean once again through the tires. The chicane goes past the start finish. What's he going to do? Is he going to do the Joker, or is he going to continue as per normal? We find out in just a few moments, and he's doing the Joker now. All right, so now let's see what Baldev does. Logan?
He's doing the Joker, you're quite right, but I do believe that that gap has grown, and you can see here he comes out of the Joker with a comfortable lead over Baldi.
All right, so he's been flawless the whole weekend. Eric Bengi, very, very impressive. Nice clean driving, no showboating, just getting on with the job, so to speak. He heads once again to the crucial section that's caught so many drivers out. The chicane, Eric has been clean once again through that. And Logan, no fuss, just does everything workmanlike, no controversy, no Scandinavian flicks.
As they say, no thrills, no spills, just head down, tactics sorted in your head. And Eric goes for the Joker again. Yeah. Let's see if this works. Supremely confident though to do that twice. With a legend like Baldev Chaga behind you.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it seems like some of the drivers have elected to do this to try and keep the racing close. At the end of the day, you know, it is a fun event, the rallycross, even though there are points at stake. as he overtakes Andrew Murray, who had no chance right from the beginning with the bits. Still with a healthy lead, despite doing the Joker lap twice. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. How does Baldy feel when you see somebody else doing the Joker lap twice and is still in front of you?
You know, Baldy's...
clips the tires, by the way.
He does clip the tires, but he's a legend around these parts. You know, he is a very quick driver. You know that. He knows that. It's not his car, not prepared by him. So maybe not driving to his potential.
As a former rally driver, he's on the last lap, by the way, just very quickly before he comes across the finish line. How important is mapping and, you know, the preferences of a driver?
Well, engine mapping has changed the whole configuration of the motor, how it responds, how it reacts, power, airflow, fuel flow. So it is very important. That's where you find your power. Basically, a standard car has a map. That map is a standard map, but it's a map nonetheless. What you do with competition cars is you up all the levels to get it to perform better. And that's simply what a map is.
All right, so he's on the final corner. And that's it, he's gone across the finish line. Congratulations, Eric Bengi. Fantastic. Despite doing the Joker lap twice, finishing ahead of Baldev Chaga. Andrew Mururi, one more lap to go still for Andrew. Baldev Chaga in second, and you know what? Speechless when it comes to Eric Bengi. What are your final words?
This weekend, he's been flawless. I've been watching him. He hasn't put a foot wrong. And he's a very calm individual as a person, you know? So he's had a brilliant weekend. There's a few people who've had really good weekends. Hamza being one, his dad being another, Maxine, you know, really good weekends. Been very impressed with Neil and Samir, you know, the Cubs. It's just, the future looks great.
All right, so caps off really a hugely successful weekend for the Bengi family. Ian and Alan winning their categories, Eric Bengi prevailing in this category as well, the champions category, as we come to the end of the finals. Congratulations to the Bengi family. It's been a fantastic weekend. They'll have a good prize giving ceremony after this. And Andrew Mururi, what can we say? You were in an underpowered car. You made it there to the final. Well done to you. And that ends the finals for this. We'll hear from Eric Bengi. All right, so Eric Bengi is in the pits, and we'll link up with Solo to get the reactions from an ecstatic, it has to be said, of Bengi family. Let's go to the pits where we'll link up with Eric Bengi. He's here.
Hi, Bengi. Hi. How did that go? How you literally Bengified this entire weekend?
Let me say it was such a fantastic outing for all of us. All of us have won in the finals. It's such a happy moment for me.
You've been taking care of the young boys. You've been taking care of Tinashe. You've been taking care of even Caro.
Yes, I have been giving them tips after every run. It's good to grow with your team and give them tips to continue improving. And I've seen a lot of improvement in all of them. Caro drove phenomenally today. Ian and Alan, I mean, it's amazing what they have done. It's very interesting to have 3 wins in the same house, one outing.
Now, for those who don't know, how important is seat time to your performance when you come to an event like this?
It's the most important thing that you require. Seat time is about how many kilometers you drive, how often you drive, what are the learnings that you take in all those drives, and a lot of practice. You also require a lot of practice to keep on improving. So seat time is everything in motorsports. You must keep on practicing, you must keep on trying different things, you must keep on taking tips from better drivers, and to enable you continue improving.
Now, there's some drivers who say that preparation is 80% of the race. Now, we have seen this car go through different hands throughout this entire event. What could you say about your preparation in terms of preparing the car for this event?
As you've seen, we have a whole team of mechanics, a whole team of logisticians, managers who are managing our team. It's always good to have a bigger team because things are easier to manage. And they have done a phenomenal job. You've seen these cars have run without a hiccup. Unfortunately, we lost 2 cars yesterday. We had a few offs and the engine went. But by and large, I think these engineers and mechanics have really done a very good job. Car is fantastic. It has been flawless throughout the weekend.
Thank you very much, Eric, and congratulations again. As I will say again, this weekend has been Bengified. 3 wins within one household. That's a brilliant performance. Makofi, Makofi, Makofi! Thank you very much, and back to you, Sean.
Incredible stuff. 3 wins out of 3 for the Bengi family. Alan, Ian and Eric Bengi, as we have a closer look at the car. Your final thoughts? It's been a hugely successful weekend for the whole Bengi family.
Yeah, and Eric just looks elated there, you know, and why wouldn't he be? Him and both his sons, top step of the podium. That's a perfect weekend for the Bengi family, as Solo says. It's been Bengified.
He's a man of few emotions, and you know, you can see him there cracking a smile. You know, it's very rare to see emotions from Eric, but I'm sure, you know, particularly with his sons, and then, you know, as he said, you know, Carol has driven very impressively. Tinashe, of course, had that issue yesterday. You know, she's young. She's only, what, 18, 19 years old. But, you know, a lot for her to learn. But, you know, in terms of what he's been doing, the advice he's been giving them, it's been huge for everybody who's involved with the team. As we mentioned, of course, with Carol, you know, and Tinashe, of course, the father and the husband is there, you know. They're busy behind the scenes working with the cars. So hugely successful weekend for the whole team.
And you know what? Growing motorsport in Kenya in his small way too.
Exactly.
You know, so big ups to him. Immensely talented. I think his car preparation is second to none because that car hasn't put a foot wrong. And well, that brings us to the end of the competitive heats and finals of this championships, but we got one more. Care to explain to the people, Sean?
All right, so yesterday we had a fun race where we had some of the legends go in the small buggies. That was quite good fun, the buggies of the Cubs. So we got another fun race coming up to wrap things up. We'll find out who's driving in a few moments. That will happen shortly, and then of course we'll have the prize giving ceremony. After that, you know, bringing to an end a hugely eventful and highly successful rallycross event here at Machakos People's Park. So as we have a look at the car, we'll take a break and we'll be back with the commentary for the final race as we have a look at Eric Bengi's winning car that's been so hugely successful this weekend. We'll be back.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing?
Good afternoon. I'm good, and you?
Not bad. How was your experience throughout the entire event? Let's start with your experience in the car with Carl.
Oh my goodness, that is absolute insanity. Exhilarating. I mean, as I've said already, it's like that is what adrenaline was created for. It was an amazing experience, and you really don't know what it takes for the rally drivers on the track. The control, I mean, the spin, the corners, the dips, the bends. It is quite something. So that was quite an experience. And I can only say to the men and women who do this kind of thing, I give it up to you. Absolute salute.
Now, you've been an advocate for trying to tap into young talent, and we've seen young Cheche amongst many other young drivers out here. What do you think about the level of talent that we're seeing so far?
It's amazing, amazing. It really strengthens my belief that rallying in Kenya is on very solid grounds, and that the conveyor belts or the pipeline of talent is amazing. All we need to do is to be deliberate, be intentional, be structured in how that pipeline flows from the very youngest, and then progress that talent deliberately, intentionally, structurally to a level where it can be competitive and reach the level of world beaters. And you know, Kenya has demonstrated over history, people like Shaka Mehta, Jaginder Singh, people like Patrick Njiru. I mean, people who have really competed and competed well. And so there's already a history, a heritage of that. For us to be able to sustain that, in recent time, we have not really had Kenyans at that elite level. For us to get there, we have to invest in grassroots and youthful talent. So really, this is the way to go.
On the behalf of all the fans, the rally drivers, I being one of the people who participate in many other rally events, would like to thank you for everything that you've done for us as a sport, one. Two, your being here is testament enough that you are behind us every single way. And our call out is to all the sponsors to come on back to motorsports. This is the place to be. This is the place to put your money. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. And you know, I'm attending all of them. I've been at the go-karting, at the Whistling Moran. I've been at the autocross. I've been all these events. I'm attending them from Vipingo to Nanyuki, now Machakos. We are doing this because we want to send the message that number one, motorsport is big, and rallying is part of the Kenyan DNA. Today I've talked about two potential sponsors, and I'm telling all corporate sponsors, get back here. Even the Kenya National Rally Series, the KNRC Series, we want to make it better. We want to make it bigger. We want to make it swankier. And if you had taken flight as a corporate sponsor, we are telling you things are getting better. And please come back. We want your partnership. We want to grow this together. And at the end of the day, for me, as the minister responsible, I know that this is yet another opportunity to give our talented young people the opportunity to grow their talents through the Talanta Hela initiative and just have a livelihood.
All right, so that's Solo with the Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, the Arts and Sports, Ababu Namwamba. Very, very interesting. And of course, with him being here, it shows and it sends a huge signal from the government to motorsports. And thank you so much once again, Solo, who spoke to the Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs and the Arts. As I mentioned, it sends a huge message of support from the government to us. All right, so what we saw is getting a head start there, as we saw Ian Duncan now getting the whole shot ahead of
Eric Bengi, yeah.
Eric Bengi. And this is who? Ron Oakley.
Ron takes the Joker straight up. I'd just like to know who's in the Vitz that was given the handicap and allowed to go a good half a lap ahead.
All right, so having a look here at what they call the fun event. All right, so Ian Duncan there with the lead and dust all over. This is going to make it very tricky for the drivers on this final race of the day, what they call a fun event here. And Ron Oakley in the red Subaru. They're at the rear, Ian Duncan flying ahead. Eric Benke going into the Joker lap right now. But what we're noticing here, Logan, is, tell you what, vision is a problem with all the dust all over the place, huh?
It is with the dust, but it's a handicap race, and I'll tell you this, Mr. Cardo Phillips, there's a Vitz in the lead. We don't know as yet who's driving it, but it is wholeheartedly in the lead.
All right, so clipping the tires there, the Vitz clipping the tires twice, in fact. So there's a 6-second penalty. So all the hard work done for the Vitz in front. Incredible stuff. All right, so Ian Duncan here in the lead here on what is an extraordinary race, this fun race on the final race of the weekend here. And look at that dust. Incredible, you can barely see the cars. Eric Benke there. Hamza Anwar in the pits, and they go through the tires, just straight on. All right, so we're seeing this. I'm being told Hamza Anwar is in the Vitz.
Yeah, they got fed up of him winning the whole weekend and stuck him in the Vitz.
All right, so Hamza Anwar is in the Vitz. That's what we're being told. Ian Duncan out in front here.
Has he taken the Joker? Ian.
Incredible stuff. I can't tell you.
There's
been so much dust all over the place.
For sure.
Struggling to see
anyway, here comes Ian down the start-finish straight to start his final lap, and he is in the lead. We don't know if he's taken the Joker.
All right, we'll find out in just a moment here as the attention switches to the Vitz, which I understand Hamza Anwar is in the Vitz. Here he is, he's on the Joker now.
That is Ian in the Joker. Let's see how he's coming out of the Joker, and there's no one near him, so he retains the lead, Sean. And Eric is in second place, so Ian Duncan in that crazy buggy.
Oh dear, there appears to be a problem with the wheel there on the Vitz. So obviously clipped something.
Hamza, you broke the unbreakable Vitz.
All right, so Ian approaching the final moments. He goes through nice and clean. Eric should be able to go through nice and clean. The final corner for Ian Duncan as he comes, and victory. Across the line, Tim putting his hands up and waving to everybody, well done.
So the crazy race taken by the crazy guy, Ian Duncan, followed closely by Eric Benke.
Ron Oakley there.
Coming through the tires, yeah.
And still pushing this Vitz despite there being an issue with the wheel touching the bodywork. Well done, Ron Oakley goes across the finish line. That tire still there across the road. But at this point in time, and he's pushing that car, will the tire survive? That's the problem.
It is smoking.
Oh no, it's smoking. I think he's going to have to pull it out, yeah.
He stopped it.
Yeah, it's done. It's done. All right, that's the end. It's done.
Hamza killed the Vitz.
All right, so they're going to have to look and look at that cloud of dust there as they finish the event. And that's it for the racing. Well done. Eric Benke, I think they're going to do 1 or 2 donuts here to finish. enjoying it? Please don't break Maxine's car. All right, lovely shots here. Huge cloud of dust, and I'm telling you, the officials will be cursing there. All right, your final thoughts, Rallycross? We're about to go into the prize giving. Your thoughts?
From my point of view, a stellar weekend, a beautiful sport. It can only grow. Some stunning drivers, you know, and some great upcoming drivers. And that's, you know, the future is what it's, you know, really gets me. It grabs me. And this is it's a real spectator sport. As Hamza there raises his hands, acknowledges the crowd. Everything he did this weekend was perfect. He won everything until he killed the Vitz. On an exhibition drive.
He's celebrating
Imagine
the bits coming to an end. No, but of course the fans love to see these people in action, and of course he'll be on to more serious things in a few weeks' time at the Acropolis Rally, which is celebrating its 70th anniversary this year, the Acropolis Rally. So well done. We're seeing pictures of Hamza Anwar as we come to the end of our coverage of the Rallycross for this weekend. Don't forget, of course, the prize giving ceremony happening shortly. We'll be back with the prize giving ceremony, but that brings to an end our coverage of the Rallycross. We'll be back momentarily with the prize giving ceremony, and thank you once again to everybody involved with the Rallycross as we have a look at the highlights of this race. All right, so having a look at the highlights, we'll leave you with the highlights as we get ready for the prize giving ceremony. Thank you so much for joining us. Okay, a final call. Can we have your undivided attention, please, ladies and gentlemen, for this prize-giving ceremony? And we'd also like you to show your appreciation for all the drivers who've been absolutely brilliant in this event. And I'd like you also to show your appreciation, and we'd like to welcome our chief guest as well, who is here, the Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, the Arts and Sports, who has been here to show his support, not only for his son who's been competing in this event, but for rallycross and motorsports in general. Ladies and gentlemen, the Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, the Arts and Sports, Ababu Namomba. All right, so he will come and talk in just a moment. I'd like Carl Tundo to come and say a few words before we have the Cabinet Secretary to say a few words. So, Carl, thank you so much for all you and your team have done this whole weekend.
Hello, everyone. Mine's very brief. Thanks to all the organisers of the event, Tim, Lynette, and all the crew, Joel for doing the track, Machakos County for allowing us here again. All the spectators that have come, I hope you've had a good time. Rallycross is growing slowly, but gradually, and we are looking forward to this becoming huge. So I think we had 36 entrants this time, so that's, I think, a record. And we started with 45, so with the state of motorsport, 45 entries is fantastic. Without further ado, I would like to invite the CS, my boss, Ababu. Oh, sorry, Ababu. The CS, to come and say a few words. You're my boss. One's live and one's...
Thank you, Carl. First of all, big congratulations for demonstrating once again why they call you Flash. We have seen exactly why you must continue to be called Flash. Let us give Carl a round of applause for really leading from the front. Very, very proud of you. And I'm particularly grateful to Carl because he accepted my invitation to be the chairman of the local organizing committee of the World Rally Championship Safari Rally, WRC Safari Rally. And under his leadership, we were able to put out a really, really successful rally. And now we are busy getting ready for the next one. I came here for my first RX experience, and I must say it's been quite an experience. It is an incredible experience, incredible rally. Of course, getting into the car with Carl was quite something. Absolute insanity. I don't know whether I'm particularly excited doing that again, but I must say it is quite something. Really, really incredible experience. But I'm here also just to confirm that government is very keen to support the growth of motorsport, the entire ecosystem of motorsport. We really want to see motorsport on the up. And it is this kind of events that will give us good momentum. We cannot be celebrating the WRC Safari Rally if we do not have a robust local rallying scene. We need to have a robust scene because that is then what feeds Kenya's participation at that international level. And I'm particularly keen to see our youngsters providing a pipeline for the very, very youngest to have an opportunity to hone their skills, because that is what guarantees continuity of motorsport in this country. Carl will also be leading our new rallying school that was flagged off by His Excellency William Ruto, President of this Republic. And I'm very excited to see that rallying school up and running, because then it will provide a platform for our youngsters to train ahead of this kind of competition. So congratulations to all the entrants. Everybody, in my view, is a winner. We have seen incredible spirit. Hongera kwa kila mtu ambaye amehusika. Congratulations, everybody. Thank you very much, Carl.
Thank you. Right, there we go. Sean?
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Show your acknowledgement for the Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, the Arts and Sports, Ababa Namwamba, who is also flanked by Jim Kambura. And I'd also like to say a big thank you to the rest of the team. You've not seen him here. Tim Jessup is around. He's a co-founder of Rallycross. And of course, to the rest of the team, thank you so much for everything you've done. And of course, to all the sponsors, thank you so much. And we hope to see you at the next event in December. All right, we will start the prize-giving ceremony, and I'd like to invite from NCBA, Joseph Mugambi, from NCBA, Joseph Mugambi, and also from Machakos County, Vincent Musili, to come and give out the prizes for this, and also from Kenchik, Faith Orwa, from Kenchik to come and give out the prizes for this. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please show your appreciation for the sponsors from NCBA, who are the joint title sponsors. Also, Machakos County, thank you so much for everything you've done in terms of hosting us. And also from Kenchik, Faith Orwa. Ladies and gentlemen, show your appreciation for our sponsors. All right, so in third place, we'll start off with the Cubs, which is above 1,000 cc. In third place, Team Cheche Ababu in third place. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, show your appreciation. It's been absolutely brilliant, the driving. And I'd like from Kenchik, Faith Orwa, to give this out. Faith, if you can give out this prize to Cheche Ababu, who has finished third in the RX Cubs above 1,000 cc. All right, ladies and gentlemen, show your appreciation. Come on, I can't hear you. Cheche Ababu, well done. All right, in second place, and I'd like to give out the prizes from Machakos County, Vincent Musili. Thank you so much for hosting us this weekend. Karanveer Ruprai in second place. So well done to this young man. Unbelievable stuff. All right, so congratulations on being given the medal and a little trophy from Machakos County, Vincent Musili. And I'd like to hand out the prize for first place, Joseph Mugambi from NCBA. Thank you so much for your title sponsorship. And of course, we hope to see you at the next event. And winning this event, the RX Cubs for above 1,000 cc, Ian Bengi. All right, so well done. It's been an amazing weekend for the Bengi family. Well done, Ian. Incredible stuff. Oh dear, I hope that's non-alcoholic for him. All right, so non-alcoholic for the young man. You can shake it if you want. All right, incredible stuff. Well done, Ian Bengi, the winner of the RX Cubs above 1,000 cc. All right, so thank you very much to those who have handed out the prizes. I'd like to invite Tim Jessup and Jim Kambura to give out the prizes for the RX Cubs above, that's under 1,000 cc. So Tim Jessup and Jim Kambura to give out the prizes for this category. Good to see you, sir. All right, so Tim Jessup. All right. In second place, and this was a brilliant final until a small error made him go off the track, but well done. And good to see you here for your second Rallycross event, Billy Tundo. All right, so Jim Kambura giving out the prize for second place, Billy Tundo. Congratulations, so you can pose here. Well done. It was so tight in that final. And giving out the prize for first place, show your appreciation, the co-founder of Rallycross, Tim Jessup. And it is Alan Bengi. Well done. What a weekend for the Bengi family, huh? All right, so congratulations receiving the prize. And non-alcoholic bubbly. We'll remember this. This, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, is his first ever win. So show your appreciation, ladies and gentlemen, his first ever win. Alan Bengi. All right, so being taught, shaking it. Hey, well done. Hold it. Like this. Somebody with a little bit of experience, Tim Jessup, of course, with Champagne, having won several titles himself. So well done, Alan Bengi, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so we move on to the two-wheel drive category, and I'd like to invite Eric Muiti from Betika, Joseph Mugambi, and Vincent Musili to give out the prizes. I'm seeing this. What is this? 10, 9, 8?
Vincent Musili should be doing.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So Eric is going to be first.
All right, so Vincent Musili, Joseph Mugambi, and Eric Muiti from Betika to come and give out the prizes. Good to see you all, and Betika, thank you so much for your title sponsorship. Good to see you here, Eric. So giving out the third place prize, it is Vincent Musili. By the way, you can give out the medals. We'd like to give out the medals and acknowledge Adnan Suhail and Jose Sardinia to come and collect medals for finishing. All right, so Adnan Suhail failed to finish, but will get a medal. And Jose Sardinia finishing fourth. If you could come and collect your medals. We'd like to acknowledge them for competing. Jose, by the way, 2 weeks ago was in Eldoret. Last weekend in Nanyuki for the autocross. This weekend for rallycross. And next weekend will be in Nyeri County at Solia Ranch for rally race. So show your appreciation, ladies and gentlemen. Incredible commitment to motorsport. Jose Sardinia, thank you so much for your commitment. Absolutely brilliant. Is Adnan around? Adnan Suhail? All right, we'll go on to third place. And this one being given out by Vincent Musili. And thank you very much for your support, Machakos County. We really appreciate it. And it goes to Joseph Gasheshe in the two-wheel drive category. Well done, young Joseph. One of the fastest upcoming drivers. Well done. Great performance throughout the weekend. And of course, we know that Vitz had a lot of challenges trying to keep up with the other cars. You have to be really quick, because we're short of time.
Thank you, Ron. That was great. Neil and Samir, brilliant. And thank you, Reinsurance Solutions. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Joseph Gasheshe in third place. Joseph Mugambi to give out the prize for second place, and a huge battle between the two drivers. Samir Nanji in second place. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, surely we can hear a bit more appreciation for these drivers who gave us so much entertainment throughout the weekend. All right, so congratulations, Samir, who's been so consistent in autocross, rallycross, and also started rallying recently. Well done, second overall. And in first place, what an eventful weekend for him it was. But he's done absolutely brilliant to win this category. Ladies and gentlemen, in first place, and I'd like to invite Eric Muiti from Betika, and thank you so much for your sponsorship. We hope to see you at the next event. Neil Gohill. Well in. Awesome, awesome performance by Neil Gohill to win the two-wheel drive category. Despite rolling in the semi-finals and bouncing back, that is the true spirit of a competitive driver. Well done. Once again, show your appreciation. Neil Gohill. I'd like to, if you can just stay, actually, Eric Muiti, Joseph Mugambi, and Vincent Musili, if you can just stay here for these prizes, because we're going to the open class. And I'd like to acknowledge, first of all, before we go to the top three, if they can come and collect their medals, Hamza Anwar, Evans Kavisi, Ishmael Ezeli, Clement Marini, and George Njoroge, if you can come and collect medals for participating in this category. All right, so well done. Once again, Hamza Anwar, who's receiving it, Evans Kavisi, Ishmael Ezeli, Clement Marini, and George and Njoroge. Well done to all of you participating in this category. All right, show your appreciation, ladies and gentlemen. They've provided us with plenty of entertainment throughout the weekend. Vincent Musili to give out the prize for third place. And it is Hamza Anwar. Mzee Kijana. Hamza Anwar, who has provided us with so much entertainment, including what he called an Indian flick, when he went and spun between the tarmac and the Joker. So brilliant, he's so busy, and it's an absolute privilege to see you in action. So thank you so much for providing all the entertainment, and thank you so much for supporting Rallycross, Hamza Anwar. Ladies and gentlemen, show your appreciation for a true legend of the sport. Thank you so much. To give out the prizes for second place, Joseph Mugambi. And ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to have a special mention for him. It's rare to see him in action in motorsports, and well done to him for finishing second overall in Eldoret 2 weeks ago in a classic car. It is an absolute privilege to see him in action. In second place, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for Ian Duncan. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Ian, if you can come and collect your second place. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Ian. It's an absolute privilege to see you in action. Thank you so much for all the entertainment you've provided this weekend. Once again, Ian, thank you so much. We hope to see you at the next Rallycross. And Eric Muiti from Betika, once again, thank you so much for your support. In first place, what a performance in the Proto. Not only is he an organizer and the founder of Rallycross, but he's also won the open class. Ladies and gentlemen, Carl Tundo. All right, so well done. He looks a little bit different. Slightly less hair. A little bit slimmer, he's claiming. All right, okay. So Tim Jessup, of course, representing Carl. I understand Carl has a flight to catch, so. But thank you so much for the brilliant driving of Carl Tundo, and thank you so much, Tim, for being a good sport with that. And Eric Muiti, thank you so much for your support. All right, so I'd like to invite the team categories, and we'd like to...
We're inviting the teams.
So what do we do?
Jean has won.
And these ones? What do we do with this?
This is what you do. The team that has it's above who's awarded.
Yeah.
So Jean has won.
Yeah.
So you call team Jean. They will receive their medals.
Oh, and then
as
we
they
acknowledge who's in there. Yeah.
Yes, and then
Okay.
you just know who is in Jean.
Yes, yes, yeah.
And then now these two have tied. Team 7 to 70 and Betika are second.
Second.
They're both 7-7.
Ah, okay.
Then the third one is Ongolepi.
All right, okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite the Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, the Arts and Sports, Ababu Namwamba, to come here. And I'd also like to invite from the Rallycross organization, the founder, Tim Jessup, to come up here for the prize-giving ceremony for the team. And I'd also like to invite to represent the title sponsors from Betika and also NCBA to just come as we give out the team prizes. But I'd like to invite the Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, the Arts and Sports, to come. He's gone. Has he gone? All right, okay. I understand the CS has left already, so I'd like to invite Tim Jessup to come up. And I'd like to invite Eric Muiti from Betika. All right, I'd also like to acknowledge NCBA as well, the representative to come from NCBA as well, to come and give out the team prizes. So thank you very much. Once again, I'd like to acknowledge Betika, NCBA, and also Tim Jessup, the co-founder of Rallycross, and thank you very much to the organizers as we give out the team prizes. All right, in third place, with 4 points, a total of 4 points, it is Asad Anwar, Evans Kavisi, Ishmael Azeli, and Tinashe Gatimu. Ongole Beef in 3rd place. So technically we'll say 4th place for that, but congratulations, Ongole Beef, who have finished in 4th place, I would be more technically correct to say. So once again, Ongole Beef of Tinashe Gatimu, Ishmael Azeli, Evans Kavisi, and Asad Anwar. Congratulations and a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for finishing 4th overall. Mzee Wakazi. All right, so congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Show your appreciation in 4th overall, Ongole Beef. All right, so thank you so much. You can go, but don't go too far because we'll want an overall team for all the teams to come and pose after this. In 2nd place, joint 2nd place. Let me finish, please. All right, in joint 2nd place. Just hold on. In joint 2nd place with 7 points each, Team 7 to 70 Motorsports, which is Caroline Gatimu, Rajveer Tethi, Eric Bengi, and Charan Tethi. Team 7 to 70. And Team Betika, also with 7 points, Jennifer Malik, John Kadavani, Andrew Mururi, and Bob Kaogi. All right, so joint 2nd place, Team 7 to 70 Motorsports, which is Caroline Gatimu, Rajveer Tethi, Eric Bengi, and Charan Tethi. And also with 7 points, Team Betika and Bob Kaogi. And of course, Team Betika. All right, so just letting you know, 7 to 70 Motorsports, Caroline Gatimu, Rajveer Tethi, Eric Bengi, and Charan Tethi. All right, 7 to 70 Motorsports, okay? So we got joint 2nd and then 3rd place to let you know, okay? So joint 2nd and 3rd place. So joint 2nd, Team 7 to 70 Motorsports, and then Team Betika also with 7 points. Team 7 to 70 Motorsports, Caroline Gatimu, Rajveer Tethi, Eric Bengi, and Charan Tethi. And Team Betika is Jennifer Malik, John Kadavani, Andrew Maruri, and Bob Kaogi. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite, of course, from NCBA and also Betika to give out the prize for 1st place. Thank you once again for your sponsorship. We really appreciate it. With a total of 14 points, congratulations, Maxine Wahome, Hamza Anwar, Baldev Chaga, and Ron Oakley, Team Soli Jin. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a round of applause for Team Soli Jin. All right, so Team Soli Cyprus Jin of Maxine Wahome, Hamza Anwar, Baldev Chaga, and Ron Oakley. Congratulations once again. Beautiful, beautiful trophies. All right, so thank you once again to NCBA and also Betika. We really, really appreciate the support. And we hope to see all the sponsors at the next Rallycross in December. Maxine Wahome receiving her prize. And of course, they received medals as well. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause. Your overall winners for the 4th Rallycross event, Team Soli Cyprus Jin of Maxine Wahome, Hamza Anwar, Baldev Chaga, and Ron Oakley. All right, so just before the champagne is poured, we'd like all drivers to come up to pose. All drivers, can you come up to pose before we have the champagne? All drivers, can you come up for a group photo? Please, ladies and gentlemen, all drivers, can you come up? Please, Eric, everybody, can you come up, please? All right, the quicker you come up. All drivers, can you come up, please? Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all the drivers who competed in this weekend's Rallycross event. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for all drivers who competed. And once again, thank you so much to the overall winners, Team Soli Cyprus Gin of Maxine Wahome, Hamza Anwar, Baldev Chaga, and Ron Oakley. In joint second place, Team 7 to 70 Motorsports and Team Betika, and in third place, Ongole Beef.
Are we done with prize giving?
Yeah, after this, then you'll just say the vote of
Okay.
thanks, sir. Okay. Then I'll just grab you for a quick interview.
Yeah. Sure. At maybe HQ tent.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as they prepare to pop the champagne, show your appreciation, ladies and gentlemen, for all the drivers as they pop the champagne. It has been absolutely brilliant, and I'd like to say a big thank you, by the way, to the organizers, to all the marshals behind the scenes, all the volunteers, the sponsors, and to everybody who's made this event a success. And last but not least, to you, the spectators and the supporters, thank you so much for coming to Machakos County for this, the fourth Rallycross event.
Where are you going? Gwendoko. Gwendoko. No, stay here. Stay here. Stay here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we conclude this event, I'd like to invite the co-founder of Rallycross, Tim Jessup, for a vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, show your appreciation, first of all, to all the drivers who provided us with the entertainment, both young and old. I'd like to say thank you once again to NCBA and also Betika. Thank you very much for the joint title sponsorship. We hope to see you at the next event. Ladies and gentlemen, Tim Jessup with a vote of thanks.
Both? Good afternoon. First of all, well done to the drivers, all of you, from the juniors, the cubs, right the way through. Order, order. Ian. Secondly, to our sponsors, Betika, NCBA, Kenchik, Aquamist, who else am I missing? Live Eye, Capital FM, CFAO, you've been absolutely amazing. East Africa Eco Safaris, who don't like being mentioned, but they bring a lot to the party and support. Quiet, silence, please. And last but not least, Machakos County. You have been spectacular. Without you, this would not happen. Excuse me, order. Just 2 seconds. But last but not least, to my crew. Lynette, Tana, Jet, Siana, my wife Denise, for the timekeeping organization, Joe Mushiri and his team for making this remarkable track. They've been here all week, night and day. They've been finishing at 9 o'clock at night, and I think the track has been spectacular. Joe, thank you. This doesn't happen overnight. We start 1 month before, from sponsorships to planning and arranging the entertainment area, the track, the marshals, and it all goes hand in hand with Leroy and Anna, who run this event and the entertainment side, Events Africa. Thank you, wherever you are. Put your hand up. I can't see you. Leroy, Anna, well done. Asante sana. Some final words. Enjoy yourselves. Thank you for coming. but please, 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 careful going home. Okay? Asante sana.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause once again.